Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Leonard. We are back in court today because I was running our feed and I saw that they're actually in court. So, spoilers, they're in court today. I feel like it shouldn't be a spoiler that on day 4 of a trial we're in court, but after yesterday, I'm very curious to see if anything gets put on the record this morning. And I guess what, if anything, that is? It is Thursday. It's February 26th. I expect today to just pop off the way that the other days have, because I said at the beginning of this trial, oh, look how lovely all the pretrial stuff has been. It's all been so normal. Nothing's been normal so far in this trial, especially yesterday with an unexpected end to the day with no explanation. We have no idea what happened. There was I need an hour for a scheduling thing, and then it was everybody's going home for the day. It's no fault of the parties. We're just going home for the day. We'll see if we find out more today. We might have to wait till sidebars, if that's even put on the sidebar. So thank you for not speculating. We have no idea what it is, but court's resuming today. I saw some of the weirdest speculation online. Sometimes I look just so I know where the non-Leonard chat is at. Wildness and incorrectness, but it's all right. We're just going to go to court and I don't know. It feels like all of a sudden it was like you get invited to a dinner party and you show up and it's like, here's an appetizer and a drink. And then it's like, okay, everybody, time to go home. And you're like, I just got here. But what? That's exactly what yesterday felt like. It felt like we had just gotten settled in to hang out for the day. And whoop, just yeet. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to get to court, and we're going to see what today holds for us. And for those of you that follow that sort of thing, or for those of you that don't, today's the first day of a really gnarly Mercury retrograde. So if everything goes sideways, I'm going to blame that, all of it. So make sure you have the Leonard app, because who knows what today will bring. And I'm excited. Let's jump in. Dr. B got me a coffee this morning. I know. Dr. B was like, I got you. All right. I've got some warm water. I got a breakfast sandwich. I got an egg sandwich, because the egg sandwich is going to be a thing. We've got a few other things that we will reveal throughout the day, but I know. But is his wife single? Exactly. Only on Tuesdays. I'm teasing. No, I can be easily persuaded with coffee. I'm also teasing. After being married for 23 years or 4, we'll figure out the numbers later. You guys ready to go to court? I'm ready to go to court. I just want to see what happens today. Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the Leonards in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. It's time to go to court. It's time to go to court. It's time to go to court. Let's go to court. It's funny. I was talking to Judge Abby a little bit about this.
For the state,
we're already on the record.
For the defense, defense are present with.
I never cue anything up that exactly, so we'll tell that story in a minute.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we begin this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. What the fuck happened yesterday? Excuse me, Mr. Bloodworth. Mr. Bloodworth. Brad. Is it Bradford? Bradley? Brad. What the fuck happened yesterday, Brad? Put it on the record. Anything to put on the record? No.
Ms. Nestor?
Great, we're all just fine.
No, sir.
Is Ms. Gipson close by?
Wonderful.
Ready?
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
I do. I'll get that happen. Ms. Nestor, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
Oh, okay. Everything's just super normal. Great. All right. Well, everything's just normal, and they're getting ready to start. So yesterday I was talking to Judge Abby about this case and about a friend from the DA's office who had passed and some other things. And in that conversation, we always talk about how different judges summon the jury. because we're going to resume with cross. So the witness is right back in. We talk about how different judges summon the jury, and bring the jury is very much like, it's just very much Judge Newman, right? It's bring the jury. But I do love how Judge M says, let's invite the jury back. We can invite the jury back. It's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. And she was like, ooh, I like that. I like that one a lot. Dawn in the chat said, I'm going to call him Cousin Brad since Bloodworth is my main name. Dawn, yes, I think that's absolutely true. I think that's absolutely true. But I do love the let's invite the jury. Judge M's entire demeanor is just so damn nice. He's just so pleasant.
Good morning. Thank you for your
just
patience.
so pleasant.
We will continue with cross-examination of Ms. Gipson.
So we are resuming with cross.
You are still under oath. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, we're resuming with cross-examination of this witness. I think it might be helpful to just recap real quick for those of you that did not watch the case briefs. I get it. For those of you that did watch the case briefs, there's probably a better recap in there than I'm about to do because it was from yesterday. But what did we learn from the cross-examination yesterday? I feel like not a ton. It was a lot of ask whose job it's not. We had the kerfuffle with the jail calls. We had the, did you book the 911 call and evidence? Yes, but she's not the one who's downloading it. She was booking things in, but not downloading them. We started to talk about any of the different pill bottles, the ones that went to the coroner with the medical examiner, investigator, and then the ones that went to the ones that she collected at the home. We know that they were out there on numerous days, including March 3rd, April 14th, and then the following year, May 8th. And so we've got all these different dates. Hopefully we'll keep them straight. And we'll see a little bit more of the I'm sure, from the defense. However, we'll see. We'll see how it is today. I'm trying to wipe the slate clean each day and get started. So let's get back to her word. Oh, and she was asking if this witness sent out the pill bottles from Eric Richins to be tested. 100% not her job. Did you do this? No. Okay, also, I wouldn't expect her to. Not her job. But did you do this? No. It's not her job to do it.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to try this one more time. So when we were last speaking yesterday
The very first thing.
morning, we were talking about an individual.
The court is low. I'm going to have to switch feeds in a minute.
Just
give me a minute and I'll switch it.
United States Postal Service named Agent Travis.
'Cause it is really low.
That was present on the search on the 12th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
We're back to Smoot. Boop the Smoot. I was thinking Melanie Smooter. That's what I was thinking yesterday when I was laughing at Smoot. I was like, why am I laughing so hard? Melanie Smooter. That's why I was laughing over Smoot yesterday. But Boop the Smoot, I very much like.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the reasons he was there was to just look for any evidence that might have come through the Postal Service, right?
Yes.
Was there another reason he was there?
I believe he was also there to test any drugs for narcotics.
Right.
Test
And the
drugs for
reason that
narcotics?
you all asked him to do that, or well, I'm not going to say y'all anymore. The reason that he was asked to do that was that there was a thought there may be fentanyl in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
God, this sound
And the reason that
terrible.
you all thought there might be fentanyl in the home, that you personally thought there might not be fentanyl in the home, or there might be fentanyl in the home, was because you all had been informed at that point from the medical examiner's office that there was a positive result for fentanyl in Mr. Richins' body. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on the 12th, when you and your team...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nestor, but it's April 13th.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
I don't want to confuse the dates.
I apologize. I meant to say April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say March?
You said April 12th.
Oh, April 12th. Okay.
I don't want the dates to get confused.
Thank
Understood.
you. Thank you very much. April 13th. When you and your entire team were in the home on April 13th, all of you were aware that there had been a preliminary finding that fentanyl was at least partially responsible for Mr. Richins' death, correct?
Correct.
Are we ever going to get to April 25th or no?
When you were
It's
there,
another movie joke.
you noticed, I'm sure,
it's what's
and you have
happening
noticed
today.
since you've done the Matterport videos, that there was a very large garage detached from the home, behind the home, correct?
Yes.
And in that garage, did you all examine any vehicles that were in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, or
Thank
were
you,
you
Chad.
aware then of what vehicle Mr. Richins regularly drove in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you know whether he had a work truck, personal truck? Did you know any of that?
I believe he had both.
And were those vehicles within, you're about a month away from his death, a little over, a month and a week. Did anybody search his vehicles?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I believe we did search a vehicle that was inside the main garage of the home.
A personal vehicle, right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr. Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
I mean, what vehicles were in
I'm
the
also
detached
interested
garage? Were
in
they like
that warrant that you
ATVs
had on
or?
the 12th? It was also included I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now.
Oops, I did it again.
13th.
I'm gonna switch
The
feeds
warrant,
in just a
the
minute to
search
try
on the
to
13th. It was
find
for electronics. Is
a
that
bit
correct?
louder.
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
But in fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
There were multiple
If
computers.
that's who turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who.
Okay, we're gonna just switch. We're going to just switch this. All right, we're gonna try to queue it up to the exact same place that we were, and hope for the best. Just give me a second, because we're gonna have to zoom to try to find the right place at the beginning of this cross. Let's see, and hope that this is not just the pool feed today, because if it's the pool that is not turned up, there's only so much we can do, but we're going to do our best because it is really difficult. But we had a glitch with our feed this morning, so we were using a backup feed, but I think we're past where our feed glitched, which was a me computer issue. All right. We're still working out the bugs. Let's see. This is back to the Lawnard feed.
Personal vehicle,
Oh.
right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr.
That's a world of difference. For all of you asking, why are we trying to run our own feeds? It seems like a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And this is why. So we're going to have a overlap just real quick as we switched feeds instead of me trying to zoom. It'll be fine. We've all zoned out with the low audio anyway. It's all good.
Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
So we should be getting to the computer shop
I'm
questions.
also
Those are
interested
repeat.
in that warrant that you had on the 12th. It was also included I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now. The 13th. The warrant, the search on the 13th, it was also for electronics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
That sounded so much
In
better.
fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
All right. This is
If
where
that's
we
who
were.
turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who exactly turned it in.
So being the person responsible for everything that was checked in on the day of the 13th, when you all did this search, did anybody turn in a computer for Mr. Richins on that day?
I don't believe it was that day. I'd have to double check the records on which day it was booked into.
And if you check your records, would you be able to tell, well, strike that.
It's withdrawn technically, but
So just to
people
be
say strike that
crystal
too much.
clear,
Technically withdrawn.
on the 13th of April, Mr. Richins' computer was not in that home or the detached garage where his office was located, correct?
I don't believe so, but it's a large home, and I'm not sure who owns what.
Right. Which is fair.
Did you ever go back and get a warrant to search that truck that Mr. Richins drove on a regular basis?
Which truck are you referring to? The one that was in the home or outside?
The red truck.
Yeah, I believe we searched it that day.
The red truck?
I believe that's the one that was inside the garage.
Okay. At this point, when the defense says something that might be like, oh, the red truck, sometimes I assume that the person on the stand must have it mixed up because the lawyer has it on their paper. I stopped assuming that with this attorney about 2 days ago because of how much we've seen her be like, oh, oops, it happened with the pill bottles. It happened in opening. It's happened a couple times with the date. I used to just assume it was the witness. And now I'm going, oh, counsel, you got it written down wrong, which is not a good place to be in. When you're the defense, you want
There was
the
a
jury to think that the
picture
witness
in
is
the,
incorrect, not you.
Well, strike that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Did you ever go
Withdrawn is the proper way to withdraw your question and start
retrieve
over.
any of Eric Richins' personal items, either vehicles, computers, anything, from his business partner, Kouri, right?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if anybody did and brought them to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what items were taken from Kouri Wright and brought to you?
I believe it was a computer or a hard drive from a computer.
And before, were you present when that hard drive was obtained from Kouri Wright?
No, I was not.
Right, it was just given to her.
And just to keep the search
This witness has
clear,
done
when
3
you
days
were
of
doing your
great
matter
court
report,
close.
Did you prepare kind of like a key that has all the purple dots are from this search, all the orange dots are from this day's search, all the green dots are from this day's search? Did you prepare a key like that?
Yes.
All right. Can we please pull up state's
The
exhibit?
chat created a key like that 2 days ago.
And just show it to the witness, please.
So there is that.
Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the key that you prepared?
It is.
And it has a link on it where if you click on the link, it'll take you to those Matterport walkthroughs, right?
Correct.
I love how organized that is.
And has this been altered in any way since you prepared it?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit
Can we,
1.
sorry, before we do that, can we have a side note?
Yes?
Oh,
Hold on, let's make sure we know what we're asking for.
Oh, you mean with the judge? Or what are we asking?
there is probably something in there that maybe shouldn't be admitted that she's concerned about. She's like, because those are potentially work product. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but she's like, time out before you admit that. I love that the witness called a timeout today. I'm going to zoom past the sidebar. But also, I don't think I've ever seen... Judge M is talking. Sorry, Your Honor. We did not mean to cover your face.
Ms. Shervinack, with that redaction, any objection to states 1-50?
I can't show it to the jury.
Hold on, not yet.
There's a redaction that they're
I need
making.
to clarify a thing. I want to make sure this box is going to travel when we publish it. So just one moment.
Half box will travel.
Of course.
This is... I don't think I've seen when you make keys for discovery, those get admitted. Also, it was pretty easy to tell that the colors changed with the date. So I don't know what they're trying to redact.
Perfect. Be sure we're not going to need a yes or a no here.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they could just be in black so we know that they're not just removed, so that it looks like a redacted version.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Oh, so they're trying to redact something not by deleting it, but by actually showing that there was more information there and redacted. I think it is completely appropriate, given what we've seen in this trial, that the state wants to make sure, A, that everything is abundantly clear, and B, that the jury knows that there's no misperception. I would be very wary. 4 days into this trial, I would be incredibly wary of insinuations and perceptions. Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. 1-15 as redacted is
Okay.
now published.
Okay.
So,
From there, Mr. My apologies.
no worries.
The way I love this key. Okay, so here's the key. The search from 3/4/2022 is in ocean blue. From 3/14/2022 is in sunflower yellow. From 5/8/2023 is in forest green. From 10/24/23 is in fog gray. From 10/31/23 is in iron, dark gray. From 3/5/24 is in pink. 8/9/24 is magenta. 11/7/24 is purple. And 12/19/24 is lime. Where's a dove gray? I love a dove gray. I love this so much. It's not just yellow. It is sunflower yellow, and I am living.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that list right there, that is
And then
the
that big black
list
box is
of
redacted.
the dates of every single time through December of 24 when the home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And in your Matterport videos, which have been introduced, if the jury wants to use this key, they can go back and compare. The little pink dots were from the search on March 5th, and the magenta dots were from the search on August 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
She's like, and I can too.
Since
Also, I didn't realize that not everybody needed a key for their color coding, but I have no visual memory, so I can't just remember what is what. So in the front of all of my books in law school, I had the key that I used to highlight because honestly, I would just forget. So every one of my books had my little color coded key, and so did my notes, etc. So I love it. Who just said this in the chat? Tara said today's evidence is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. That's funny. That's really funny.
this list was prepared, you all have been back to the home again, right?
Correct.
And what date did you return to the home
Casper
that is
Stocks, I
not
agree,
listed on
that a
this list?
sampling of the color should be in
I
there,
don't remember the exact date.
or the
but
font
it
should be in the
was
corresponding color. I
about a
agree.
month ago,
text.
month or two ago.
So sometime in February of 2025 or 6.
Yes, I believe it was February 6th around that time.
Were there any other searches after December 24 and between the one on February 6th of 26?
I don't believe so.
I'm going to put our closed captioning back up to where it was.
And every single one of the times that you guys went in this home, you're trying to find evidence about what happened in the 6 hours before Mr. Richins' body was discovered, right?
Correct.
And you kept going back.
We heard
and
about
back.
searches
Yes.
last month, not that long ago. It's probably because of generally
All right,
when
I
you
do want
see.
to talk a little bit. You can take it down.
I'm
Thank
just going to answer that real quick. Generally, when you see things happening in the run up to trial, it's something that came up in a motion and the prosecution is just handling it. Like yesterday, the defense insinuated that something hadn't been tested. Honestly, this trial's long enough that if that actually hadn't been tested, they could send it out yesterday and get it tested if they wanted to. The investigation can continue to work through trial. It's not ideal. Some judges will keep it out. But if the defense raises an issue that nobody thought was an issue and they can answer the question, they'll just go answer it. We saw that, well, We've seen that in a couple trials, but we saw in Murdaugh, they were talking about the computer on Murdaugh's vehicle and not being able to get it. And then someone from, was it GM, was just like, oh no, we can do that. And then it came in the middle of trial.
Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the Matterport. You mentioned you did some measuring
Correct.
with, is it the same device you do the video with that does the measurements?
Yeah, it's the Matterport.
Okay. And I believe you said you measured the distance from
She's just like, yeah.
from the master
What I said.
bedroom to the front door,
Correct.
and then from the, what is the second one you did?
There's one from the master bedroom to the kitchen, master bedroom to each boy's room.
Okay. And what's the purpose? Why did you make those measurements?
I was asked to try to figure out how far they were to correlate with data that was retrieved off of a cell phone.
Perfect.
Oh,
Did you also take any measurements from the,
that's actually really helpful. Why were you measuring things? Well, we have all this cell phone step data and we kind of want to figure out how many steps there are around the house. Very smart.
master
Very
bedroom
smart.
to the back porch door?
I have not, no.
Did you notice the day that you were there when Mr. Richins died, did they have a dog?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also measure the distance from the master bedroom to the master bathroom
I did not.
or to the hallway bathroom?
No.
She's like, I measured what I was asked to measure. It is actually cold in my office.
Also, in your report from the search on the 13th, you mentioned that you all collected some hydrocodone pills. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Where did you find those?
Okay, my apologies, Ms. Nestor, keep going.
Where did you find those pills?
I didn't personally find them, but they were located in the laundry room in the cabinet.
And how many hydrocodone pills did you find?
Like I said, I wasn't the one that found them. I collected them. I don't know the exact, approximately 10 around that.
And were they in a bottle or were they loose?
They were in a bag.
And in the garage, I know you were very careful about marking where every single thing was found. When these hydrocodone pills were found in the garage, what were they near?
They weren't in the garage. They were
I'm
in the
sorry.
laundry room.
The laundry room, which is right at the door where the garage starts,
But
right?
it's not the garage
it's-
though.
Near it, yes.
And what was it near?
It was inside the cabinet in the laundry room.
Up high?
Correct.
Is there any way to tell if a hydrocodone pill was purchased, if you find it loose like that, not in a bottle? Is there any way for law enforcement to look at it and say, hey, this is bought on the street or this is bought in the drugstore?
Not that I know of on scene.
Right. But you can test it, and there are some differences upon testing sometimes.
You also had a picture that you referred to when Ms. Shervanack was questioning you that had the picture of all the gummies on it. I believe it is exhibit number.
But also, there's going to be pictures of those. So when we get to the witness whose job it is, I'm sure we will
Just a
be
second.
talking about that more.
Thank you. 9-12. Can we put that up, Your Honor? It's been admitted.
Make sure it's the one you want before I show it to the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, yep, that's the one I want. The one
gonna
that's on
be-
the screen. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
Any objection?
You're
Ms.
the one
Sherman?
that I want.
One moment.
And I need to approach the screen. Do I need permission for that?
Oh, we're
or-
back to the
Make
gummies.
sure your mic is working.
Tomorrow I'm taking bets. We normally don't take bets on a lot of things in trial because it's a murder trial and law nerds are respectful. Tomorrow we're taking bets on how long before the word is gummy is said. We're gonna start each day. How long until somebody says the word gummy? Every single day. The gummies, everyone. The gummies. The gummies are back.
Not going to pick you up.
Hold on, I'll show you what I got real quick. I'm gonna have to grab them while they're waiting to find a question.
So this picture that you have in front of you, you told Ms. Chevernak that all of these gummies were seized together. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm seeing these two little plastic baggies of gummies up at the top,
Ma'am,
not labeled.
she said they were all seized on the same day. She showed you that they were all seized in different locations and brought together for a photo. They were seized the same day from different locations. They were not all seized together from the same shelf.
That don't have any commercial labeling. Are you saying these two were all in the same place with all the rest of these?
Correct. That's what I was told.
So if there's a picture.
That's not what was in the
of
pictures.
these in the top of the kitchen where you actually have a dot above the fridge, then you would be incorrect that they were all found together.
That's a different package that was found above the fridge.
Oh, is it?
Oh, so there was at least.
Okay, I'm on counsel's wavelength. I'm like, what other picture? These are what arrived today. Emily, did you? Yes. We needed more gummies. They don't have any, I mean, they're low sugar, which is fun. They're not THC or CBD. We might need to figure that out for this trial. But yeah, we had to get some gummies. Not dank gummies, but we needed some gummies. We did. We will stream responsibly.
3 clear packages that had no commercial marking on them?
Correct.
With gummies in them? Okay.
It's not the only thing I got. I've got more over here on the desk for you. Don't worry.
And the gummies that are on the screen that have the red packaging, at least one of those was found in that green jacket in the closet, right?
Not the specific ones. That's an additional one that was located.
So there was another red bag of gummies.
Correct.
Did anybody
There are so many fucking gummies.
take that green jacket into custody?
No.
Do you recall where in the closet it was as compared to near men's clothing or women's clothing?
I was in the the southeast corner of the closet.
Anna in the chat said, why
that
isn't
where the
this
men's
witness checking
clothing
her
was?
notes? She doesn't need to. She is prepared for trial. She clearly has a very good memory. She doesn't need to. If she had a question, she could say, I would need to refer to my notes. She hasn't done it once. That is a testament to her skill on this. So that's why. Because she's like, no, that was a different one. She's prepared.
Was located?
I'm not sure.
She
if it
also
was
had
men's or
all
women's, to be
afternoon
honest.
yesterday to review if she wanted to.
All right, now I want to move to the search that occurred on,
What date are we moving to? And is it the right date? Herb, I appreciate this. Herb said, I would love to see her workspace. I bet it's so organized. I would too. And I bet it is.
can we put the key back?
Look, I say this to my kids all the time. I'm just going to remind you all of it as well, because sometimes you need a reminder. Law nerds, you're not always kind to yourselves. I know, but you can be kinder. Sometimes the things that people gave us a hard time about in life, like, oh my God, why do you have to have everything in a particular order? Sometimes there is a job where that is the most superiest superpower ever. You just have to find the connection between the things you do naturally and the place that fits, and then connect them. This is a witness who I imagine there were times where people were like, oh my God, it doesn't have to just be that way. And she's like, no, it absolutely has to be that way. And she has found the job where her doing it that way is a huge benefit and makes her excel at her work. I love it. I love it so much. So good. So organized. And of course, she's the one that's keeping all the notes and all the records. She's got it down.
Up
Love it.
that we just had on the key. Make sure I have the right date. I don't want to say the wrong date. Get correct.
That's me, not you. You don't have a meeting.
Oh, there it is. March 14th.
I'm closing my calendar since we're just doing this all day.
Right? Is that the next one that was on your key?
Yeah, that's the second one, correct.
All right. What was the purpose of the search on March 14th, which was just about,
Flightless, that's true. We have all been traumatized from getting it wrong.
I think that's a typo because you
that
didn't.
is a typo. Yes.
Okay, can we?
It's April 14th.
Can you pull that out, Katie? Can you pull that out? Make it bigger.
The fact that there's a typo, look,
So where it
she's like,
says 3/14/22,
she's like, I bet that's not her typo.
sunflower yellow, that actually should read April 13th, right?
Correct.
So is that the only mistake on there?
I believe so.
Okay.
The
Just
chat
wanna
was-
make sure the jury remembers
The chat has some issues with the spelling of the word forest.
that. All right. So the next search would have been May 8th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those are going to be forest green dots on your Matterport.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of going back to the house a couple months or a year later on May 8th of 2023? What were you looking for that time?
I believe that one was to obtain additional electronics and also documents and drugs.
And when you went to that search, was any fentanyl located in the home?
No.
Okay, so we're on April 14th.
All right. And then the next search you did, which was October 24th of 2023, what was the purpose of going back for that search?
Probably a search warrant.
I'd have to double check my notes. I
See, there it
believe
is.
that's one that we were collecting some more electronics.
All right. Was there ever a time prior to any of those? Well, let's just keep going. On the 31st, you remember why you guys were searching a week later? Why you
So
went
October
back?
31st, you went back on Halloween.
I believe that one was also for electronics and or documents.
Prior to all of these searches and the ones that are listed below it,
Or I'm sorry, I believe those two in December were actually for some copper cups and drugs.
okay. And the copper,
So we talked about this a day or two ago. We're going to talk about it again real quick. Why would they be going back for search after search after search after search? Someone is going to be like, but why wouldn't they just grab it all at once? They need probable cause to search. And I would love to see a timeline, and maybe we will at some point. We would love to see a timeline at some point where we see what interviews Kouri Richins was giving. I know that at some points Kouri had emailed investigators prior to her arrest in May 2023. And then there were things recovered from the jail in September of 2023 after she was arrested. And then there were jail calls. So some of these subsequent searches might be because Kouri said something on a jail call, something was in the walk the dog letter, something was discovered on a device that indicated another device. Then they get a new search warrant. Then they go back and search. After Kouri's arrested, the house kind of got frozen in time. I don't think anyone was living there. And being able to go back in, the family of Eric Richins, the estate had that property. So they're able to go back in. But once they develop more things based on other things happening in the investigation, they can go back. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's keep going.
cups, you actually found them, right?
We found several, correct.
And where were they when you found them?
I believe on the first one, some were located upstairs in the kitchen.
And they were tested, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. And so if Ms.
I mean,
Richins,
it's like a
in
year
any
later,
of her
though.
interviews stated that they had a gift of copper cups and had a drink that night, you found something that corroborated that part of her story, correct?
We found copper cups, correct.
All right.
She's very specific,
And
this witness. I like
if
her.
Ms. Richins gave interviews that said
Ours
that
were a
her
gift
husband
too.
may have taken a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him
There are things about Miss Nestor's style that are not my preference, but this is a good line of questioning because she wants the jury to hear it. The answer is not really the point. She wants the jury to hear it. And the prosecution is not objecting because of the way the question is worded. She is wording the question saying, if she said this, you found this. And the witness is narrowing the answer back down to, we found mugs, we found gummies. But Nestor is trying to keep that information in front of the jury. And the prosecution is not objecting to it. Now, if jurors already are like, ugh, annoying, they're going to be like, oh, I see what you're trying to do. Stop trying to manipulate me. It depends on where the jury is at.
On a sheet off onto the ground.
But she's getting away with it. So, you know.
Taking a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him on a sheet off onto the ground to try to start CPR, you found a sheet that corroborated that part of her story.
Correct.
And you measured the distances between the bedroom, between the children's rooms, not the whole house, but a good part of the house. And so there were steps that were recorded on her phone that were consistent with her moving around the house prior to calling 911, correct?
Correct.
So that corroborated her story that she had been somewhere other than the bedroom.
She's introducing her client's statements as hearsay through this.
Why did it take y'all so long to object? Why did we wait so long to object, counsel? There's the objection. The objection is improper form of the question.
Witness.
Well, I think they've already all been brought up. Okay.
Overruled.
And the judge overruled it, which is also kind of funny to me. I did not expect that.
And then,
And Brad Bloodworth is like, may we approach? Ooh, guys, there it was. I started talking, but there it was. Briefly, before the producers in court cut the mics, you can hear the white noise go on for sidebar. So you'll hear it when Brad says, can we approach? Do you hear how loud that is? The pool camera producers immediately pull the sound down when that happens because there are camera operators in court. There are Court TV's camera operators. They are operating the pool for this trial, but there are operators in court manually taking care of sound, turning mics on, turning mics off, but it's loud. All right, let's wait. Emily, we're distracted by the details in court. Yes, is that a cup from a coffee plate? No, that's a travel mug. I was like, that seems like an awful big coffee. So they've all approached, probably about the form of the question. Let's see. Maria said, so people in court can hear the noise. Yeah, the white noise is so they can't hear what's going on at sidebar. There are speakers in the ceiling, so it white noises for the jury, a bit for the audience and for the witness, and then the attorneys can have sidebar without anyone being able to hear them. It is, some of the white noises really did not work well with my brain.
Right. In these searches that you all were conducting, was there ever a time where you were...
Excuse me, Judge M, where did your hand warmer mug go and what tea are we rocking today? Just a few questions.
conducting a search because the private investigator had revealed to law enforcement that there were items worthy of going back to the house for?
Yes,
How many times did that happen?
Good question.
at least one that I recall.
All right, I want to talk about that one time. Does
What
that
date
involve the
was that?
letter that was recovered from the bed?
Okay, there's two.
Okay, 2 times. So tell me about the first one that you remembered.
I believe it was a voice recording or a recording device that was located.
What?
And you all
Wait,
got
what?
information from a private investigator that had been in the scene on the house that he'd found something he thought you wanted to see.
What?
And so you issued a warrant and went and picked it up.
I did not issue the warrant, but somebody else did.
Of course. I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. A warrant was issued and
Correct.
you guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can we get back to the recording device, please?
Went in. All right, in the second time, what did that involve?
A letter that was located.
And the letter that was located in this search, and do you remember the date of the search? Want me to refresh your memory?
If you could, yes, please.
Sure, no worries. 11/7/24.
Oh.
Your purple day. It's your purple dot day. My understanding
we love
is
a
a
purple
letter
dot.
was recovered on the foot of the bed, of Eric's side of the bed.
What?
Now, the jury has seen multiple photos from that night where there's no.
If she's going the direction I think she's going, I am going to lose my mind. This is not the walk the dog letter. They're asking about a letter found at the foot of the bed. I just wonder if the PI moved it or if that's where they're going. But this is from 2024, November 7th, 2024. And if she's starting to ask, oh, but you didn't see a letter on the bed the night Eric Richins died. No, a lot of time has passed between March 2022 and November 2024, but okay.
Clearly no letter on that bed.
Correct.
And there were several, at least 7 searches prior to November of 24 where that letter was not seen on the bed, right?
Correct.
And that included walkthroughs of defense counsel, walkthroughs of prosecution team, you doing Matterport
I'm curious
videos
where the letter was.
where there's no letter on the foot of the bed, right?
Correct.
And then when all of a sudden, when you guys get there in November, there's this letter on the bed.
Yes.
Right. And you took that into evidence.
Yes, we did.
Same when you went and you got the tip off that there's a recording device.
Tip
You
off.
went and where you showed exactly where it was by the private investigator?
Yes.
How many times when you all searched the house was the private investigator there and present?
I don't know. I wasn't told.
When you saw him with your own eyes, right?
Just the one time.
Just once that you saw him.
Correct.
Chad, I don't know what letter we're talking about. We're going to have to wait till redirect. I don't know.
At some point, and I just need to clarify
Chad,
this
I don't
for
think
the
they're
jury.
insinuating that the PI planted things. I think they're insinuating at least that the PI moved things. That there were things, also that there were things law enforcement didn't find, because here's the dual purpose, right? Oh, the PI's just out to get Kouri. The PI moved things, blah, blah, blah. But here's the second part of that. They didn't find everything. They didn't search for everything. So did Kouri put the gummies there sometime between March and April, or did they just miss it? And I think there's an argument for, oh, you didn't find these things, the PI did. So also, you might not have just found the gummies in March because y'all didn't see them. So it goes to the quality of the search, because the gummies not being there in March, the defense has made a big deal. I think we're going to get further along in this trial. Nobody's going to fucking care. But for now, it allows the defense to lay that groundwork of they missed stuff, right? So that's part of it, I think. Because, yeah, Jerry in the chat said, isn't that reasonable doubt? It can be doubt. I think it's doubt that can be overcome, but it can be doubt. If a juror is sitting there being like, Kouri planted those gummies between April and or between March and April, it might be like, oh, maybe they did miss it. It just depends how they see it. I think Kouri's own words in this are going to blow all this up. But early on, at least the defense can be like, hey, guys, don't make up your mind yet.
Too. In addition to the physical evidence that's seized at the scene, documentary evidence, electronic evidence, you also were in charge of maintaining video footage.
And my
of
mom, thank you
witness
for the super
interviews.
chat.
Is that right?
That's funny.
Correct.
It's on the
And
screen now if you
every
guys wanna
witness
read it.
that was interviewed that had an audio or videotape, you saved it and did all those procedures we talked
moving on
about
to
at the very
interviews.
beginning of your testimony.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that 2 witness interviews, the audio or the video was missing?
I vaguely recall that, yes.
Does it refresh your memory if I tell you that you were unable to locate interview footage for witnesses Nick Bond Savage?
That's
and
a great
Nancy
name.
Peterson?
I don't know for sure if those were missing or if they hadn't been booked in yet.
Have you ever located those two interviews to this day?
I'm unsure.
Were you searching for them? Is that your job or nah? Bond Savage is a pretty cool name. We've got a Bond.
Also, one of the items you recovered on a search.
Y'all, this case, we've got a Bloodworth, a Bond Savage, a Smoot. We've got some great names in this case. We really do.
On September, well, I'm not sure of the date, so I'm just going to say one of the searches you
Throckmorton,
seized or
thank you. I'd
took
forgotten about
custody of an
Throckmorton.
Apple
How did I
Watch
forget
that belonged to Eric
Throckmorton?
Richins. Is that
And
right?
Woody?
Correct.
And when you took custody of that Apple Watch, it had a massive amount of data on it, correct?
I wouldn't say a mass amount of data. It had a gigabytes worth of data.
So it wasn't deleted.
No.
So if someone testified that the Apple Watch had been
Excuse me, Miss Nestor, did you just call a gigabyte a massive amount of data? Ma'am.
deleted, that might not be true. Wasn't true because you got it.
On Eric's Apple Watch, we had very little data off of it.
You had how much data?
I don't recall the exact amount.
But you had data on it,
We had some data, yes.
so it wasn't deleted.
I don't recall if anything was deleted off of it.
Thank you.
An Apple Watch can be wiped and still have data on it. Dr. Becky, I am also old enough to remember when a gig was a lot of data. However, I think this trial has like 30 plus terabytes of data. So when we are in the context
in
of
addition
court,
to the computer that Todd Gabler turned over to law enforcement that had originally belonged to Eric, did Todd Gabler take physical possession of any evidence first before giving it to the law enforcement? Do you know besides the computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. One of the things you found on the search in November 7th of 2024, you all found what's called an epinephrine medical injection unit, right?
an EpiPen.
Correct.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe that one
EpiPen?
was just a EpiPen that's used to administer insulin.
Insulin.
Or maybe not insulin, maybe something for an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Oh, look, when you ask the witness whose job it's not, you might get answers that are not the answer that you expect. Weird.
And that's something that you normally find on a scene if someone's severely allergic.
Correct.
And where did you find that epinephrine medical
You can also
injection?
say, I don't know.
I believe
witness.
it was in the kitchen. I believe it was inside the refrigerator.
Wasn't
makes
there also
sense.
one located in the master bathroom?
At one point, I believe so.
All right. And you did not take that into evidence?
No.
You just noted it?
Correct.
You also found syringes in the master bedroom?
Yes. In the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, master bathroom?
There was some in the master closet.
And where
I wonder if they were doing allergy shots at home.
in the closet were the syringes located?
At the very top shelf in the northwest corner.
Up high.
Correct.
And did you all take those into evidence
Yes.
Oh, that's
you
right. There was
test
also
them?
testosterone. Thank you,
They were
Chad.
unused.
and destroyed them?
They were not destroyed, no.
You still have them?
Correct.
That's right. I forgot about the
And there was
testosterone
one
shots.
syringe that you found in the master bathroom, I believe, that did have residue of substance in it, right?
There was a syringe located in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that tested?
That one was, yes.
And what was the substance that was determined to be inside that syringe?
I don't recall what was the positive.
Because that's not her job. Chat, the victim was known to have allergies. We haven't gotten into the specifics of it yet. The EpiPen will become more relevant as other information is established, but we do know that the victim and one of the children were having allergy shots through an allergist, and then there were also EpiPens in the home. So we will get there later. Thank you. I know a lot of you have a ton of knowledge and a ton of medical knowledge. We are just sticking to what's in court so that we don't confuse me, because I will forget, because I have no visual memory, things I read in the chat versus things that are said in court. So it helps me out too. Thank you guys. I try to keep what we know from court
the home, did you
clear.
also find oxycodone pills?
So I appreciate it.
I'm unsure.
And the Quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday, that was
The
in the
what?
bag that we had you open and untape.
Quetiapine?
The Quetiapine pills.
Emily, the hypocrisy of you laughing right now, girl. I can't pronounce the Quetiapine, the peen pills, but the Quetiapine? Wait, no, Quetiapine. I'm dying. Put it up there with nefarious. I mispronounce everything. I do. And trust me, I know you guys are like, girl, how can you not? I know. But the Quetiapine or whatever the fuck she's saying is sending me right now. And the witness is trying to correct it back to the Quetiapine. The Seroquel. The generic name for Seroquel. Oh my God. Cutiapine. Can we go with that? What are we doing?
And the Quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday, that was in the bag that we had you open and untape.
Quetiapine?
The Quetiapine pills that were in the bag that we opened. Actually, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. But it had some little substance in it that was.
The 2 half pills.
That's what I was about to ask you.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine.
Yes.
And that pill was
The
cut
witness
in
has said it
half,
like 3
correct?
times.
I don't recall if it was. It's in 2 halves right now. Yes.
So the pill was in 2 halves.
Correct.
And you didn't do that.
No.
And you've protected that, so that must be the condition it was in when you got it.
Yes.
All right.
Pills do get cut in half to use them. It happens. I mean, pills do get cut in half. That happens, counsel.
Court's indulgence
Somewhat
for just 1 minute.
commonly,
think I'm
I would
right.
imagine. Oh my God. I wonder what she wrote in her notes to read Quetiapine in such an interesting way. It's interesting to me. I don't know if the gentleman on the defense team is their investigator or another lawyer on the team, but he's often the one who's like the purveyor of the Post-it notes. I'm digging the purple cup on counsel table. I also enjoy Miss Lewis's cup that just has her name on it. It's fantastic.
I believe, if it refreshes your memory, that the last search that was conducted on the house might have been February 9th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And when you went and searched the house on February 9th, what did you
What
take
year?
from away?
What year? I think she means February 9th this year, but we've talked about 2002 Ford. Stephanie asked Emily, is it normal for this type of witness to take so long? It's normal for this defense team. I think we learned that the very first cross of Deputy Wynn. It's going to be like this.
From the house on the 9th.
A black Under Armour jacket
Where did you find that jacket?
in one of the downstairs bedroom closets.
And how many jackets would you say were in that house 3 years after the death?
There was
4 years?
a lot of jackets.
Right. And that's the jacket you picked and you took it with you out of the house.
Correct.
And I want to be really specific about the search of the truck. So there were 2 trucks. One was a brown work truck and one was a red truck. Which is the truck that
I like
you
big
believe
trucks.
was searched when you were present and logging in all the search materials?
I believe it was red, and it was the truck that was inside the garage.
So you have no notice or no note anywhere that the brown truck that Eric spent all day, every day in was ever searched on the day of his death or in the month after?
Do you see the insinuation
I
in the
didn't personally
question?
know.
And you didn't note it down because that would be your job, right?
If she was there.
If I didn't search it, then it wouldn't be my job to note it down.
Well, if someone inventoried anything out of the
Oh, I like this witness a lot, but do you notice the insinuations that just, and the argument that just sneaks into the cross-examination?
truck, it would be, right?
If they took anything out of the truck, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
This witness is like, am I done yet? Are we done yet? I liked the olive shirt from yesterday. I like this shirt with the V today. I like this witness a lot. I think she's done a great job. I think that all of the witnesses are well served with a, I was not asked to do that. It's not my job to do that. That's not my responsibilities. However, different departments probably have a different training threshold on how the witness answer. Do they keep it to, yes, I did this, no, I didn't do that, and let it get cleared up on redirect? Or do they push back, and that's going to be different based on department and based on how much they trust the prosecutor, really? If the prosecutor is just going to ask them all those questions, they just let them do it.
There was a canine search run at one point with a dog.
Yes.
When was that?
Can you run a canine search with something other than a dog? Wait. Are there feline searches? Can you imagine what that would look like? Emily, you're disassociating because this cross is, yes. Yes, I am.
Approximately. You don't need to know the exact date.
That was on the April 14th of 2022 search.
And was the canine just run through the home?
I can't attest to
Yes,
where it ran.
like
I
an
believe it
obstacle
just ran through
course.
the
They
entire
ran him through the home. They just brought the dog in and were like, who let the dogs out? Who? Yes, that's exactly how that works. They just off the leash, go. No, they don't just run through the house.
To your knowledge, did the canine go into any vehicles on that day?
I'm unaware.
Yeah, they're Malinois.
Your
They
Honor.
were
Contend of the witness. Thank you,
100%
ma'am.
like parkour. Also,
Ms. Sherman.
that house had quite a few trophies on the walls. Can you imagine a Malinois trying to reach the things hung on the walls in this house? Oh my. We're getting back to, let's see if we can summarize that cross real quick. What did we learn in this cross-examination today? We learned that there were numerous searches. It seems up and including early February this year, recovering a black jacket. We learned that someone has the last name Bon Savage or Bon Sauvage. Either way, love it. We learned that there are, in fact, color coding notes that have full color names, not just yellow, sunflower yellow, keep in mind. We learned that at some point copper mugs were recovered from the house. That looks like it was in October 2023. We have a mystery letter, asterisk. We have a mystery letter, doop, boop. And the mystery letter was on the foot of the bed. It seems like the PI found the letter and then said, you might want to come back and get the letter. And we also learned the proper pronunciation for the generic form of Seroquel is Quetiapine. Redirect. Redirect.
See how many things I can stack on this podium.
She said, let me see how many things I can stack on this podium. I do appreciate that there is a screen that is like the evidence screen kind of up on, like hanging on for dear life on the podium. And then we've got the largest laptop in the world. I got a 16-inch laptop and then a notebook and then the microphone. It's fabulous.
Ms. Gipson, let's talk about March 4th.
This is
That's the day
prosecutor
of 2022. That's the day Eric
Hermanack?
Richins died. Did you have a search warrant that day?
No, we did not.
Were you legally permitted to search the house for anything you wanted?
No, not at that time.
Were you looking for prescriptions of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins.
No.
Why not?
The judge just said, can we pause?
A little closer, yeah.
How's that?
I love that the court was like, pause for 1 minute. Pause for 1 minute. We're going to see the same arguments, I imagine, from the defense, or similar arguments that we saw in the Karen Reed case. Okay, but you were in the house. She said he took a weed gummy. Couldn't you have looked more? And what are the boundaries? Also, it's a great argument for the defense, because what's the flip side of that argument? If you look too much, the argument is this should all be suppressed. You didn't have the right to just go tromping around the house. And then the flip side of that argument is, oh, but Kouri Richins could have just given them permission to search. What's the flip side argument of that? If I'm the defense attorney, my flip side argument of that is she was in shock and in grief. She couldn't actually tell you that she could search the house. It's not appropriate to ask her to search the house at that time. I mean, I guess you could have asked her to go bring you the weed gummies. Can you give me the gummies that he ate? I think they probably could have done that. We want to test those. Can you bring those to us? Sure, that I think would have been fair. But when you're looking at the balance of, well, you guys didn't search for everything. If they had searched more, the defense would have argued it was too much of a search and that it was a rushed judgment. If they don't search enough, it's you guys didn't search enough, so how can you even know? If they asked for permission to search, it's going to be, but she was in shock and grieving and couldn't really give consent to search. And if they don't ask for consent to search, the argument is, well, you could have just asked her. She was cooperating with you. So all those arguments work for the defense. It becomes more difficult on the other side.
Are we better?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins.
Correct.
Why not?
Typically, when we have a death investigation, we only look for the decedent's medications or any other medicine that could be potentially misused. I think we did note some prescription bottles of Kouri Richins just to verify, make sure there wasn't an overdose possibility on those.
And you didn't find any hydrocodone that day.
No.
Those were empty bottles that day.
So let's move forward 5 weeks. April 13th, 2022. That's the first time the house is searched by a search warrant.
Correct.
You weren't in the house between March 4th of 2022 when Eric died and April 13th of 2022.
Correct.
There was
Who
no
was in the
search warrant
house?
on the home in that time frame.
Correct.
And you went back on April 13th with a search warrant looking for fentanyl
Yes.
because fentanyl killed Eric Richins.
Correct.
See how the prosecutors also we're gonna get real close, I think, to cross. But do you see that the questions have more insinuation in them than they did on direct? Mm-hmm.
Now,
That's also
Ms.
strategy.
Nestor asked you about a truck being searched on April 13th.
Yes.
And the truck that was searched was a red truck.
I believe so.
When you were at the home during any of those searches, but in particular on April 13th, was there a brown truck at the home?
I don't recall.
If there was a brown truck there and something was found in it, would you have been made aware of that?
Yes.
If we could, Scott, put up Exhibit 1-16 and 1-18 side by side.
Bruised Violets, this is a great question in the chat. Is that why she bought from Carmen Lauber CL again after to have evidence or quote unquote evidence? Not the way that the evidence has come in. And to my memory from the preliminary hearing, we've seen only a bit of this, so this is a little bit of a spoiler, but it was the subsequent purchase was between Valentine's Day and March 3rd. I do not know at this time if there was a subsequent purchase after that. But also CL was in custody on other things at some point after that. So I don't know when CL went into custody, not related to this, related to other things. Well, related to other narcotic things, but not this case. So there's going to be some timing on that, but I don't think anything was purchased again after Eric's death. But we'll see. It's a good question.
Is this what you wanted to show the witness?
Yes, Scott, is there a second page to 1-18? Okay, go. That's the view that I would like, please. If we could publish that to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No. So when we're looking at these two photographs, the photograph on the left,
Look at this photograph.
I just want to make this clear for the jury. These items were located on April 13th.
I'm really glad they're going back through and clarifying this point.
2022.
Correct.
And the items on the left were located in the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
The item on the right was located in the kitchen.
Correct.
Now, you also testified with Miss Nestor there was hydrocodone found in a baggie,
Yes.
and that was located kind of like a mudroom area.
Yeah.
Were those items sent to be tested at the lab?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Scott, if we could
I
show
wish
the
you would
witness
ask.
exhibit 1
I wish the prosecution would ask sometime in this, is it your job to send those out to the lab?
-17, please. Is there a second page to that one?
Scott is the tech
Okay,
operator
that
for
view
the
is fine.
prosecution. He is the one with the
If
amazing
we could
mustache.
show that to the jury, please.
Katie Nestor is the
No objection.
tech expert for the
Is this a
for
photograph that
the
you took?
defense.
Yes.
Is that, did you look at that jacket?
I didn't look inside the jacket.
Not inside the jacket, but did you look at the jacket?
Not really, no.
Could you tell if it was a men's jacket or a women's jacket?
I can't tell, no.
You can take it down. Now, I want to talk about the black jacket, the Under Armour jacket. You went back and retrieved that jacket from the home
Correct.
with a search warrant.
Yes.
Why did you retrieve that jacket out of all the
Ooh,
jackets?
I want to
in the-
know.
It was the jacket that a pair of tweezers and a small piece of plastic was located in.
How did they know that there were tweezers in the jacket? I don't know if we will get the answer. I'm not asking y'all for the answer because all of our answers would be speculation. This is what was recovered in February this year. So I'm curious what led them down that road. What new information led them to a subsequent search warrant? We saw the tweezers. We knew they had come from a jacket pocket. We didn't know why. And I think by that time in that presentation, I had forgotten what date we were on. But I wonder if those tweezers were tested and if they thought there might be residue on them. Right? Because there are things you might not want to touch with your fingers. That is my speculation. I am speculating. We do not know. We will see. They took them for a reason. They knew that they were there. I have some guesses as to why that would be, but I imagine it's from new information that they learned prior to trial.
So, Miss Nestor has gone over these multiple searches with you. Why do you keep going back to the house?
There you go, chat. All of you said. Chat's wise. Chat's basically got their EDB University law degree, like Lawnard Law School. Why do you keep going back?
We obtained additional information that could potentially lead to something else that we could have missed originally. We're looking for different items.
The investigation
Missed isn't the word I would
Is
use.
it developing between those searches?
Yes.
You're receiving new information?
Yes.
And you might not have had probable cause to grab the thing before.
And we talked about some phone
Missed is
calls
not the
that
word I
you
would have
had
used, but the defense
retrieved
will
and
seize
booked
on
into
it.
evidence. Were you ever, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever involved in downloading, storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
The defense attorney left a really awkward insinuation about you grabbing phone calls between defendant and her mom. And so because of the way that the defense asked the question, the prosecution wants to clear up, those were recorded phone calls that you downloaded. I would ask it just that way. You downloaded recorded phone calls and the parties knew they were being recorded. You can do this with another witness, but she's like, what do you mean secret?
Or no?
No.
Storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Yes or no?
No.
Give me just a minute.
They will just have to clear this
Those are all
up.
my questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
They will just have to clear this up.
Redirect, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, the recross.
So what you just said to Ms. Chevernick, you would go back in case you missed things,
And we obtain additional information
in case you missed it.
with additional information.
And you had to do that,
Right.
looks like a minimum of 10 times.
The defense
Yes, we
immediately
kept
seized on it.
Obtaining additional information.
So each time you went back, you found things you'd missed before?
It's things that weren't being looked for before.
Her use of the word missed versus probable cause is limited is a whole different thing.
Okay. At the very beginning of Ms. Chevernick's
Shit.
questions,
We're back to the beginning.
she mentioned that you were not legally authorized to search the home on the day of the death pursuant to a warrant.
And here's that
correct?
argument.
Correct.
However, you can certainly legally search a home if someone consents and says, hey, search my home, right?
Ding,
Correct.
ding, ding.
Okay, and Ms. Richins didn't stop anyone from searching anything in that house, did she?
I
At
didn't
any
have,
point.
I didn't have any interaction with her, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm unaware.
I mean, she didn't stop you.
Correct.
And you knew when you arrived, because you were there to help Detective Woody, you knew from the minute you got there that somebody was making allegations that she was involved in the death. From the minute you
It's a
got
good
there, right?
recross.
Not the minute I got there, no.
How soon after you got there?
I don't recall how long it had been. I was just there to assist Detective Woody, and there were some suspicious circumstances.
And you knew that day, right?
I know there was some allegations, yes, that day.
Did you ever go to
good
Ms.
question.
Richins and say, may I please photograph your bathroom? May I please photograph your kitchen sink? May I please have those drink cups that are in the sink? Did you ever do any of that?
No.
Okay.
And there's not much that the prosecution can do
I
with
think that's all I
that.
have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right? There's not much they can do.
Mr.
Because this witness can't say, yeah, but then you'd be arguing this and this and this. So it's a fair argument. Their job is to poke doubt. And there are going to be, or might be, some jurors that are like, okay, well, if you thought it was sus, why didn't you do more? Again, there's a lot of trial left, but it's fair.
Chevernick, anything else?
No, Jack.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, you can step down. You can take the things in your custody with you.
Yeah, it's a good,
Very good.
that was a
Am I
good
released from my
recross.
subpoena? Or am I gonna
I'm
be-
actually not sure.
It was to the point.
Let me ask. It's a fair question.
She capitalized on the things that
If
were
we could just
said.
not release her, but we promise if we need her, we'll give her much advance notice that
Fair
she needs to
notice,
come
yeah.
back.
So you're not released. We'll make sure you get fair notice.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
And if she could be advised not to discuss her testimony.
Yeah, she's not released.
Counsel, would you approach?
Yes.
And you heard the white noise there just a little bit, but I think that was a good recross. again, you can see the attorneys think on their feet sometimes better than others. I think Nestor did a great job capitalizing on what was in that redirect on a recross. And remember, just like sports commentary, we're going play by play, question by question. There's a lot of trial to come. All right, we're zooming through this sidebar.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think part of the issue is that the prosecution is going to need to speak to their evidence witness, especially if she needs to bring other things to court. So being like, you can't speak to them, they're going to have to speak to her. Also, if she comes back as a witness, I imagine the prosecution said, look, if we need to clear something up, we'll bring her back. We're not going to play games like that. So, yeah.
Ms. Sherbanek, Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
All right.
Dr. Peterson.
Moving on to witness number 13, whoever Dr. Peterson is. I think this is maybe one of the victim's doctors we heard about yesterday. I'm going to zoom as the witness comes in. I feel like we've lived
Examination,
17.
so could I just have a look at
I think we've lived 17 days on that last witness.
I need to go look at one piece of evidence and bring it up for this examination, so could I just have a minute or two to
Yeah,
talk?
you know what, folks? We'll just let you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. All right. So the jury's going to go out for a 5-minute break. Tiffany's asked, did I miss the toxicology specialist yesterday? Tiffany, you missed good EDB stories yesterday. Not a lot else happened yesterday. All right, the jury's going
Have a
out.
seat.
Let's see if they put
Court
anything
will
on
be
the
in
record.
recess until Mr. Burmester. Why don't you do that, and I'll give Mr. Bloodworth the benefit of the record. How about that? Okay. Very good. Mr. Bloodworth.
Are they
John,
making a
I appreciate
record?
that. I've actually asked Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help.
What is going on that you need a quick transcript for?
Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help the argument. I don't have it yet.
No problem. We'll do it later.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30.
Okay. That's not. What in the world just happened? Those are the accessibility settings, which I seem to have accidentally hit. They are taking a 5-minute stretch break. Bloodworth is asking for a quick version of the transcript. There is a process to take a transcript from the way it is recorded and captured by the court reporters to the type of transcript we look at and read when I pull them up, which I have like so many transcripts I want to go through, but he's asking for like a rough version, quick, dirty, a rough version of the transcript to make an argument. We don't know what argument that is. It's going to be something that came up at sidebar. We're going to zoom past this break. Don't worry. After this trial, we will have time to go through transcripts of all of the things that we want transcripts to go through. It's just not going to happen until after this trial. There is much that is needed to be reviewed. All right. That seems more than 5 minutes. But I'm timeline. What do I know? That seemed like
Invite the
an
jury in.
awful long zoom room.
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
can we invite the jury in? He said, is there anything we need before we invite the jury in? Okay.
We need Mr. Burmester.
Okay. They're waiting for Mr. Burmester. We are not supposed to be able to hear what is going on at defense counsel table. In this moment, we can. Kouri's talking about the fact that it's freezing in the courtroom. She's like, it's freezing. And I could hear her say, I could hear defense counsel say, I know all the jurors are coming in like winter coats. So I don't know. Anyone living in Utah, cold? It's been real fucking cold in Nashville.
Oh, thank you.
I just turned on the heater in my office.
Sir, if you just wait in the gallery for just a second.
That's the witness.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there is fine.
A lot of you are saying how cold it is. I know it's been,
Okay.
that cold snap was
Mr.
brutal.
Burmester, are we ready for the jury?
We are.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Rocky Top Girl asked about a restock on the hoodies. Team Baker and I have been talking about it. We've been talking about it. I will let you know when I have more info on that. They sold out faster than we
Have a seat.
anticipated.
Thank you.
And we don't want to do that to y'all. Our goal is that if you want
Burmester,
it, you can
state's
get
next.
it. That's always our goal. Our goal is never to be like, oh, you can't get it. Our goal is always for you to get it if you want to. So we're talking about it.
Thank you.
Let's see what we can do. And see how long it'll
Mr.
take.
Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
The state calls Brianna Peterson.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Peterson, one of the problems we sometimes
if you'd
have
step in
with
front of
merch
Brittany,
is
we'll get you sworn in.
the base hoodies. We tend to buy them out. So we have to wait until
Do you solemnly swear the
physical
testimony
more
you're about to
hoodies are
give in the
made.
matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties?
The
of
Lawnards sell things out and break things. I love it. But yeah, this one was very popular, and we don't want you guys to feel like you couldn't get one.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last
All
name?
right, Dr.
for me?
Brianna Peterson.
Brianna Lynn Peterson, Peterson.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic toxicologist
Oh?
with NMS Labs.
Oh,
How long have you been?
oh. I mean, we heard the name the other day. I thought you were one of the doctors for the victim. The toxicologist. I'm very excited. Miguelina, will you let the app know that the toxicologist is taking the stand? Oh, I'm very excited about this testimony. Yay! Oh, this is fair. In the chat, somebody said, no, the victim's doctor is Anderson, not Peterson. Fair. Yay, toxicology.
A forensic toxicologist.
Over 20 years.
And with NMS?
I've been with NMS since June of 2021.
Okay. So you were working there in March of 2022?
Ooh, I'm
Correct.
very excited.
What is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicology, you analyze biological samples for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol.
And what is your education, briefly?
I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry.
First of all, we love all of the chemistry, everything. We're still doing it at 1.25 until we get to the findings because y'all are so very considered in the way you speak. And I have to stop streaming before like 9 o'clock tonight. So 1.25.
From the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in 1997, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois at Chicago in 1999, and a PhD in toxicology from the University of Georgia in 2007.
Since becoming a forensic toxicologist,
Also, University of Wisconsin, beautiful campus. Beautiful campus. Absolutely stunning. I was shook. I don't think I could go visit in the winter. Stunning campus. I'm so excited for this.
20 years
witness.
ago, have you had training, continuous training?
Yes, so throughout my career, I've received training specific to the chemical extractions that are to be performed on the biological samples, the instrumentation that's used for the analysis, and then also pharmacology for the interpretation of the drug and ethanol results and how they might apply to either impairment or a medical legal death investigation.
So have you had a chance to, this is kind of a funny question, have you had a chance to check the data from biological samples?
Yes,
About how many times have you done that?
So my primary job duty is case review. So on average, I probably review 12,000 cases a year with
Holy
NMS labs.
shit.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in a criminal case?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 160.
How does the toxicology process work? I mean, how do you get it, at whose request, and what happens to it?
So NMS receives samples from various clients like medical examiners, coroners, law enforcement, hospitals. So we receive the evidence and the client will request specific testing to be performed.
And you said they come from all over the country?
Correct.
And so how do they get there?
So they can be shipped via FedEx, UPS, hand delivery, US mail.
Then once they arrive at NMS, what happens to the sample?
We have a specimen processing department that will open up the packaging, compare the evidence against the information that was provided by the client on a request form to make sure that the information matches. And then we create our own unique case. We have an electronic laboratory information management system where we'll input all the information provided to us, what testing was requested, and then we give each case a unique 8-digit number that we barcode. So all of the evidence is barcoded so it can be tracked throughout the time in the laboratory.
Right. That makes perfect sense.
Once they receive it and process it as you've just described, then is it secured someplace?
Yes, so it's a secure facility in general, and then so the building is secure, and then the laboratory also has limited access to the people that need to use the laboratory, and then where the evidence is stored in like walk-in freezers or fridges, that also requires like a prox card access. So it's secure and then limited to staff that need access to those areas.
So when it comes to testing, what happens, we heard about some gray vials and stuff, for example. What happens to how does it get into the laboratory?
So for this case,
They
we
check
received
it
2
in?
blood samples. They were both in gray top vials. So each vial is going to get its own unique barcode number. And then when testing is going to be performed, we will take out a small volume of blood that's needed for the test. So we have the original container that was received, and we just remove out or aliquot the amount of volume that's needed for the test. And then, that's placed into a clean new test tube that also is barcoded and tracked.
Then this aliquot is forwarded to the lab for the scientists to run through the instruments?
Yes, so the aliquot is given to a staff member who will perform the specific test following a standardized operating procedure.
Okay. Is it run by itself or in batches of cases?
So we run batches, so there's going to be many other unknown case samples, and then also every batch will have a set of standards and controls that is also run concurrently with the unknown cases.
So when the instrument runs its test on any particular sample, how is the data entered?
So everything is being tracked by that unique case number that we gave it. Once an extraction is performed, the sample is run on an instrument. The instrument has inputted, like they scan the barcode to tell the instrument this is, this vial is this case number. After the data is reviewed, it's sent electronically from the instrument to our electronic laboratory information management system that stores the results. So it's always just following our unique case number.
Everything is scanned.
Is there someone
Everything
near in
is
time
just
who then reviews that data to make
automatically done. Look at how easy it is when you can just barcode everything and go doop doop. So easy. So easy.
sure that it was processed properly?
Yes, so after the person in the laboratory performs their procedure, it runs on an instrument. When the instrument is done running, the entire batch, someone's going to review all of the data for the knowns to make sure that the positive controls were positive, the negatives were negative, and then that all of the unknown cases, that any results that were found meet the acceptance criteria for reporting. So they'll look at the batch in its entirety to make sure that it's acceptable based on those standards and controls. And then when they're done, a second person is going to do the exact same thing. So it's like a double check of their work before that batch is released and those results sent to the computer system.
And that's the same process for each test that you run on all the various substances?
Correct.
Okay. When do you come into the picture?
So after all testing has been completed for a case, then in my role as a toxicologist, I'm going to review the data from all of the testing that was performed for this specific case. I also have access to the administrative information provided by the client on that request form. So I'm making sure that the correct testing was performed that was requested. So I review everything, and then I will issue a final toxicology report with the findings from all of the testing.
So in this particular case, you received some samples from the Utah Medical Examiner on March 8th?
Correct.
Okay, and it was assigned the unique number at that point?
Correct.
And what did you receive?
We received 2 tubes of blood, vitreous fluid, urine, liver tissue, and gastric fluid.
Okay. And initially, what were you asked to do?
Initially, it was just requested that we perform a test that screens for alcohol and drugs in one of the blood samples.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. In the screening, were any of those did any of those come up positive for substances that you subsequently tested a confirmatory test?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
So we first perform a broad drug screen that looks for hundreds of different drugs. And then based on those results, if there's any positive findings, then we will perform a second confirmation test that's more specific and sensitive for that drug or drug class. And so that's, we're taking a separate aliquot, performing a separate test, running on another instrument to confirm those original screening results.
And in this case, what did you find in the confirmatory test?
Fentanyl and norfentanyl.
Okay. Did the confirmatory test identify levels?
Yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms.
All right, we are getting right into results. And I imagine we're going to get into more results. So I'm going to just let them go through all of the reports again, back at normal speed, because we are past the background training and experience.
Per milliliter and
So the fentanyl and the norfentanyl.
Did the confirmatory test identify levels?
yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter.
What is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So when your body is trying to eliminate drugs, they'll break them down into a different form called metabolites sometime that are easier for the body to excrete. So it's inactive, it doesn't cause any effects, but it just shows that some fentanyl has been metabolized to norfentanyl.
Did you screen for hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did the screen identify anything for further testing?
No.
So the screen was negative.
Any other opioids tested in the screening?
Yes.
And any others besides fentanyl positive for further testing?
No.
Do you know
He could have
how
asked that more
long
clear, I think.
hydrocodone stays in the body that you're able to find
That's a
it
good question.
in the subsequent toxicology test?
So hydrocodone has a half-life of maybe 4 to 6 hours. So a half-life refers to how long does it take for the concentration to go in half. And usually drugs will be completely eliminated from your body in 5 half-lives. So if someone took a dose of hydrocodone, we would expect it all to be eliminated within 20 to 30 hours based on that 4 to 6 hour half-life times 5.
I just talk nerdy to me about all of the things. It is very important that there is no hydrocodone in his system, and then what the elimination times are, especially if the argument's going to be that the hydrocodone could have been tainted or the hydrocodone could have been compromised, dirty, whatever you want to call it, that's the source of the fentanyl. So they're going through with this witness and just answering what's in there, eliminating those other avenues for how the fentanyl got into Eric Richins' system. Remember, the defense said at the beginning that the prosecution cannot show you how the fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins. So this is going to be part of this.
When a person dies, does it freeze in place, whatever
Does metabolism
is there?
stop?
I mean, you don't continue to eliminate it, or it doesn't evaporate once it's the blood is drawn out.
Just ask what
It
happens.
Freezes it in place. Is that correct?
In general, it's going to be a snapshot of what was going on. There are some drugs that might have limited stability, like cocaine can be broken down after death just due to enzymes that are present that can break it down into its metabolite. So there are a few drugs that we know have limited stability in the biological samples after death, but for the most part, yes, it's, your body has stopped working, like it's no longer going to be metabolizing, etc.
Is that true for opioids then?
That it should be a snapshot of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of a principle or a theory or something called postmortem redistribution?
Yes.
What now?
Can you give a brief explanation of what that is?
So postmortem redistribution, so after someone dies, the pH of your blood starts to change and the permeability of the tissues isn't maintained the same. So it means if there was like drugs stored in like major organs like your heart or your lungs, they might start to seep out of those organs and go into the neighboring blood. And so this means like they're being redistributed. So maybe there was a concentration of drugs in your heart, and now after death, due to the changes the body might be undergoing, they might go into the blood and increase the concentration. So the blood might not be, the concentration that's there might not be an exact representation of the concentration at the time right before death, right? So it might have increased due to the tissues releasing some of their drug stores into that blood sample.
When you obtain the blood, when the person, the OME or whomever is obtaining the blood, does it, after death, does it matter where they obtain it from with regards to this redistribution?
Post-mortem redistribution should occur less if you take from a peripheral blood source like the femoral vein, because those veins aren't as close to the major organs, versus if you take blood from a central source like a cardiac, that is closer to your heart and all of the other organs. So it's more likely to have postmortem redistribution in a central blood source compared to a peripheral, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in a peripheral blood source.
Okay. So does the literature say, identify what is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
So studies are published that provide concentrations of drugs found where it's been determined that fentanyl contributed to the death. So there are studies that give these concentration ranges, yes.
And does it vary from person to person?
Yes, so based on an individual's history of use with the drug, they might have a tolerance to it, which means that you might need a higher concentration to obtain the same desired effect. And it also means that you might need a higher concentration from someone, a chronic user, compared to a naive user for that drug to cause their death. So it can vary what is a lethal concentration for individual to individual.
For a person who has never taken fentanyl before, what is the literature say is a lethal dose?
So just in general, the lowest reported concentrations of fentanyl are 3 nanograms per milliliter, where it's been contributed to their death.
Okay, so in this case, we had 15.
Correct.
Which is 5 times that.
Correct.
Okay, now, even assuming this redistribution, postmortem redistribution, is that significantly still above this 3 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, 15 is greater than 3.
Thank you. I am just a lawyer, so pardon my math. Okay, at a later time,
Y'all, this might not help, but for those of you that can, it seems to be a mobile YouTube issue. So I don't know. It is not on our end. Our stream is fine on our end. It's on YouTube's end. YouTube sent out a notification yesterday that there were issues with chat. So I don't know. There's nothing we can do to fix it because it's not on our end, and there are a few things we have control of, and this is one of the things that we do not have control on. So apologies, chat. We have alerted the powers that be the best we can, but that is something we cannot control.
were you asked to examine other of the samples that you were sent by the Utah medical examiner?
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform a alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did, following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at...
I'm going to back this up because I want to hear all of these together. Sorry, I got distracted by chat. That's on me. But I wanted to hear all of these answers together. So I'm just backing that up real quick because there's only so much we can do for customer service. So thanks, guys.
Gastric fluid.
I wanted to hear, that's what I wanted to hear. So I think the gastric fluid is pretty critical here. So thank you.
Examiner.
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform a alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did, following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Norfentanyl was detected at 52 nanograms per milliliter. And acetylfentanyl was detected at 29 nanograms per milliliter.
We haven't heard about acetylfentanyl. What is that?
Acetylfentanyl is a fentanyl analog, so it's
This is important.
similar in structure,
Important
but it's
info.
an illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen.
Medical fentanyl that's used medically does not break down into that particular acetyl fentanyl. So the presence of that indicates that this was not something that was prescribed.
In illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
Right. So the breakdown of all of this is incredibly important. And I think the prosecutor is doing a pretty good job of pausing and breaking it down.
Sure,
but
it's
I backed that up a little.
illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen in illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
So for purposes of an analyst or a criminal investigator, that would be a marker that this came from a source, this fentanyl came from a source that was illicit.
You could provide that interpretation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could have just had acetylfentanyl and maybe a fentanyl prescription, but often when you see acetylfentanyl, it's an indication that the fentanyl was illicit.
Okay. This 279 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol, I want to go into that. First of all, how much alcohol is that in layman's terms, like in order of, say, shots of liquor or 12-ounce beers or whatever?
So this will be kind of a multi-step answer. So the
I love
279
that.
milligrams per deciliter is a concentration. And so your question was asking just about milligrams. So like if you have a beer or a shot of alcohol, that's just in terms of milligrams of ethanol. So to figure that out, you would have to take the 279 times the total volume of gastric fluid that's available.
Were you made aware of the total volume?
Yes, I was.
From whom?
Dr. Ulmer,
Okay. And did she give you a figure?
700 milliliters.
Okay. And so from that, you were able to make a calculation?
Yeah, so you would multiply the 279 times the 700 milliliters and doing the conversions for deciliter to milliliters, but you end up with around 1,900 milligrams of ethanol versus a standard drink of ethanol is 14,000 milligrams. So it's well below the amount that you would find just in one standard drink of ethanol.
That's interesting.
Is there another possible source for this alcohol than alcoholic beverage?
Yes, so it's known that if you have a source of glucose and bacteria, that ethanol can be formed post-mortem. So the bacteria convert glucose, because it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, just like ethanol. It can convert glucose into ethanol. And so obviously, like in gastric contents, you might have a source of glucose if there's food there, and then your stomach naturally has bacteria. So this postmortem formation can occur either in the body prior to sample collection, but it could also happen in the collection container because often they don't have a preservative that would inhibit the bacteria from doing this process of postmortem formation of ethanol.
So was it mostly Moscow Mule?
Is it any way
or
you
mostly
can
ginger beer?
chemically identify whether it's this post-mortem decomposition or vodka?
Not in the testing that we performed.
Can you tell us, based on your knowledge of the
Interesting.
the volume in the gastric
Yeah, I
fluid?
want to know about the volume too.
Anything about this quetiapine?
I thought we were
how much
going to still talk about the alcohol.
of a
Okay.
pill, if you will, would be there, or a dosage?
Right. So again,
okay.
you would take the concentration, the 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, multiply it times the total 700 milliliters, and you get a very large number. But drugs are given typically in milligram doses, and there's
Okay.
1 million nanograms in 1 milligram, right? So after you do that math, it ends up being 11 milligrams of quetiapine. I just
Which
want to state,
equates
like,
to how
the
much?
assumption is that 700 milliliters of gastric was homogeneous, so that the concentration was consistent throughout the entire
That makes
volume,
sense.
and that the sample that was sent to us represents that 700 milliliters as a whole.
That
Like,
it's equally
that assumption
diluted.
has to be made for the calculations that I'm providing.
Interesting.
And so is it
I
that
really like the way she
16,000
explains.
come to equal a standard dosage? prescription dosage?
I would say it's less than a standard dosage. I mean, it depends on a person's prescription, but typically like 75, 100, 250 milligrams of quetiapine might be prescribed.
But if it's not
Versus-
your prescription,
Our calculation was 11 milligrams.
so 11 milligrams is low for a standard dose. Interesting. Remember,
Did you, a few minutes ago,
the Quetiapine, Quetiapine, Seroquel, was prescribed to Kouri Richins. So the fact that it's in Eric Richins' system at all is interesting.
did you have an opportunity to look at States Exhibit
JW,
9?
JW in the chat asked 11 milligrams as it was taken days earlier. This is in the stomach fluid. So no, it would not last in the stomach fluid that long. So this is from the stomach fluid. And no, I have not been infected by Nestor's pronunciation. I am going to just continue to make fun of the pronunciation because I'm amused by it.
-1, a quetiapine bottle with its label on it.
And now they're going to look at
Yes,
the
I did.
exhibit. And remember, those pills in the
also,
exhibit were all in half.
Have
So in the bottle, they
the
were all half
results
pills.
that you
And her prescription, I think, was for a quarter. So the pills were already broken in half in the bottle.
obtained through screening and your confirmation test. With the knowns that you have available to you, are you able to say that that the quetiapine and fentanyl had to have been taken sequentially, either one before the other one, or at the same time, or anything like
It's an
that?
interesting way to phrase that question.
I cannot make any of those
We can do that
conclusions.
cleaner, counsel. Can you tell what was taken when? No, it's all in the stomach. My coffee and my breakfast sandwich are in the stomach. Y'all have watched what order I ate them in, but if they, God forbid, had to go look, there's no way to say which came first. Fair.
I have nothing for this.
Boo! Counsel, why? Why are we ignoring the gummy elephant in the room? It's going to come up during cross, but counsel, pretty please, for me and the law nerds, can we just get into the THC of it all? Or maybe we're saving it for redirect. Maybe we are. Come on. I have so many more questions. Let's see what happens in redirect. I am judging. We'll see. But this is the forensic toxicologist from the lab. We know that the prosecution also has an expert to talk about the effects of drugs, etc. I'm glad they asked about the half-life of hydrocodone. I hope that we see the same questions about THC. Maybe they're just going to let the defense bring it up first. Let's see.
Ms. Lewis.
And Miss Lewis for cross.
Glass of water is for you.
The judge offered the witness a glass of water, which I always appreciate.
Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Morning.
I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. Nice to meet you. So you've been working at NMS Labs, you said, for how long?
Since June of 2021.
All right. And prior to that, were you still doing the same type of work, forensic toxicology?
Yes, I was.
All right. So part of your job isn't working with live patients, true?
Correct.
All right. So you don't deal with when someone comes in who's maybe possibly overdosing from some kind of drug?
That's correct.
All right, so you look at what's happened only after death by looking at samples, correct?
I look at the data generated from those samples being tested.
That's fair. That's fair. How a scientist would describe it rather than an attorney. Okay, so I want to talk about fentanyl and follow up a little bit on what Mr. Burmester asked you regarding lethal doses of fentanyl. So here you said we had 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in the bloodstream. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. And fatalities for fentanyl, there's a fairly large range of what could be a fatal dose of fentanyl. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. So a much lower dose could cause the death of someone. True?
Lower than 15? Yes.
Yes. And in
Yeah,
some
it can
people
be
who
lethal.
have some tolerance, it could be a higher dose than that before it would be fatal. Fair?
That's correct.
All right. So when someone takes fentanyl, is it fair to say that it would take about 30 minutes from the time the fentanyl's ingested before it starts to show up in the bloodstream?
Yeah, some of it's going to depend on if the stomach is empty and if it's in liquid form or solid, but I would say usually 15 to 60 minutes it might take for absorption for it to be at a measurable amount in the blood.
All right. And is there any way to tell? Let me rephrase that. There was also fentanyl found in Mr. Richins' stomach. We spoke about that.
Correct.
So we know that he for sure ingested fentanyl. It wasn't given to him or he didn't take it any other way.
Oh, look.
Like he didn't use it.
It wasn't
didn't inject
injected.
It. True.
Right.
I mean, you could do both, but the presence
stomach
of it in the
contents.
gastric contents does provide the interpretation that one route of administration was ingestion.
All right.
That was on my
makes sense.
computer. That's fair.
Now, you mentioned that also present was norfentanyl.
Correct.
And norfentanyl is a metabolite, did I say that properly, of fentanyl?
Yes, that's correct.
So when the body starts to metabolite the fentanyl, you'll see norfentanyl also in the system, or in the samples.
Well, correct.
Okay, well, let me ask another question, maybe we can clarify. It's possible that someone could die of a fentanyl overdose so quickly you wouldn't see norfentanyl in the system, true?
That's correct.
All right. So in someone
Chad, I
who's
caught that
never
too.
taken fentanyl, hypothetically,
When she was starting to say given, yeah, right. So we do know it was at least orally ingested, correct? No, correct.
it's possible that first exposure, they take it, they die so quickly, norfentanyl is not observed.
Yes, that can happen.
All right. So when someone has a high dose of fentanyl and we see norfentanyl on the report, the body has started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be more, well, strike that. Let me ask one question before I get to that one. So that would mean that after the fentanyl was ingested, Mr. Richins was alive long enough that his liver began to metabolize the norfentanyl, or the fentanyl resulting in norfentanyl.
Correct.
All right. And that would be more likely for the body to start to metabolize it before death in someone who it was not their first time taking fentanyl, correct?
I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
And, well, let me back up. So it's possible someone has no exposure to fentanyl, they take it, they die very, very quickly.
That's a possibility, yes.
And someone who has had exposure, I'm not saying that 100% wouldn't, they may show norfentanyl, but it's more likely that someone who's had some exposure to fentanyl would start, especially at a higher dose, would start to metabolize it, having the norfentanyl appear, as opposed to someone who had never taken it. True?
I don't agree with that.
All right.
I do appreciate this defense team says true versus correct, but it is It is
You talked about
a
things
very
that were not
needed
found in the
area
blood.
of cross.
And, was naltrexone tested for?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and there was no naltrexone in Mr. Richins' blood?
The screening result did not meet the threshold to go to that second confirmation test.
All right.
So
I want to move to
No.
post-mortem production of alcohol that you talked about with Mr. Burmester. So post-mortem production of alcohol is more likely to occur in some scenarios than other scenarios. Fair?
I appreciate when she talks about the screening threshold not met, because a scientist is never going to say quantitatively that there is zero, because I don't think they can ever quantitate zero. They're like, it did not meet the threshold. So there could be an amount that is so small that it cannot be shown, but that would still be an amount that is not perceived. I appreciate the preciseness of the witness. And we see this with the scientific witnesses so often. It's appreciated.
Yes.
I mean, not every body is going to have post-mortem production of alcohol. We don't see that just because someone dies, that's not there. True?
That's correct.
All right. So some of the circumstances that might result in postmortem are things such as a long delay between the death and autopsy. True?
I mean, the two variables that are needed are glucose and the bacteria.
All right. But is it also true that there are certain scenarios where it's more likely to happen, such as a long delay between the autopsy and the death? You're more likely to see it than an autopsy that happened fairly quickly. Fair?
Are you talking about in any matrix or gastric in particular or just general?
Well,
Sorry.
well, now you're getting scientific on me.
I'll just answer your question that
You heard her list out her credentials, right? Scientist. You're going all sciencey on me. Accurate. Yeah. Specificity is kind of their vibe.
yes, a longer postmortem interval is a pre-analytical factor that could lead to postmortem formation of ethanol.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying every time, but these are
Correct.
circumstances that make it more likely.
It can be, yes.
Okay. And we didn't have a long delay here between death and autopsy.
No.
I mean, when she's talking about time, if the other factors aren't present, time doesn't matter. You have to have the other two factors. It's not, because the way that counsel was asking the question to my brain, and then again, I'm also trying to troubleshoot and figure out why YouTube is just having a day. Probably because of what I said earlier today, Emily, obviously. But it seemed that counsel was insinuating if someone is decomposing for a long enough period of time that this will happen. And she's saying not if glucose and the bacteria aren't present. This is not a function of time. The other factors have to be present, and then time can come into context, but time alone doesn't help. If that makes sense.
Idea.
Well, is assuming he died somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., autopsy's done at 7:30 a.m., that's not considered a long delay in terms of an autopsy, true?
It is not a long delay.
That's just not something I do. So
Okay.
I don't have
So
an
that would be a
opinion.
question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Question for an ME.
Yes.
All right, fair. Does trauma to the body increase the chances of postmortem production of alcohol?
Huh?
It can, because if you have trauma where the gastric tract gets broken open, then that bacteria is released and can be in the blood, and you need the bacteria to do the postmortem formation.
Right. And that didn't happen here.
Ew.
No idea.
So a body being warm for a long
She got the vials. She didn't do the autopsy. She doesn't know. She just got the vials. That's it.
period of time, that also increases the chances
It
of
could.
postmortem.
It could, yes.
And are you aware if when a body arrives at a ME's office, typically it's refrigerated, fair?
Yes.
All right. Was there testing done for yeast in his system that could produce alcohol?
No, there was not.
Because yeast in the system is something that would result in postmortem. Well, I might be phrasing that wrong.
This is
but
fair
yeast
about
in
the
system
CPR and the
could
Lucas
result
system.
in the production of alcohol that would be seen, such as it was here.
Yes.
All right, but that wasn't tested for.
No.
All right. So it's possible that there was postmortem decomposition, but it's equally possible that he took a drink before bed, correct?
Correct.
Do you see where we're going with that question? Right to the doubt part?
How long after taking a drink of alcohol?
If two things are equally possible, the jury's going to get an instruction. If two things are equally possible, you have to pick the one that points towards not guilty. She's laying the groundwork for that, and I think laying the groundwork for that well.
Well, is it fair to say alcohol takes about 10 to 15 minutes to hit the bloodstream?
Again, it depends on the stomach and if it's full or not. So if you have an empty stomach, then the alcohol can get to the intestines faster, which is where the majority of the absorption occurs. So yeah, maybe 15, 30 minutes if your stomach is empty. But if you have delayed gastric emptying, then it might take longer.
You got to put down the
for you to
food
reach that
layer.
peak alcohol
The
concentration.
food layer.
All right, peak alcohol concentration.
Yeah,
but
for
that's
some alcohol to be in the blood, sure. 15,
Okay.
30 minutes.
within 30 minutes.
Yes.
And some fentanyl would be in the blood probably within 30 minutes of ingestion.
That's an interesting question.
Again, yeah, within 15 to 60 minutes in general, yes.
So, if Mr. Richins had fentanyl in the blood, but not alcohol,
Good question.
a possibility is, a real possibility, is that he ingested the fentanyl and did not, and then took a drink, give or take maybe 30 minutes later. Maybe less, 15 to 30 minutes after he took the fentanyl. Fair assumption, correct?
It's a good question.
I can't provide a timeline of when things were ingested. Some of it is, you say, take a drink. Did you take a sip? That might not even become measurable in the blood. Or how long did he live after the alcohol was consumed and the body could have just metabolized it below our threshold for reporting. So I can speak generally about both, yes, can be absorbed and be present in the blood within the 15, 30 minutes.
Well, that amount of fentanyl, typically, someone would pass away, would die from that dosage of fentanyl within 20 minutes.
Interesting.
I can't provide an exact time frame. Sometimes there's delayed deaths with respiratory depression, so I can't pinpoint.
Okay.
There's going to be another
You can't
witness that does that.
I understand. I mean, we're talking in generalities here. So if someone takes that dosage of fentanyl that you found, what would you expect? Would someone live for?
Did she give a dosage amount, or did she just give how much was recovered? Because some was in the blood and some was in the stomach. So I don't think she said what a dosage would be. However, it is a good cross. So trying to parse, okay, but if he took the fentanyl first, that would explain why there's no alcohol metabolized in the blood, vis-a-vis where my brain goes, which is there's no alcohol metabolized in the blood because the fentanyl killed him so fast. The defense just needs two things to be possible to create doubt. The prosecution needs to close that door to eliminate doubt. Easier for the defense to be like, but this is possible. These are good. It's a good cross.
Hours after that? They wouldn't.
Again, I don't even know what dosage was taken, and I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug, so I can just say what was detected in the blood, what was detected in the gastric, and I can provide general information about absorption of alcohol and drugs and timeframes.
All right, so he might have lived longer had he, this was not the first time he took fentanyl, he may have lived longer after he took the fentanyl.
Again, I don't know what dose was taken.
All right, I'm basing it on what was in the blood. You know how much was in the blood, which can give you an idea.
You can't limit it that way. You can't limit what was in the blood and not what was in the stomach.
Approximately of a dose that was taken. Fair?
No.
I mean, assuming I'm not sure what you mean by dose, like how many micrograms of fentanyl were taken.
Yeah, you can't ignore what's in the blood versus what's in the stomach. You can't parse those two
right.
things out.
You've testified that 15.
And Madame Forensic Toxicologist is not going to just be like, ignore a fact. Can you imagine looking at a scientist dead ass in the face and be like, ignore this factor and consider only this? The buffering you get is no, we're not playing make pretend. No.
Nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So
I stepped right in the middle of Miss Lewis's question because the witness was buffering. So I'm going to let her ask it again.
you've testified that 15 nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So, and I understand, we don't know if that meant he ingested 1 pill of fentanyl or 5 pills of fentanyl. We don't know that. True?
Correct.
All right. However, he clearly took more than, and you're going to have to help me with the numbers, because I don't know how it converts from milligrams taken to what's in the blood. But you said a lethal dose could be as low as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
A lethal concentration.
Concentration.
Right. So in your experience as a toxicologist, wouldn't that give you some idea of the amount of fentanyl that was ingested to result in that in the blood? Maybe not exactly, but you would have an idea.
Well, again, previously I testified about postmortem redistribution, so I'm not aware if that happened or not and could have elevated that concentration of fentanyl. So there's limitations to being able to say what dose ended up with this concentration.
All right, let's try and put this in terms for a layperson. You're handed a fentanyl pill. It's got 1 milligram of fentanyl in it. Is that a lethal dose of fentanyl? Could it be? I know you don't know because it would depend on the individual.
Yes.
All right. And if someone took 1 milligram, a 1 milligram pill of fentanyl, and give me a range of what you would expect to see in the blood. Would that be more or less than what you saw here? A range. I know you can't tell me exactly.
What's the question?
So let's say you're given a 800 microgram dose of fentanyl, because fentanyl is very potent.
1
so
milligram would be a lot of fentanyl,
yeah, we don't
right?
give milligrams, we
Okay.
give micrograms, so 1,000-fold less.
She's like, okay, first, can we get the languaging correct, please? Okay.
Thank you.
But therapeutically, you're trying to get into that 2 to 5 nanogram range, because it's a very small window of when it's therapeutic and when it's fatal.
Which is terrifying.
All right. I think that helps me with my question. So someone's just given a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital, which apparently is nanograms, because milligrams is a lot when it comes to fentanyl.
Micrograms, yes.
Micrograms, thank you. Yeah. I don't know if I ever...
I have to think the confusion is a strategy, because it gets harder and harder to listen to. How many of your brains just went, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, and have wandered elsewhere? Right. And every time there's confusion in the micrograms, nanograms, milligrams, nanograms per milliliter, every time there's confusion in that, your brain just starts buffering and you're like, what are we talking about? And so we're not necessarily listening anymore. Right?
I took a science class in college, so... what would you expect to see range-wise in the blood had someone had a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital? let's say they died, not for some reason or another, after they had that therapeutic dose of fentanyl, what range would you expect to see in the blood?
All right, so clinically, when they dose people, then like 2 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. So he clearly took more.
The witness is trying
obviously,
so hard
than
to
a
follow the
therapeutic dose.
questioning. She can't
I
say
can't
he
make
took
that conclusion.
anything.
Well, it would be
Right.
pretty unusual to see 15 nanograms per milliliter if normally you think you'd see 2 or 3. Or I think you even said lower than that, I'm sorry.
But again,
I can tell you how much
I
is
don't
in
know
his
if postmortem
system.
redistribution occurred. I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. And so if they had tolerance, they could take a higher dose and be able to be alive with a higher concentration.
Right.
All right. And we don't know that. Okay, let me just boil it down. Is it possible, based on the findings
Now we're
here,
boiling it down.
that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl and then after he ingested the fentanyl, he had a drink of alcohol? We don't know how much, but he had a drink. That's a possibility. True?
True.
All right. I want to talk about the quetiapine for a minute. Now, quetiapine is not naturally produced in the body after someone dies, right?
Correct.
Correct.
So he had to have ingested quetiapine.
Correct.
And it appears that it was not a very high dose. You said it was probably a fairly low dose of quetiapine
In the gastric, yes.
in the gastric. And again, the quetiapine had not made it to the blood. He died before there was a chance for the quetiapine to make its way into his blood. Correct?
There was no quetiapine above our threshold for performing a confirmation test.
Well, you couldn't measure any quetiapine in the blood. True?
No.
You did measure some in the blood.
Yes.
And where's that in your report?
It wasn't above our threshold for reporting or
Interesting.
performing a confirmation test.
So in your report, there's no indication that quetiapine was found in the blood.
Correct.
All right. And your report's accurate.
Correct.
All right. So, again, quetiapine takes about the same amount of time to hit the blood as fentanyl, more or
Correct.
less, about
Correct.
30 minutes.
Correct.
So, a very possible scenario, likely scenario, is that he ingested the fentanyl before the quetiapine. Fair?
That's not what she just said at all.
Well, if he took them together, they would have both been in the blood. Right?
They were both
Not
in the
true.
blood.
I mean, if you didn't take a dose that would lead to a concentration that's reportable
Right. If you took less, there would be less in the phone.
in the blood, doesn't mean you didn't take it. It just means that it wasn't at a concentration high enough to be above our threshold for reporting.
Right.
All right,
Right.
I understand that, but maybe my question wasn't clear.
No, your question was clear. You're just not going to get the answer.
Whatever
that you
amount
like.
of quetiapine he took, there was not a measurable, reportable amount in his blood.
That is correct.
That's
The
correct.
fentanyl he took, there was.
That is correct.
The fentanyl had made its way to his blood prior to him passing.
That is correct.
The quetiapine had not.
Not above
That's
a
not accurate.
concentration that would be reported by us.
Not even in a concentration that you noted in any way.
Correct.
So it is possible that he took the fentanyl
I mean,
and
anything's
then
possible.
later took the quetiapine. That's a possibility,
Sure.
all right?
It's a good cross because
So
the
one
defense
possibility
needs to
here-
distance. The defense needs to distance themselves from. It seemed like all of these things were in his stomach at the same time. Did Kouri Richins put this all in a drink? That's what the defense needs to distance himself from. With it's possible he did this. It's possible he did this. It's possible he did that. More possibilities give more avenues for a juror in the jury room to say, yeah, but we don't know.
Is that
I feel like this witness is praying for patience. She is like, give me the strength to not snap at these questions. They're hard to follow questions at times.
Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took
Let me back up to the beginning of that question because I'm having a problem following it too.
that. Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took a Quetiapine. That's a possibility, correct?
Sure.
All right. Just give me a moment, please.
And a number of you are pointing out, but what about the lemon drop shot? The defense is conferring in a huddle.
Thank you, Dr. Breach.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please.
The defense has no further questions. We are getting to redirect, Emily, redirect.
Taking up where we last were, aren't there other equally possible hypotheticals, such as a drink of alcohol with quetiapine and fentanyl taken at the same time?
Sure.
Is the problem that there aren't enough, there are too many variables that are left unknown that we can't fix any of those? We can't fix the hypothetical
Not
and
fix
say
them, pin
one is
them.
more likely than another because there are too many variables?
The word fixed is weird in this context.
Yes.
One of those is that you can't tell this jury whether the alcohol in the gastric fluid came from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition.
Correct.
When you look at the 15 nanograms of fentanyl and the 3.3 of norfentanyl, can you give any insight as, is there a relationship, those numbers have some sort of relationship that we can tell anything from that? For example, how long
Yeah,
ago
what
it
is the
was
question?
taken, that sort of thing?
So assumptions still have to be made. So you would have, one assumption is this person has never used fentanyl before. Then that means that they lived long enough for the body to form norfentanyl. But for me, I have no idea their history of use. So there could be norfentanyl still present from a prior use, and then the new fentanyl was taken, and maybe they died before it started to metabolize, but that norfentanyl is still present from a prior use. But once fentanyl is absorbed into the blood, as soon as that
Interesting.
happens, it's circulating, can get to the liver, and that norfentanyl can start to appear right away. So within a few minutes, you're going to start having norfentanyl formed and present in the blood once the fentanyl is absorbed into the blood.
Whether you're a
Interesting.
previous user or a new user.
Correct.
Okay. We have the marker, possible marker of the acetyl fentanyl. And if we make an assumption that that came from the same source as the fentanyl,
Your Honor, I think that's beyond the scope. I didn't ask her anything about the fentanyl.
You
Well,
asked.
let's see what the rest of the question.
You asked about the timing of everything. You asked about the timing and the source. Could he have had this and then had a drink? It sounds like that's where this is going. A lot of you are like, they didn't ask about THC on cross at all. Right. They didn't, because the answers as it was left with the ME are vague. The answers with the ME included, we didn't see any of this in the lab results, but these aren't my lab results. I don't know if we needed to ask for additional screening, etc. They haven't asked this witness about it. And the defense, I don't think, wants to close that loop. So, no, they didn't ask about it.
Yes, and then you can renew your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Burmester.
We can make the assumption that it was an illicit source as opposed to a illicit source.
Same objection.
Sustained. Just keep it.
Okay, it's fine. I'll just.
I thought he
That's
was
all.
going somewhere
Anything
else.
further,
with
Ms.
that.
Lewis?
Oh,
Okay.
that was
You're welcome,
that was
Ms.
not a
Stephanie.
very helpful redirect at all, Mr. Burmester. That was not great. I'm surprised they're done with this witness.
Give me a sense. Is this a 15-minute witness or a longer?
Shorter.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm very surprised. I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't ask about the THC at all. That was not a great redirect at all. I don't know why they bothered with that redirect.
I need you next to a mic, Mr. Burmester. My apologies.
He wants to know if the witness can be released from her subpoena.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to releasing Dr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor.
Doctor, you are released. Thank you for your time.
Okay. So we are getting to the next witness. We just saw the forensic toxicologist testify. Remember, the prosecution has numerous experts that are going to be talking about things in the toxicology realm. And they talked about THC, exactly none. Not at all. They talked about the half-life of hydrocodone. They talked about fentanyl, how long it can stay in the system and get out of the system, and how many levels were in there. I thought the cross-examination by Ms. Lewis was quite good because Ms. Lewis's focus on cross was actually very well focused, talking about, okay, so it could go in this order. It could go fentanyl, then quetiapine, then alcohol. These could have been taken at different times. This could have been first, and it could have been take the fentanyl, then have a drink, then take a quetiapine. It could be all these different possibilities, and opening the door for the defense broader of it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this, it could have been this. I'm interested to see how the other witnesses build on this because I'm with you guys. I also would like all of the answers right now. I want them now. But we have 4 weeks of trial. We have 4 weeks of trial. And trial is like building a puzzle. And even though sometimes I want a witness to bring 50 to 100 pieces of the puzzle, sometimes that witness is only bringing 10 pieces of the puzzle because there are other witnesses that are going to bring the other pieces. I find it frustrating because I would like to know now. But I think that this witness broke down really well that this was not prescribed fentanyl, how much was in the system, the significance of that, and that there was fentanyl in the blood and the gastric fluid and more. So, moving on to the next witnesses. I just am surprised we haven't heard, well, you know what I'm surprised about. I already said it. So let's get to the next witness and see.
Brittany will get you sworn in.
All right, they're swearing in the next witness.
We swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
All right, next witness. Dressed like a sheriff. It's going to be someone from the sheriff's office.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Frank Root, R-O-O-T.
Excuse me,
Where do you work?
Groot. Groot, I'm going to need you to speak into that microphone more, my guy, because you were very hard to hear. I'm sorry, he said root. He said root, not Groot. My bad.
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
We're in witness number 14.
6 years.
And what's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
Investigations detective.
And as part of your role in this case, did you meet with Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes.
And
oh, the foundation. Hello. Hello, foundation. About the phones. This has to be about Grossman's phones. Oh, chat. I'm sorry, Mr. Root. Chat is enamored. Grossman, the paramour's phones. So we are getting to foundation on the phones.
during one of those times that you've met with him, did you collect a cell phone from him?
Yes.
All Was that an iPhone 7?
Yes, I believe so.
When did you collect that phone from him?
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
That's interesting. They didn't get Grossman's phone until May 26, 2023. I'm just making a note of that because I got distracted by chat. I was laughing with y'all. But then I'm not going to be able to summarize it for you well if I can summarize chat being funny. May 26th, 2023. For those of you that are like, Emily, timeline, Kouri Richins was arrested May 8th, 2023. Okay, that's interesting timing. So I'm going to back that up and we're going to continue on.
Collect that phone from him.
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
Yes.
Was it later transferred to be downloaded, the contents?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Just answer any questions. Oh, Mr. Ramos, my apologies.
It's me.
Yes.
Can we approach for just a
We went to a little restaurant where no one would notice us. Thank you. This witness is cracking me up. All the way done. Well, there's the foundation.
minute?
Sure.
They're approaching. Why are we approaching? Chat's going to get dehydrated. Chat, go get some water. Y'all thirsty. I can see it. Excuse me, Mr. Ramos, if you're cross-examining this witness, why aren't you at sidebar? Also, can someone ask this witness if he can tell Elizabeth to get in the car because Chad has questions? Why are we at sidebar so long on a witness that literally just got bro's phone?
Detective Root.
This time.
Very briefly.
Wait, I thought you said Ramos was doing the cross. Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Root. How are you?
Good morning, Counsel.
Excuse me, Detective Root. Chat would like to know that they are having illegal thoughts, and they think that you need to go get them. Chat's like, come get me, sir. I'm just saying.
So, good, thank you.
I want to just make sure I understand. The phone you recovered from Mr. Grossman, was it one phone?
No, there were two phones.
Okay. And what color were the phones?
That's fair. That wasn't clear.
One was black, one was white.
Did you recover both of them at the same time, or did you do two trips to get phones from him
No, I recovered two phones at that time.
together?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
Right, so you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
Can't go into the interview? Okay.
Not right now.
We're going to talk about that at another time.
Ma'am, you did that on purpose, just like you did a few days ago. Stop it. Stop. Some of these tactics are really just going to piss me off. It's outside the scope of direct. Looking at the judge and being like, I really can't go into the interview, and just leaving it hanging in front of the jury is just inappropriate. Stop it. You all just talked about it at sidebar, and then you're just going to lob it out there. Oh, I can't talk about the interview. He just told you no. And the takeaway from chat is, oh, this means this witness is coming back. Yes. The prosecution gets to do their case in the order that they're doing it. This is going to come up later. You cannot just cross-examine a witness about something that was not the part of direct. The court's like, you can get into it, just not now. But lobbing it in front of the jury is distasteful for me. I don't like, I do not like that because it does not feel authentic or organic. It feels very intentional that they just sidebar about it. You just sidebar about it. I really can't get into it now. You know the answer. You want the jury to hear you. Stop it.
Yes, ma'am.
Emily, why are you backing it up? So that the chat can see why I'm mad again.
Ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
Right, so you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
I can't go into the interview? Okay.
Not right now.
We're going to talk about that at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you ever asked to return the phones to Mr. Grossman?
I was.
Right. And then were you ever asked to go back and get them again?
I was.
Oh.
So how many times total did you pick up phones, deliver them for review, take them back, pick them up, take them back? How many times did you do
Unusual.
I transported phones multiple times.
Really?
that? More than two?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
And
Why?
did you give Mr. Grossman a reason why you had to keep coming back and getting his phones over and over and over again?
Yeah, I think we're beyond the scope.
You're well beyond the scope.
Why don't you just ask him if he had a reason?
Did you have a reason for why you kept going back to get his phones, take them?
Yes. And the reason is you. And the reason is you. And I'm not being hyperbolic. The reason is probably some shit the defense said. Did you have a reason? Yes.
Bring them back, take them, bring them back.
I was instructed to retrieve them by my chain of command.
So you don't know the reason?
No, ma'am.
Right. And in those periods of time,
I have a
in
guess.
between when you'd pick up the phone, take it to the station, bring it back, pick it up, bring it back, in those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Why are we doing like the cha-cha slide? What is... It's like the hokey pokey. Put it in. Bring it out. Put it... Oh, I said that wrong. Damn it. Delete, delete, delete. Immediately delete. One time. The phrasing.
Can you be specific
The
about
phrasing. Damn it.
Bring it back, pick it up, bring it back. In those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Can you be specific about the he?
Mr. Grossman, sorry.
He
I'll
yeeted
try not
it.
to use a pronoun.
In one specific instance, Mr. Grossman had the phones. During that time, no, I do not know what he did with them.
Okay. Did he ever show you things on his phone when you were with him before you took them into your custody?
That's outside the scope too.
On those phones, no, they were not operable.
They were not operable.
Correct.
So you took inoperable phones from him.
Correct.
Did you ever take operable phones from him?
When I was instructed to get them back from Mr. Grossman, they were operable at that time.
And when you went to go visit him and look at his phone, did he show you anything on the phone?
Asked and
On
answered.
those phones, I don't recall.
Did he show you anything on any phone?
He has shown things on his current cell phone
outside the
to me,
scope.
but the phones in question, I don't recall him.
Did you compare his current phone to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, my apologies. I interrupted you. Let me.
Outside the scope. Oh, Sugar's in the chat. You are correct. Oh, Sugar said, Emily, I think that's the hanky-panky, not the hokey pokey. I think you're exactly right. Oh, Sugars. I do. The brain that just brained. We are so far outside. We are so far outside of direct right now.
Hear the question first, and then Ms. Sherbanek may have an objection.
Did you compare the current phone that he had to what was on that phone to the inoperable phones that ultimately became operable?
Pause for 1 second. Detective.
Your Honor, I do think we're beyond the scope now.
I agree. Sustained.
Pause.
Anything else about the two phones that Detective Root collected?
Did Mr. Grossman give you any reason why he believed the phones were inoperable?
The reason is you. We're going to go full hoopastank today, counsel.
Yes,
What was the reason he gave you?
he had broken them on accident.
Okay.
He had broken 2 phones on accident. Sure, Jan.
Your Honor, we'll reserve the rest of our questioning for a later time, and we would ask that this witness not be released from his trial subpoena.
Understood. Detective, you're free to step down today. You may be called back in the future. We'll give you some notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The chat would like this witness to come back every day.
Very good, sir.
Every day.
Would you? Yeah, watch out.
What are we watching out
Time
for?
to take a break, Ms. Shervanek?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a restroom break, folks. Thank you. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, they are taking a restroom break. We are going to zoom. I'll see if they put anything on the record before that break, and then we're going to zoom right through that
Cheney,
break.
Eng-Tow.
All right, let's see what they put on the record.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanek, who's on deck?
Cheney, Eng-Tow.
Okay, that person present.
Yes.
Okay, if you would let them know to be ready to go at 10:45, court's in recess until 10:45.
All rise.
Very good, thank you.
It's been a busy morning, and I can't. It's so funny to me that the judge is as tall as the seal on on the wall. His head practically covers the entire thing. Banfield would be so jealous, Your Honor. It sounds like we're putting things on the record, but maybe not. When they are off the record, the microphones are off. All right. We are going to zoom past this break. This is the morning break into the next witness. All right. It looks like the jury is coming in. I'll see if the judge put anything on the record before the jury comes
Are
in.
we ready for the jury, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shervanek, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we invite them in, please.
All right. We're inviting in the jury and getting to our next witness. Fantastic.
Do need to move to admit the state's exhibit 9 dash.
What are we admitting? Oh, the phones, because now we've laid the foundation for them. Of course.
State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call on Mr. Cheney, Eng-Tow. Before he takes the stand, I do need to move to admit the state's exhibit 9-6 that Detective Root testified to.
Is it just one talking bottle?
9-6 was 2 phones. Are we admitting both or just the iPhone 7 that he testified to?
The iPhone 7 is the one we need, but
And forgive me, I didn't catch the color.
They didn't ask.
color?
Yeah, it's either white or black.
They didn't ask which one it was. They asked about the iPhone 7. They did not specify which iPhone 7 it was.
Do we know?
It's the only iPhone 7.
Understood. Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
Well, what's the other one?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the exhibit number, please?
It's
9-6.
9-6. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so the iPhone 7 that is part of 9-6 is admitted.
I don't know what the other
Correct.
phone was. I guess the other one's not
Sir,
a
if you would please step
iPhone
in front
7.
of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
All right, witness number 15.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you
Getting
solemnly
sworn
swear the
in.
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Cheney Eng-Tow. Last name is spelled Echo November Golf hyphen Tango Oscar Whiskey.
Where do you work?
Thank you, sir.
I work for the State of Utah Department of Public Safety Bureau of Forensic Services, but I'm assigned to the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
How do we
Computer forensics, you say? See, we're going in order. We're just going in order of the things that the people did, which means today is probably going to be more foundation. There's a lot of foundation that needs to be laid, but we love computer forensics.
Sir, refer to that place in shorthand.
IWRCFL.
IWRCFL.
IWR, yep.
And what do you do? Is it okay if I refer to it as the RCFL?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What do you do at the RCFL?
I'm a digital evidence laboratory technician there, and my primary role is to access data from Apple mobile devices.
Are you trained to perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
Yep.
What kind of programs do you use to do that work?
Celebrate.
For Apple devices, we typically use a device known as Gray Key.
Are you certified
And then you
to?
run
Well,
it
I guess
through what after
do you
Gray
need to be
Key?
certified to use that program?
No.
Are you also familiar with Celebrate?
Yes.
Are you certified to use that program?
She asked a very specific question. She said, what do you use to download it? They use Gray Key to download it. They use Celebrate to analyze it. And that is the difference in the answers. I knew where she was, but he's being specific. Of course.
Yes, certain aspects of it, yes.
And what are your certifications in Celebrate?
Cellbrite Certified Operator and Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyst.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite's just software that can be used to download phones, and it can also be used to parse out extractions which are obtained from phones. So it puts the data in a readable format for people.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to do extractions or downloads from cell phones?
Yes, they submitted 2 phones to the IWRCFL.
And were you able to complete downloads of those 2 phones?
Yes.
I want to talk first about the white iPhone 12 with the phone number ending 1987. Were you able to perform a download of this phone?
Yes.
And did you get a full file system acquisition from that phone?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What was the model of that
It's
phone?
just the type of, there are different levels of information you can get from a cell phone when you extract them. In this case, we were given the passcode to the
Thank
phone.
you, chat. The white iPhone
Summit
12.
County when they submitted it. If you know the
Thank you.
passcode or are able to break the passcode of a phone, you will get what's known as a full file system, which is essentially all the data from the cell phone.
And so you were able to obtain the raw data from that phone,
Yes.
and it was put into a readable format.
Yes.
And was that information from that phone ending in 1987 given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same questions for the second phone. You said there were 2 phones. Did you
That's one ending in 1987.
able to complete a download from a green iPhone 11, phone number ending 9317?
Yes. I believe
right.
it was a 11 Pro Max, though.
11 Pro Max.
All right, so the iPhone 11 Pro Max.
And same
the
question, you're
victim's
able
phone.
to perform a download for that phone.
Yes, we were given the passcode to that phone as well.
And did you similarly get a full file system acquisition?
Yes.
And was that raw data then put into a readable format?
Yes.
And was that information given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, so he downloaded what
Mr.
I
Ramos.
believe are Kouri Richins' phone and then Eric Richins' phone, or one of Corey's phones.
Good morning.
Morning.
These
Could
would
we
have
geek
been.
out for just
Ramos has been waiting to talk for 7 days. He just did the extractions and the file system downloads. This would have been done before Summit County had Celebrite. So he's not the one who analyzed it. He dumped it and then turned it over to whoever was analyzing it, it sounds like. All right, Mr. Ramos. Already started with, I just want to geek out. But he only dumped those 2 phones, the white iPhone and then the green iPhone. The white one, I presume to be Corey's. It was recovered from Corey's house. The green iPhone 11 Pro Max being the victim's.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly.
Lies. He said very briefly.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right. Could you just walk the jury through the process of how you use Great Key, what that gives you, in what format, what you then do with Celebrite?
Ramos, is there a genuine question as to the veracity of the full file system extractions? This is not just for funsies.
What you then get from Celebrite, what the format is, and then ultimately how it gets back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office. So basically everything you've just talked to, but break it down.
Is there a question? Can you just tell me everything you did? Great, thanks.
That's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So essentially, we take the phone. Now, in this case,
We have heard so much of this testimony. We're going to 1.25. I think the law nerds, though never touching the software before, I think the law nerds could probably extract and download and partially analyze a phone at this point.
as I mentioned, we knew the passcode. So we would verify that the passcode worked. I would unlock the phone, and then you connect it to Great Key, which looks like a little computer. Looks kind of like an Apple Mac Mini is what it kind of looks like. Through a combination of the hardware proprietary, which is what Great Key is, hardware and software, it then accesses the data on the phone, and it gets an extraction, which in this case, as we mentioned, was a full file system extraction. That data is saved by Great Key in the form of a zip file. Now, that zip file is not readable. You couldn't just connect it to any other computer and just open it up and look at it. So that data has to be parsed out, essentially.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain how the data would look if we were to...
If you want him to go step by step, ooh, baby, then don't ask him to just explain everything he fucking did. Ask him step by step.
open it up before putting it into the Celebrite system?
You couldn't really even open it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would not be accessible. You need forensic software to.
It would be a zip file. You would click and it would go.
Then we use a program which was previously mentioned called Celebrite. Now in this case, we're using Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which is just a Celebrite software that takes this extraction. So you load the extraction in, and then it parses that data from the extraction into the various types of data that everybody would see on your cell phone today. So you would see. It parses it out to the, SMS, text messages, MMS, messages, emails, Word documents, pictures, videos. All the data is just put into a format that when you go into Physical Analyzer, you could say, I want to see all the texts that came from this particular phone number, and then you could read the texts that were sent.
So what I'm hearing you say, sir, is if the law nerds want the tea, forensic digital analysis is the place to be. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Once that information is
Also
parsed
correct.
out, you then create a report. So it generates a report of all that data, and it creates something we call using a UFED reader, which is just part of Celebrite. It's like a standalone reader that allows us to give all the data from this report, along with the reader, back to the agency that submitted to us.
Right, and then they can just use the UFED
It typically
reader.
is put onto like a Blu-ray disc. It depends how big the phone is. It may be saved to a Blu-ray disc. It may be saved to a thumb drive or hard drive. But in any case, that detective would then take what we've given them. They would load it into their computer, open up this reader program. The reader then is populated by the data from the extraction, and then they can go through and look for text or pictures or video.
What he hasn't really clarified yet is the forensic nature that things aren't going to be changed, that you can open up the program and go through it, but it doesn't change anything. It's static. And so going through that, I think, might be helpful, but we'll see if that happens on redirect, that when it's turned over to detectives, they get the reader device and then they get uneditable file that they can go through and look at.
Videos or whatever information.
So we'll see.
And that's when the analysis will come in. Is that
Yes.
correct? Or the review of that information?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You did mention that you had two, would it be called certifications for Cellebrite, I believe?
Yes.
Could you explain what those are and if they have any acronyms?
One is the Cellebrite Certified Operator, CCO. It's a certification that gives you familiarity and experience with using Cellebrite as a whole. And then CCPA, which is the Cellebrite Certified Physical Analyst, is using that physical analyzer program, which is what we use to parse that data out from those zip extractions.
And do you have any other certifications in Cellebrite?
I have a
Certified
certification in Cellebrite
what?
Premium.
And what is that?
Cellebrite Premium is kind of a competitor to Great Key. It's used to access cell phones, mainly locked cell phones.
Perfect. With the CCO and the CCPA, those certifications, do you need to renew them at any point, or are they kind of lifelong?
Yeah, I mean, you do it once and
you're solid.
Yeah.
Are we worried about that? Is that like a concern
because of
here?
the constant updates and technology in our phone? I imagine that Cellebrite also updates. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms
Sometimes in the middle of a trial, one never knows.
of what they can extract.
Yeah, both Cellebrite and Great Key are updated constantly.
So I imagine because of that, you take additional classes or trainings. Would that be fair?
How's many classes?
When and if I can, yes.
Correct, yeah. I imagine you're quite busy.
Yes.
The
How's much
last question I
training?
had is, you had mentioned, I put it in quotes, certain aspects that while using Cellebrite, that you were certified to use certain aspects. Are there certain things that your two certifications maybe wouldn't cover, or that if anybody was in that analysis process would need something else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I think that was multiple questions.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. All right. What was the point of that witness, Emily? Emily, why? Why? The reason is foundation. So you took these two phones, you downloaded them with Great Key, you put them ran them through Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and turned them back over to law enforcement in the forensic file. I think my preference when keeping it brief is also making sure it's clear that when they go to click through and read them, they're not editable, they're not changed, they're not modified. I believe that will come in with the witness that did all of the analysis. What did you do? I got these two phones. I downloaded them. I gave them back. Great. Great. Let's go. Yes, witness is done.
Judge.
A redirect. I'm not going to slow it down yet.
So you went through the process of how the raw data comes from the phone and then it's placed into a readable format. When that's taking place, is it correct that the data can't be manipulated in any way?
Yes. So when we get extraction from Great Key.
Chat, just start putting keep reading Emily in the chat. We need a keep reading Emily emoji. Just put a keep reading. Just keep reading. Just keep fucking reading, Emily. Well, we were all thinking the same thing, counsel. We were all thinking the same thing. We were thinking we needed to make clear that it can't be modified, manipulated, or edited. Right, that's how I would follow up too. Correct. Cheers, counsel. Good redirect.
It creates what is known as a hash value. You can think of a hash value as kind of like a digital fingerprint. So
Right.
every file is unique. For instance, if I went into a Word and I created a file and I typed hello, and then I saved that file, and then I ran a hash, I got a hash value from it, which is just
Chat, I
hash is
just
just
did a lot of
mathematical algorithm
trials.
that looks at the file.
I really
and then
did.
It gives you a
Just
unique like fingerprint, which is basically
a lot
a
of
big long
trials.
hexadecimal
That's where my brain
set
goes.
of alphanumeric characters, but they're unique to that file. So in my example with this Word document, it would give me a value. Now, if I open that document again and I'm
going to pause you. I'm going to pause you right there, sir. When we go Word, chat, which lyric comes next? You let me know, because I've got like 4. I'm curious where y'all are at.
put a period after the O and then saved it, and then I would hash that file again, that hash value would be completely different. So the way we use that is, now that I have the hash value for the extractions that I got from these two cell phones, I copied those to staging media, which is essentially a forensically wiped hard drive. Once I copy it to that hard drive, I then hashed the extractions on that hard drive. those values that I got should and did match the values that Grey Key gave me. So now I know
You guys make me so
my
happy.
files on that hard drive are identical to what Grey Key pulled off. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to be different. That hard drive was then provided to an examiner in our laboratory who then processed the data. When he was done processing that data, he would then hash the extractions again at the end. If those extractions show the exact same hash value, we can then say we did not change those extraction, which is the data from the phone, at all. And we could say it's identical to what Grey Key got.
And that's what happened in
And
this
that's,
case.
yes, and in this case, the hash values all matched as they should.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Oh, recross.
So that's kind of like a double-blind kind of validation process, correct?
If you want to refer to it that way,
Yeah,
sure.
just to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah.
Now, because of that, because it can't be manipulated or you verify that it can't be manipulated, there's no reason to do another extraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Be sure, Mac, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. May we release this gentleman?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Y'all pretty ladies around the
Brian Holden
world
is the
got
next
a
witness,
weird
Judge.
thing to show you. To the boys and the girls, tell your brother, your mother, and your mama too. But they're about to go down, and you'll know just what to do. Wave your hands in the air like you don't care. Right. I do the version that Rashawn covers with DMB. Y'all went with the corn version, and I'm here for it.
Mr. Holden, if you step in front of
Rashawn
Brittany,
sang
we'll
Word
just-
Up on tour this last summer, and I fucking loved it.
Do you solemnly swear the
But-
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth?
A non-zero percentage of you, well more than non-zero percentage of you, went with the bird. The bird is the word, which I appreciate. And a number of you went with grease is the word. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. And then we had quite a few word to your mother. Yep. All of it. All. Cheers. All right. Yeah, I agree that the corn cover is goated. For sure.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, subject
Continuing
to the
on.
penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
They're still at 1.25 speed. I'm not sure if we need to slow that down just yet. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you, Anna. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Your beard is saying law enforcement of some kind.
Brian Holden, Holden.
Sir, are you employed?
Shit, we have a Brian. Are you from Massachusetts, sir? I mean, I don't know what to do without a trial with like 17,000 Bryans at this point.
Yes, I am.
By whom?
I'm employed by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, also known as the Utah State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with this?
Oh, hello, sir. We love the crime lab.
The State Crime Lab.
I've been with the State Crime Lab for over 20 years.
Witness number 16.
And what is your current capacity?
Currently, I'm a senior forensic scientist. I analyze unknown substances, determine their identification, and determine if that substance is controlled.
And were you serving in that same capacity in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Sir, did people send you tweezers? I'm really, really curious. Tweezers? Maybe? What did we test? Wait, did you test any of the pill bottles? Oh, I want to know what he tested. Emily, this isn't a guessing game. Just let him answer. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
I guess continuing through 23, 24 in that same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so in this particular case, were you given a number of items to test?
I was, yes.
And what were they?
What were you asked to test?
I was asked to analyze. Can you clarify? Are you asking what I was asked to?
No, what did you
Look
test?
for
What were
or
the things?
what items?
Given,
The sources. What were the origin sources?
You were given a large number of items to test.
Okay.
Were you given specific instructions to look for certain properties or certain substances?
Were you swabbing things for fentanyl? We just want to know that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asked to look for a compound or a controlled substance named fentanyl in all of the items that were submitted to the lab.
Right. What's
And
the fentanyl on?
of all those things,
Are we going to learn that the pill bottles that the defense made fuss about were actually tested? I'm
Yeah,
curious.
let me just back up. When you receive something, is there a two-process testing that you do?
Fent Finder
Yes,
is this witness's
to be able to
name,
identify a
100%.
controlled substance based off of our operating procedures, we do a presumptive test followed by a confirmation test.
And the initial presumptive or screening then tells you, oh, I can move on to this next step?
Correct.
I see, okay. So of all the items you were given, did you run this screening?
I did, yes.
And after doing that, did you find, what were you looking for, I guess?
Fentanyl!
Like I previously stated, they asked me to look for fentanyl.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. So were you able to confirm any fentanyl on anything that you tested?
No, I was not.
Oh.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Well, what did you test? Excuse me? What were the items tested? Counsel? Counsel? What items? Counsel's like, can I have a minute? No.
You were, what items?
Oh, thank God.
Let's go through this.
Yes, let's please get through this.
Chelsea has it. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
What? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what?
Let's go through this. Are the items still? Chelsea has it. Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why aren't we answering? Why aren't we? Huh? Why aren't we asking the logical questions? Why are we just short? We're shorthanding the direct so much. I mean, maybe there's a reason that it'll come up later, but it leaves open loops in a way that is distracting, that would make me crazy if I was a juror. If you're sitting on the jury right now, aren't you just screaming internally, but what the fuck did you test though? What are we doing? Why? All right. Maybe Cross will clear it up.
May it please the court.
When the jury's like, ooh, maybe we'll get some answers now, that's not a good thing. You don't want the jury to wait for cross-examination to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so
My name is
annoyed by
Kathy
that.
Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
I do have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
What did you
If we
test?
could pull up for the witness only, States Exhibit 1-19.
Can we just, what did we huh? I'm sure there will be another witness.
Sir, can you see that document in front of you?
But
Yes, I can.
And can you
close
tell
the
me what
loop
that
a little
document
with
is?
this witness.
It is a report that was issued for this case, I believe.
Was it the report you issued to report the results of your
Albuquerque Cat. I was
testing of these
banging on my
items?
microphone.
I would need to see the second page or
Can you
the
go
third
to-
page.
For dramatic
Um,
effect.
I think
I
your
was.
name
yeah.
might be on the
There should
last
be,
page.
yeah, on the last page.
Is this thing on? I'm trying.
Yes, it is.
That's your signature?
Correct.
Okay, great.
I am hoping if I crash out hard enough that my crash out will not only transport itself into other people's brains in the state of Utah, but also back in time. So I'm hoping that somehow that will miraculously happen and the question we want the answer to will just get asked.
Can we go back to the first page, please, Katie?
We'll see
Just
if
to
we can
refresh your memory,
make that happen.
sir. Do you remember who was the investigating officer responsible for getting these items to you? By looking at your
The investigating officer is Jamie Woody, I believe that's how you pronounce
and then
it.
who was the individual who
Woody!
delivered these documents, if that refreshes your memory at all?
Yeah, that'd be Chelsea Gipson.
Okay. Now, on the documents that you tested, I believe you said you were only asked to test for fentanyl. Is that correct?
Correct.
Documents, I don't think there's any mention of testing documents, so.
May we agree to items?
Did I say documents?
You did.
I meant items.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. And were you ever
However, prosecution, if you had just asked him exactly what items he tested, maybe it would be cleared up.
asked to run any tests on any of the pills or other
Perhaps.
items that were seized from the home to see if any of them contained oxycodone?
No, I was not asked to do that.
And you've never been asked to do that in the last 4 years?
No, I was not.
And have you ever been asked to test any of the items that were pulled from the home for hydrocodone?
No, I was not.
And I didn't hear you say, do you have a chemistry background?
No, I have a degree in forensic science, which is heavy in chemistry and biology.
So do you know the difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone?
If I looked at the structure of them, yeah, they have a different molecular structure.
But are they both considered pain pills?
Correct. They're both opiates. They're both controlled, Schedule II controlled substances.
And you were also not
Great.
asked to search any items for OxyContin.
No, OxyContin would be like the brand name, which would contain oxycodone. So no.
Thank you.
I find it hard to believe, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably am. I find it hard to believe that you are counsel in an aggravated murder case and there is this much confusion about the difference between the brand name and the generic version of Oxy. Huh? Like, huh? It's just, what? And this witness is like, ma'am, huh? Maybe it's a stylistic choice, but I hate that. I don't know. I much prefer Alessi with this is this, correct?
And I believe you tested, it appears to me, and please refresh your memory if you need to, if we want to go to page 3 of the report, but it looks like you tested a total of 19 items that were brought to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And of those 19 items, were you asked to test an empty pill bottle, an empty hydrocodone
This I
pill
wanna
bottle
know.
with residue on the inside of it?
I would have to refer to my notes.
Pause for 1 second. What's the objection?
Pause for a second.
Mr. Burmester?
Yeah, what is the objection?
It exceeds the scope of the
No, it doesn't.
Sure.
How does that exceed the scope? You asked if he tested items. What are we doing? And why are we keeping this so close to the vest? So there's an objection. The white noise machine is on in court. They're approaching. We're going to zoom.
Let me have you to, Your Honor.
We're going to zoom.
And that's for the foundation. Objection is sustained. Would
Thank
you please lay some foundation?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. So I want to go back to the question I just asked you about the hydrocodone
I'm glad she's asking this question. I'm curious too.
bottle. If you were presented with an item to test that was an empty pill bottle, what would you do to test that item?
To test that item, I would rinse it with methanol and then run our screening procedure.
Rinse the inside,
Correct.
and whatever residue would be inside that bottle, you would test it. And if there was none, you would say there's none.
Correct.
Right. So were you given the opportunity to do that with a hydrocodone bottle in this case?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't recall.
Please take a moment and let's let you go through the 19 items. Katie, can you start with one and just when you're ready for us to go?
Honestly, if he didn't test the bottle from the coroner's office, I would send it out at the end of the workday. I'd be like, okay, fine. We want to test it now? Test it now. Fine, go ahead.
Go to the next page, sir. Please let us know.
She's trying to...
I will need to refer to my...
He's like, I need my case file. She's trying to insinuate that the hydrocodone bottle might have had like laced street fentanyl in it. It's going to come up. I know why it's going to come up. I do not want to spoil that reveal, so I'm just going to rein that in. Thank you, chat, for letting our new law nerds to this trial watch it as a jury as best they can without me spoiling things because I know too much about this case. Fair. But they believe that this was not tested, it seems.
Notes that I prepared that has descriptions of what I tested and what was inside of the packaging.
Have you provided those notes to anybody?
No, he doesn't. He provides his report.
I don't. That's done through grandma requests.
Did you bring those notes with you today?
I did, yes.
Can you?
What's a grandma request? Also, desk notes are normally not provided.
Take a look at them?
Yes.
And can I see them for just a moment, please?
I can provide you with a copy of them, yes.
Yes. Can we do that now?
May I approach her?
With Mr. Burmester, please.
He might mean, yeah, he might. I like grandma better. So now we're approaching to look at the notes.
Sort this out, let me know.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, folks, let's just stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
All right, jury is stretching their legs. I have an update from the.
Seat.
I have an update from the amazing Jeffrey. Thank you, Jeffrey. The live team and the YouTube infrastructure team are already aware of a known issue going on with YouTube. It is not isolated. It is a larger platform issue. And thanking the law nerds for flagging it when they were having issues because it helped them get onto that immediately. Yes, the law nerds normally stress test systems immediately and find anything that's being buggy. So thank you, law nerds. They are working on it. All right, let's see what's going on next. Oh, to follow up on that, there was also ongoing known platform issues with chats, like you type it in and then it like vanishes into the ether, not being able to send super chats. There are also chat issues happening alongside the buffering and replay and viewing issues. There are just, it's the first day of Mercury retrograde, y'all. It just, we're still online. Also, if you're having YouTube issues, make sure you have the Law Nerd app because I sent out a notification to let you know that we knew about the issues. And if you did not see that, just go check your settings and stuff. But we do send out those on the Law Nerd app. And if we ever have an issue where things are just like, whoosh, we will keep you up to date in the app of what we're going to do because things can happen.
Yeah, one of the two. If we're going to stay on the record, though, one of the two of you, Voir, or the witness, about what he's referring to when he says notes.
Wait, oh, they let the jury out. Hold on. I zoomed too much.
Counsel, if you need a brief recess to sort this out, let me know.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, folks, let's just stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
Okay. They are going to send the jury out. I missed that. They're going to send the jury out and they're going to do a brief. We're going to do a brief voir dire of this witness regarding the notes.
Seat. Yeah, one of the two. If we're going to stay on the record, though.
Okay, the jury is out.
Voir or the witness, about what he's referring to when he says notes. Mr. Burmester's already there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris.
Okay, I like
Yeah, that's fine.
I
Yeah,
don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, so this just describes all of it.
Miss Lewis is like,
That's
huh?
what I'm referring to when I see it.
Let's listen in to see if we can figure out what's going on with this informal voir dire as they all just chitty chat up at the witness stand while the jury is out. Libby in the chat asks, Emily, are witnesses told not to bring notes to trial? No, they can bring their notes. They don't bring them on the stand until they're allowed to review them.
For example, a plastic container containing white powder, you can't say that was.
They need to testify from memory.
Yes, it's a study. Yes, it is with this one.
Oh, got it.
Yes. Yes. And then there's a plastic container with white powder. Yes.
But that one had 11 titles. So can you just look at your notes and see if you find anything?
For what? Are you specifically asking?
No. I'm asking if there's simply hydrocodone.
Camera, can we please see what they're doing at the bench, please? Because it's the only way to follow because the mics aren't like right there. They're not talking into them. And I would like to follow what they're talking about, please.
We were asked to.
Okay.
This is the least formal voir dire I've ever seen.
Because I would have stated down here notes that in empty. It's not analyzed.
I mean, it's really more like a conference at this point. It's not really like a actual formal question and answer voir dire. It's more like a everybody, let's look at this. They're on the record, which is why the microphones are still on. The jury is out, but they are speaking awfully low.
No, it doesn't appear like there was.
There are 17 different conversations happening in this court right now. Ramos and Bloodworth are talking. It looks like Lewis is over talking to Kouri Richins, and then they're all talking to this witness.
Yep.
It is really hard to hear them, but they are just talking about what's in his notes, how he writes his notes, where he puts designations in his notes. But the microphones are picking up. The problem is, for those of you that are like in ears trying to pick up everything, the microphones at counsel table are picking up the conversations happening at counsel table more than they are picking up the conversations happening at the bench or at the witness stand. And then the judge is still on the bench, but the jury is out. So we're hearing like 17 different conversations, and all of it is just very low.
Why are you saying this?
And then the judge is talking to his clerk. In addition.
There's no receipt. I'm going to convert. Or I got to hear from here. They can just cool the jets. I don't need to do anything.
I love that the judge is talking about something and they can just cool their jets.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. We're going to find out when this Nobel warrant that's existing. Executed.
The judge is talking about another case, but they're still on the record. So when they're on the record, the microphones are up. Okay.
Oh, I mean, forgive me.
Yeah, the judge was saying they could cool their jets.
Now I'm following. Well, 2019, but yeah.
The judge is talking about something else, not this. Everybody's up talking to this witness about the notes. And they're still supposed to be on the record, but we cannot hear much of anything. All right, I'm going to zoom this. It is too hard to hear. It is annoying as hell. Are we done voir direing? Can we bring the jury back? Emily, what was happening? All right. For everybody that's just coming back, the defense is asking the witness about whether they tested the empty hydrocodone bottle that went to the ME's office the night that Eric Richins died. And he was saying, if I did test a bottle, this is how I would do it. I need to look in my notes. Notes and bench notes are generally not turned over. And sometimes in lab results, when there's just no result, it may not be indicated. He's like, I would really need to look at my notes to see if that specific bottle that you're talking about, because there are numerous bottles, is something that I tested. So they then all went up to the witness stand with the witness's bench notes and went through the bench notes with the jury out of the room before we resumed to ask this witness this question. If that bottle that the defense is going to continue to say, but we don't know, it could have been tainted hydrocodone. Yes, chat, there was no hydrocodone in his system. Accurate. If you took tainted hydrocodone, wouldn't there also be hydrocodone in your system in addition to fentanyl? Yes, yes. But their job is doubt. Their job is to be like, but how can we know? Could they send this out to be tested? Yeah, it's like a 4+ week trial. That would probably take a day or two. They could 100% send it out now if they wanted to. They don't have to. But they could close that loop if it becomes a loop. So it seems like we are now all on the same page, singing from the same songbook. And
yeah, this chair is awful.
No, I apologize.
And then the jury's going to come back?
You okay?
Yeah, this chair is awful.
No, I agree.
Jeez.
I apologize.
I was expecting wheels.
You're the 10,000th person to say that. I'm so sorry. Ms. Nestor, anything else before we invite the jury back in?
No, sir, I only have a couple more.
Mr. Burmester, Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please.
Your Honor, this chair is horrible. Yes, yes, you're the 10,000th person to say it. It's like, I cannot wheel myself up. What can we, fuck this chair. I like this witness. Jury's coming back in. That was funny. All right, jury in. We're going to zoom while the jury sits down.
Please wait for Ms. Nestor's next question.
May it please the court.
Okay.
Okay, so we took a little break and you had an opportunity to review your notes that would refresh your recollection if you were
resuming
handed
cross.
or asked to test an empty hydrocodone bottle. After reviewing those notes, what is your answer to that question?
There was no empty bottle that was submitted for me to test.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Burmester, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Mr. Holden, you're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful.
Counsel, the state's next witness.
Wonderful.
Your Honor, we're prepared to, but that might be splitting up a direct.
If you are comfortable doing that, I'm comfortable getting started. If you would prefer to not do that, I can understand why, and we can break for lunch now.
Your Honor, I think we also have some other issues to discuss, so maybe if we were to break for lunch now, we could discuss those other issues outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine.
And then maybe reconvene 12:30.
I think that's fair. Does that work, Ms. Nestor?
Yes,
Yeah, yes.
All right, folks. Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Okay. They're approaching. This is why we have Zoom room, everybody, for every person. It's not the law nerds that are here this afternoon, but for every person in the morning that's like, why aren't we just this? This is why we're not just.
Recess for lunch.
This is why we're not just.
11:25. Food will be here by 11:45, but this is a longer recess than we've taken the last few days, and so I'd understand it.
They took a super, super long lunch, and we are going to skip over most of that. But this is Mountain Time, and we're going to skip over all of that. And then we'll do a summary. We're going to get to lunch. I'm going to run to the restroom and grab another snacky, and then we're going to be back.
If you want to get some sunshine, go get a cup of coffee, check on a family member, whatever.
You can leave the courthouse.
If you decide to leave the courthouse, which you are allowed to do, please remember the court's instructions. Do not
most
speak
days
about
they
the
have
case.
not been leaving the
Do not
courthouse.
let anyone else speak to you about the case. If anybody in the outside world attempts to speak to you about the
This has
case,
just
I
not
need to
been
know
smooth.
when you come back. Please do not listen to any radio or other media reports about the case. Please don't read any headlines about it. Please don't post anything about it.
Don't come watch EDB.
Please be back ready to go at 12:30. We will have lunch for you around 11:45 if that's something you're interested in. Please rise for the jury.
And the jury's out for lunch. Let's see what gets put on the record, if anything.
Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record.
It is absolutely red light,
Your Honor,
green
the
light,
state would
Eliza.
like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration.
The jury is out. Everybody come on back. The jury is out for lunch. The prosecution wants to put something on the record. I want to see if this has to do with the transcript that Mr. Bloodworth was asking for or said he was getting earlier in the day. Because earlier in the day, we heard Bloodworth saying, I'm trying to get a transcript. It might help. I'm curious if that's going to be part of this argument. So let's see what's getting argued.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration at the same time, what we discussed at a bench conference.
Can't go back in time, but you can make a record.
I appreciate it. It
Yeah.
may be more prophylactic than retrospective.
If when you're making this record, you would please remember that the court's ruling on any one objection to any one form of question is not necessarily a predictor of how it will rule on the objective form of a future question.
Understood and agreed, Your Honor. Yeah. The issue has come up.
They're being very vague.
Where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between.
Interesting. Yeah, it keeps happening. They keep doing that. What about this? What about this? What about that? What about that? What about this? What about that? They do. You can do that with experts, but when you get to fact witnesses, it's different.
Where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between expert witnesses and fact witnesses. It is the state's read of Utah law, and let me give the court a cite, please.
He's going to try to shut it down.
It is Utah Department of Transportation versus 6200 South Associates, 872 P. 2nd, 462. Quick and dirty, that's kind of, I think, the case, at least to start with. I also think
Bloodworth likes the phrase quick and dirty, apparently. Bloodworth. I mean, you've read the law and rights correctly.
to be fair, it's a little unclear because it deals with hypotheticals in a expert witness context versus a fact witness context. But it's the state's read of Utah law that for a fact witness, a hypothetical has to involve admissible evidence. I think the defense, and I can give examples, I have a dirty of this morning's transcript, is presenting hypotheticals to fact witnesses based on inadmissible evidence. That inadmissible evidence is statements of the defendant that I do not see a hearsay exception to.
This happened earlier today.
Now, so I don't think those hypotheticals.
Earlier today, the statements came up in the questions and we were talking about it. And a number of you in the chat are like, isn't this hearsay? And they had objected. They had gotten overruled. And it was like, well, if Kouri Richins said she pulled him off the bed with a sheet, wouldn't this corroborate that? And was asking the witness about corroborating things that Kouri had said. And those are things that are going to come in, I think, down the road that Kouri had said in police interviews, but the defense can't introduce those, and the court had allowed it. And I was surprised that we were seeing the court allow it. All right.
Are, as a matter of law, permissible. Now, I can see a read under Utah Department of Transportation where it is in the discretion, it is in the court's discretion whether to admit those hypotheticals. And if that is the proper read of it, then I don't think it is, but it might be, then the state asserts that in these instances, the court should exercise its discretion and exclude the defendant's, the kind of the defense counsel's hypotheticals that are based on inadmissible, self-serving evidence of defendant's statements.
And this is why
I appreciate the record.
And this is why when we look at trials with multiple attorneys, you might see the individual who's more of the lead attorney not doing as many witness questioning, because then he has time to work on this while someone else is questioning a witness and while someone else is prepping the next witness. It was one of the things I was critical of in Massachusetts is that Adam Lally seemed to be doing everything and then not also having time to prep arguments like this. So Bloodworth is taking the time to prepare this argument while the other attorneys are handling the witnesses as they were going. All right, continuing.
Just practically speaking, on a going forward basis, I think it would be helpful to me and opposing counsel if, when the state is objecting on this basis, you just stand up and say objection foundation. Let's see if they rephrase or if they push back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, yeah.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at sidebar?
Uh-huh. You should have a one horse. You can't ride two horses with one ass, Sugar Bean. You can't. Your Honor, we all know. The rules of Sweet Home Alabama are simple and finite. There should absolutely be a one horse, one rider. Yep.
Back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, yeah.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at sidebar? You're, of course, allowed to confer, act as a team, but I just need one speaker from each side of the V at the sidebar.
Appreciate that, Your Honor.
Keeps the record
Certainly.
cleaner.
Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Does the rider at sidebar have to be the same?
He's like, so about that, does it have to be the person that's questioning the witness?
Rider that's examining the witness.
That would typically be the rule, but we
I
can just
understand that.
agree that that's not going to be the case. I'm not sure how you feel about your team dynamics if the person behind you is jumping up to object. And
I appreciate that.
yeah.
But I think
So
Ms.
maybe,
Nestor has often argued regardless, and I have often argued regardless.
so what I'm asking for going forward, and if you would please just give it the college try on a going forward basis, that, for example, this is just an example, I'm not picking on anybody. If Mr. Burmester is examining the witness and an objection is made, you're welcome to confer with him right here as he comes up, but I need Mr. Burmester to be the one talking into the mic.
Right.
Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, we would appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, you're about to say something.
No,
Okay.
I agree.
All right.
You're not the writer currently, Miss Lewis. Can we give it the old college try? The judge is like, can we please have some sense of order, everyone? Thank you.
Anything else on the record before we recess for lunch? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will be back on the record at 12:30. I need to make this crystal clear. If any of you see a juror out in the wild, you need to turn around and walk the other way.
Shit.
I cannot emphasize this more heavily.
What happened?
All right, 12:30. We're in recess.
I wonder if he's talking to the audience and not necessarily the lawyers. The lawyers aren't generally the problem. He might be talking to the audience. I'm gonna put a big old asterisk by that. Put a big old note. Big old note. All right, they're going to lunch. They're going to lunch. I'm not going to speculate. I'm just noted. Asterisk. Noted. Lunchtime. Let's see if we can summarize this morning. I am on day 790. Did I forget to? No, my live trial bug's right there. I'm like, Emily, you can't even see it. It's literally right fucking here. We are on day 794 of the Kouri Richins case, aka day 4. I will use them interchangeably. And I am surprised by how clunky things are working this morning. The questioning has felt clunky. The starting and stopping and sidebarring has felt clunky. Things have not felt smooth. Pulling out the point of different testimony is getting a little bit lost in all of the clunkiness. And trying to keep up with the defense saying things like, oh, well, on April 12th, no, it was April 13th. Shit, what day are we talking about? It is not smooth. It has been a little hard to follow. The thing is, by the time we're done with this trial, the things that are happening today, a lot of them are just going to be part of closing argument, because a lot of what we've done so far is laying foundation. We have had a number of foundational witnesses come in and testify. And at the end there, we saw someone from a different lab that was testing items. What items? I don't know, because nobody ever asked what items were tested, but tested items for traces of fentanyl and found none. But what was interesting about that is whether the lab had that empty hydrocodone bottle that the defense is now talking a lot more about that had gone to the ME's office, and whether that was tested. And he said it was not tested. So I'm interested to see if this is just a red herring, or if the defense has found that the gummies are maybe not going to be the thing and Gummygate is over. And now there's this empty hydrocodone bottle. And now it's like, oh, that's the thing they didn't test. See, they could have. Earlier in the day, when on day 3 of testimony from the crime scene analysts that was out, we did see the defense asking what I thought they were going to ask. Couldn't you have asked Kouri Richins for permission to search? Couldn't you have searched more? Couldn't you have looked for the gummies? What else might you have missed? And we saw that line of questioning that I thought that we were going to see. And I think the prosecution has done a good job in that questioning of tying it back around about why you would go back out numerous times. But then the witness said, well, anything that we missed. And I'm like, ooh, that's going to be tough, because generally they're getting new search warrants. It's not like, oh, we forgot something. They're getting new search warrants based on new information. I suspect a lot of that new information is being developed not just by witness interviews, but by jail calls. And so as they develop and learn new things, or something that they might not have appreciated the significance of, which I guess you could say missed, but went back round, got another search warrant, and then went and got it. I'm still curious about that letter, the one at the end of the bed from the search in like October or whatever. That's still noted. and maybe the rest of the day will go smoother. So fingers crossed. But there were some clunky bits. I was so excited for the toxicologist. I think the toxicologist was great testimony. I think it's going to get kind of lost for the jury as other things come in. And it's one of those things when we get back to closing, I imagine there will be moments of good, oh, that's where we're tying this back to, because we are still in the very early days of a very long trial, even though it feels like we have lived here for 9,000 years. I understand. I feel the same way. I'm going to get some snacks. In addition to the gummies, I had to go procure. These are some of my favorites. If you guys are listening to the case briefs this week, you might hear more about these. Did I talk about them in the podcast too? I might have. Emily, you got the family size bag. Yeah, I fucking did. So we've got some of those, but I need actual real food for lunch. Oh, Turtle. Yes. Turtle Warnbug said, and the recording device. Yes, the recording device. Yes. So before we get back to like Gummy Gate, I'm going to grab some snackies, something to drink, run to the restroom, and then we're back. All right. Law Nerds, if you do not have the Law Nerd app, now is the time to get the Law Nerd app. Thank you all for helping us alert YouTube to like what is happening today, because I know that helps. And I can tell you that when our chat sees an issue, we are often generally the first that alert to issues and are sensitive of it. And it gets everybody looking at it much faster because the Law Nerd chat has said so. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you letting us know. It is a lot. Some of you had issues, some of you had none, but letting us know lets us pass that information along. And because we have so many people on live stream, I mean, we're not a burnt peanut sized live stream today, but because we have so many people on live stream earlier in the day, we are one of the biggest streams going on. We are definitely the biggest by multitudes covering this trial. And so we are able to give lots more feedback very, very quickly. And it absolutely does help. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting us know. All right, Law Nerds, I'm going to put up our break music. We're going to take 10 minutes. And then we will be back to get into the rest of the day and see where the day takes us. Right? All right. Sounds good, Law Nerds. Mods, don't forget to hydrate. Law Nerds that got dehydrated during the last few witnesses, don't forget to hydrate. It's so good to see you guys. Today has been clunky. All right, Law Nerds, go get your stuff. I will see you in a few minutes. Don't forget the app. Bye. All right, chat. We are back. I see that you guys are enjoying the new video for our court break video that we made, the new music that we made. Well, we didn't make the music. We picked the music from the service we have that allows us to use music by artists and not, other forms of music. So I'm glad that you enjoy it. I enjoy it too. So it was really fun to pick it for you. And now I have to rein in the desire to just keep building more of them. All right, let's get back to court because it is time. I did something very ill-advised. I made popcorn. It's really what I felt like eating. It is what I wanted for lunch. It is terrible to eat on stream. It is difficult to eat on stream. It is a terrible plan. I did it anyway. The ADHD was like, but we want popcorn. And I was like, popcorn's terrible to eat on stream. And my brain was like, but popcorn. So here we are. That's what we're doing because it's just what felt like I wanted to eat. So we got some beef sticks too. There will be protein, I swear. All right. Are you ready to go to court? We are after the lunch break. We are not that far behind real time. Thank you for no spoilers. We have a little bit of Zoom room, but not a ton. So we are going back to court. I saw Judge M's head and I was like, all right, we must be coming back to court.
We invite the jury in.
That's how I knew that we were back in court. The tippy top of Judge M's head. So we will get the jury invited back in. All right.
Ms. Shervanack, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
Oh, chat, there's
No, Your
nothing
Honor.
wrong with popcorn. It's
Ms.
just
Lewis.
hard to eat on stream.
Okay.
Lots can happen. It can get
Is
stuck
the
in the
state's
throat,
next witness
can get
in
stuck in the
wait?
teeth.
Yes, Your
It's not always
Okay, very
easy.
good. If you'd please invite the jury back.
You start talking and there's just a little popcorn left in the throat. It's a mess. Popcorn's great. It's just not easy on stream. That's all. Streaming and real life are not always the same. All right, jury's coming back in. We're going to be getting to the next witness. What witness number are we on? Were we on 16? I think we were on 16 before lunch. Chat, why do I keep track? Just because I'm curious. Yeah, we were on 16, and it gives me some sense of order. So we're going to be going to the... Does it feel like we've been through that many witnesses? Not really. All right, jury's coming in. We're going to be going to witness number 17.
Mr. Bloodworth, folks, have a seat.
I jumped way too fast. All right, jury back in.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lauber.
Wait. We're in Foundation Day. We're in Foundation Day. I thought we were doing more crime scene. Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
Oh boy. I thought we were going to be doing
Bloodworth, the
crime
state's
scene
next
all
witness.
day.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lauber.
I'm so excited. All right, chat, for those of you who are like, Emily, I'm kind of new to this case, I'm going to try not to do any spoilers. This witness worked with Kouri Richins. Kouri asked this witness to procure things for her, and she was the go-between of the procurement. We heard the defense talk about her in opening. We heard the prosecution talk about her in opening. That's why we needed just the little bits of foundation to get into the go-between, because some of that foundation is for her phone. Oh boy, I'm very excited to see this witness. Because remember, the defense has said that CL, or Carmen Lauber, originally said that she was buying Oxycontin, hydrocodone, one of the two, oxycodone. But then later, like, the government pressured her to buy or to say she had bought fentanyl. Oh, I'm so excited. This is a T witness. Emily, aren't they called fact witnesses? Not anymore. This is a T witness. That's what that is. Not a scientific witness, not an expert witness, T witness. I mean, to be fair, a lot of you were like, Emily, popcorn was right. To be fair, I've been eating popcorn almost every day for like the last few weeks, because that's how things cycle in my brain. So to be fair, it's just what's in the ADHD realm of things that are acceptable to
Ms.
eat at the
Lauber,
moment.
If you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm very curious to see how that goes. Oh, I like her jacket.
Please raise your right hand.
I like your jacket, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're
She was
about to
also
give in the
given
matter before the
a
court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
partial,
the truth, subject to the pains and
not
penalties of
immunity
perjury.
deal, but
Please have a seat.
she was given a deal of sorts. It looks like this is Mr. Bloodworth's witness. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, I like the boots too. They might in fact be boots with the fur. Yep. We got the boots with the fur. I like it. So she would have been given some kind of a deal. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about her past criminal record and other
proceed.
things.
Thank you, sir.
Oh boy.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Wait, chat, you clocked it. They did change the chair. Oh my God, Nursey Doggy Mom, you're the first one I saw say that. They did change the chair to a chair with wheels. Well clocked, chat. Go on, Your Honor. I like it.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
There's the wheels.
Would you pull, that you can sit wherever you're comfortable, if you would just pull the microphone.
I love that you guys are like,
It's
the
easier.
whole court was looking at her.
We'll see if that's close enough. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Oh, I thought that was a jacket.
man
It
is
is a
your name?
flannel. I still like the
Carmen
color.
Lauber.
I thought it
You
was.
spell your last name Lauber.
Yes.
I like it. I like the outfit.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to get you to.
She's going to have to pull that microphone way closer to her face. I appreciate that he said this is indelicate, but I need to ask.
Just pull it to the edge of the.
Get it right up. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying to you.
It's going to be annoying to have a microphone in your face. I can hear you much better now,
Yeah,
ma'am.
that's like, it's like right here.
We can hear you better now.
Thank you.
Can we hear you now?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, again, please, what do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
Oh, they're just getting right into it, which I appreciate.
6th grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff. through
It
junior high and high
escalated.
school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For quite most of my adulthood.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a
Probation,
type
I
of
bet.
probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT.
Urine
book.
analysis by UAs.
Just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing
Yes.
to see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, we would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color or number was called, you had to go to the
Test.
5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
That's the
And that
goal.
if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in advance.
Okay, and a plea in abeyance means it doesn't go down as a conviction.
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Drug court, the goal of drug court is that you don't end up back in drug court. And from my experience, most people do a couple tours through drug court. But the goal is that you don't end up in custody or back in drug court. That is always the hope. But because we are going to be talking about the procurement of narcotics, they are going to get through any deal, any background, because again, most people aren't going to go to someone to procure narcotics who has never done narcotics, does not know people who deal narcotics. Emily, you're counting wrong with your fingers. Right. You're asking people who know where to procure what you are asking them to procure on the low. Of course. So, not surprising. But also, it's going to be real interesting to see how this goes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Ma'am, you have felonies. You can't have a gun.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
Congratulations.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Congratulations. It is never too late
That's
to
the
get
longest
sober.
time in your life since sixth
Good for you.
grade that you have been sober.
Absolutely.
That's hard.
Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then
Good for you.
Back to being high, but yes, 4 years, a little 4 years.
Ms. Lauber, I apologize.
You could see her face change when she talked about sobriety, couldn't you? That should be inspiring to people, or I hope it is anyway. But did you see her face change when she talked about her sobriety? Good. You have a right to be proud of yourself. You do. Absolutely. She should be proud. I love being able to actually see that, where people can address their past, be honest about it, and then say, and this is where I'm at now. Love it. Love it. Love it. She absolutely lit up. Her whole face changed. Good for you.
For interrupting you, we're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need to line up with your face a little better there, and then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. There you go.
I feel like it's jumping out.
Yeah,
So many of you in the chat are mirroring that
Okay.
feeling.
That's a little more.
Good for you
There you
guys.
go.
Chat, good for you.
Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity today?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney and Wasatch County?
These are the agreements.
That there is immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
With proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully?
Yes.
Regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Important questions that you had a lawyer help
Did
navigate
he
this with
advise
you.
you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that immunity?
Yes.
I need you to speak up just a little.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Law nerds, I'm so proud of you guys.
I need to remind you from time to time.
Yeah, because
It's not
it's
personal.
like, yeah, you're fine.
He's reminding her about the microphone. Earlier, she'd said it feels like it's jumping out at me. So yeah, it's a little awkward.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
Six times? 6 or 7
Wow.
times.
And over the course.
That's a lot of conversations before she got immunity. That's notable to me. How many times have we seen others talk to law enforcement before they got some type of a deal? Yeah, a lot of the time, the answer is none. That's a lot of conversations prior to having immunity. 6 or 7 times is a lot.
6 times? 6 or 7 times.
Sorry,
And over
6,
the course
7.
of those 6 or 7 times before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours.
Wow.
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
I'm curious. She's like, I've done some shit in my life, but I haven't done that shit. That shit's fucked up. I've done the shit I've done, but that shit's fucked. I'm not going down for that. That's not me. Fair. I'm curious to see what she
Well,
says.
after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an...
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
Your Honor, effect on the hearing.
Damn it. Somebody hit the button for the freaking white noise to see if they were going to go to sidebar. Apologies to all of your ears. They're saying hearsay. The hearsay is going to have an exception because it goes to the context of what she understood when she started speaking. It's not offered for the truth of what happened. It's offered to explain why she proceeded in the conversation. And now they're going to sidebar. So I'm going to zoom past this sidebar. This has got to be a weird day in court for Hersey and Kouri as well.
Granted.
Thank. All right. Weird day in court.
Bloodworth, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, I just asked you why you testified before you had been granted immunity.
Not testify. Well,
You started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
do you see how Bloodworth neutralized what could go off the rails? He just took it down to, you were told Eric died, and then went from there. I imagine they told her Eric died from fentanyl, and if it came from her, that could potentially be a big problem for her. So he kind of skipped over the part that could get sticky back into, can you explain? Perfect.
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away, but when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard.
Yeah, I bet.
Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened and what I was asked for. At first, it took a minute to process everything.
I like that Bloodworth is giving her space to answer and not just filling in the silence and letting her work through. it.
Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part in Eric's death?
Yes.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefit, some grant of immunity?
Yes.
Before you interviewed with investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right? The 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Had you
There's a lot of white noise in the background chat because Bloodworth has walked all the way away from the microphone up closer to the witness, a much better form of direct examination for this witness to stand closer to her, block Kouri a little bit from being able to see her, and keep her focused towards him and towards the jury so the jury can see her answers and emotions, and to kind of block that to keep her locked in with him. But he's very far away from the mic, so they have to gain up on the mics in court for that. I like his questioning style very much, and a lot of you have noted it is a very different type of testimony than what we saw from Juliana Magalhaes. Yeah, a very different testimony. But also you can understand it's like, hey, I have no problem selling people drugs. I don't want them to die from them. Those are two very different things. Like I signed up to get you some shit that you asked for. I did not sign up for somebody to die. A very, very different thing.
Consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. I was in, yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't meet him. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, ask the question.
I'll ask it again. To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes, sorry, in the back room, yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask generally. To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
Some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones and
Okay.
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
yes.
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And
a long
did you
time.
know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going, or if we'd run into each other. I'd tell her I'm almost graduating.
And that's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21.
Kouri. Excuse me, Kouri. You're gonna catch the same thing that Donna Adelson caught. You're gonna catch the exact same thing Donna caught. You knew this woman was working through drug court and you asked her to go buy you some drugs? Kouri. What we doing? You're talking to her about going through drug court? You know that she's going through drug court? You know that she's working on her sobriety and you're asking her to buy you drugs. Y'all know how Emily feels about that. Emily's got real strong feelings about that. Shit pisses me off. And you know when people need money, Kouri. And you're offering to pay them. What are we doing? I hate it. I hate it so much. It pisses me off. It pissed me off in the Adelson case. It's pissing me off here. Are you almost graduated from drug court? Great. Can you find someone who can get me some can you get me some narcotics, please? Can you go find somebody to get me some narcotics, please? No. Hate it.
I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
And we're before 2022, right? They were in 2021.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here, we're working past 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their sons' birthdays with her aunt.
No wonder she's hurt and sad about what happened
Did
to
you know
Eric.
that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask
I
you
would
to
look at the
purchase
jury
for
too,
her
Kouri.
illicit drugs?
Yeah.
I would look at the jury too, Kouri. I would look at the jury too. Mm-hmm.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Oh.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many
Oh.
times?
4.
4, you
When
say?
you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased Kouri for Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
4 times.
Let's please begin
Huh.
with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay?
I know that we will hear from Crozier. I don't know about Susan. I'm interested to see the dates on all of these. Very curious. And we're going to get some of that. No, check. Cleopatra said, is Robbie the paramour? No, Robbie's the one who gave her the narcotics. Robbie is not the paramour. Different person. No. Totally different person. Crozier is the one she was getting stuff from. So I'm interested to see the tech
How did
evidence
Kouri
that goes
Richins
along with
approach
this.
you about purchasing drugs?
She had reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably, what is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pain meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak up.
Yeah, she got quiet.
Sorry.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work, she was working for Doreen at the time.
And how did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
Because that's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes.
Knew she was an active user?
Over the year, yeah.
Right. So you're telling me, for those of you that are just coming in and are confused, Doreen is Kouri Richins' aunt. Kouri Richins' aunt had like a housekeeping business, and Carmen was working for them. Other people that were working for that business were still using. And so she's like, I am trying to protect my sobriety. I am out. I am not. There are multiple people working at that business. We're only talking about Susan. Thank you, chat, for staying on topic. So she's like, no, I'm leaving my job. They're all still there. The people working there are using. I'm out. And then Kouri said, can you go get me some?
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugs?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
I don't think she remembers.
Was it early February?
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lauber. I'm sitting within 3 feet of you and I
Sorry.
can't hear what you're saying. I just need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
That-
sorry.
We're gonna treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
It's okay.
About what time? Month, beginning month, end of month? Is it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
And would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
For Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler now. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
I'm
She
only
did.
talking about Susan Kohler.
Okay. No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler? What type of drug did you
Chat,
ask
we don't
Susan
know if
Kohler
Kouri knows
for?
Susan. We don't know who Kouri knows. We know Kouri knows Carmen. We don't know if Kouri knows Susan. I don't know if Kouri knows everyone that works with her aunt. Don't know. I guess we'll hear. $600. What are we buying?
On Kouri Richins' behalf.
Just some kind of pain pillar, an opiate.
Did you, and you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money?
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she had returned back to my house with
Why are you fronting the money for Kouri? We just have questions about the logistics of how all this is working.
an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
The normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Okay. Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did it feel like there were pills in
Yeah,
it?
they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had texted Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway.
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the $600 that I put up for them.
You mentioned you have part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler involved text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those?
Where are the texts?
I deleted them
Why?
because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my
Uh-huh.
phone, it was evidence that I was not.
It was evidence that you were dealing, and you are also not to associate with known drug users or drug dealers when you are in drug court. You are not to associate, which is probably also part of why she quit her job. And they can search your phone when you're in drug court. You have search and seizure conditions. It's not just drug testing. They can come in and search your phone whenever they want.
following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
Was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
Right. She was breaking the drug court rules.
Let's talk about the second.
And this has not come up yet in court, but if you break the drug court rules, you if you get yeeted out of drug court, then the conviction just goes on your record.
Time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me in text message and said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I kind of told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get.
It's not Target, Kouri. It's not Amazon. We're not, you know, this isn't a Burger King. You don't get to have it your way. That's not how it works, Kouri.
And at the time, I didn't know anybody, so I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay, you reached out, we have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you...
I think we can hear her change in tonality. I can understand that as she's talking about things that she is not happy with her own behavior or not thrilled with this. She does get a little softer in the way that she's talking about it. A little more shame, a little more regret, right? That's not uncommon, but you can hear the hesitancy, right?
knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole
Which is where some of that
Cummings?
remorse comes
Yes.
from too.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
I love that the court apologized.
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect?
Hold on, I'm going to gain the court up for that just because I'm delighted by the court and there's no shame in my game. Hold on.
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect? Yes, you're right.
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Thanks.
I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in fixes it.
Right. Have you tried plugging it back in?
There we go.
Right.
For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, well, I can't see it. Yes, now I can.
Okay. And you just, when you turn your head, the mic has to follow.
I love that she's like, where is it?
Thank you.
Where is it?
Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document as a Facebook exchange that you had with
Oh, Facebook Messenger.
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 into evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I guess
Ms.
we'll
Lauber,
see.
do you see there?
What you're looking at is a forensic extraction of Facebook Messenger. And you've got text me, I've got a question, and won't do it on this. And then the responses from the other individual are redacted. The thing that is more important about this is the timing. So these are messages dated February 5th, 2022, and then they've got the UTC time.
Blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this.
Right.
Yes.
Because you don't do that on that.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Miss Cummings?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm.
Excuse me, Mr. Bloodworth, because I'm not out here to self-snitch. Why didn't you want to talk about it on Facebook Messenger? No self-snitching, Bloodworth. That's why. That's why. Why didn't you want to talk? Look at her. She's like, you know exactly why I didn't want to talk about it on Facebook. Come on. But the jury needs to know, right?
That had any pills?
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of buying drugs.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not doing that.
Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Scott.
She's like, I know how this game works, sir, and I didn't want to get popped out of drug court.
Did you ultimately speak to Miss Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said yes, she had a friend that could help me.
She's like, I got a guy.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said Robbie.
And is that the Robert Crozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Crozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert Crozier for?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale.
And how did he respond?
He said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend, a hookup for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting them?
We will see. Just hang on. Chat's all asking about Robbie. Don't worry. We're going to see that another day. We know a lot about it from pretrial motions. That's going to come up another day. So just put a pause on that. That witness will be coming up later. But yes, that witness will also be testifying, though it'll be interesting to see how that goes. It'll be interesting to see how that goes.
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get him.
This is before she goes to the Maverick in Draper.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did, actually,
Okay.
because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
It's closer to where he was picking the stuff up at. Which I understand, because Robbie's like, hey, I'm gonna go pick this up from my guy. I'm gonna come immediately to you. I'm not holding on to this. I will get it from guy to me to you as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. I'm not driving around with this shit in my car. Understandable.
Let me maybe do this one more time.
The defense is going
Text messages between.
The defense is going to argue that this transaction was not for fentanyl, that she changed her story about that these transactions were all for hydrocodone, oxycodone. That's where they're going to go with that, but we're not there yet.
Do this one more time. The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
Objection leading.
It is a yes or no
I
question.
think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all?
Yes.
For the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more.
Did you see her face? Nuh-uh. Sure didn't.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000.
That's why.
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so she had.
It's going to be pricey, Kouri.
I asked her how she wanted me to grab them. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion. It was a Midway house that she was flipping. And that the money would be in there.
Oh, okay. She left the money in the Midway house?
So, let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12,
a
please?
different house in Midway, not the Midway mansion, a different house in Midway.
Ms. Lauber, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Look at
Is that
this
the small house in
photograph.
Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is
Not the
that an
Midway
accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
812 is admitted.
All right. This is the house in Fentway, not where she was flipping the Midway mansion. But this is the house, the other house in Midway that I think Kouri was flipping. We will see. I don't know if, I just don't remember. There were a number of properties. For all of you asking, and especially for those of you that are not in the US, what is a Maverick? It is a gas station with an attached convenience store. So like a AMPM 7-Eleven, pick your convenience store attached to a gas station. But yes, that gas station convenience store. All right. Continuing on. I know it is
Ms.
really
Lauber,
cute.
did you
It's a
enter
cute
that
little place.
house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with a couple of coffee cups.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
I'm really interested to see when we get to the location data of some of the phones, because there are going to be things that tie all of this back together. And I know there is going to be a lot of technical data. So I'm interested to see how the technical data of both her phone and Kouri Richins' phone connect to these things. Really interested to see.
Once you got the money, what did you do next?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money. how long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive at the time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peterson?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Scott, can I get 3-7?
I wonder if
please?
we'll see the person she got a ride with. I don't know if we will or not. The coughing is going to send me back to the Paltrow case where everybody caught like the courtroom
Ms. Lauber,
ick
do
during
you
trial.
Recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction of your some photographs on your from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
So photos from the phone, I'm curious to see what those are.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Your Honor, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lauber can identify the Celebrite. The Celebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Celebrite, which is not
She
in
can
evidence.
identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can, yes, as photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Celebrite extraction.
Okay. For the moment, Scott, can you...
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that. We'll come back to this. Is there... I'm sorry, counsel, my apologies. Will you approach briefly?
Sorry, I'm just answering a text. Nothing to do with a Maverick in Draper, I assure you, though that did come up quite a bit at BravoCon this year. All right, we're going to zoom past this for those of you that are new here. This is a commentary channel. We give commentary. We break down courts. We break down law. We break down strategy. We discuss the case as we see it, lest you be confused. I don't know how that's confusing at this point, years and years in, but all right, apparently. We're that many days into trial. Emily, how many days into trial? Wait, what? Why are we talking? That's what we do.
Ms. Lauber, those...
All right, I want to see the photos.
4 photographs, do you recall?
I'm ready for it.
Where you were, or where you were traveling to
So
and
Miss
from
Lewis
when they were
is
taken?
going to be doing cross.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what?
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
If we scroll down, I think is it 3 or 4 photographs? Scott, can you scroll down? No, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
So we laid...
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up.
We laid all the foundation for the Celebrite extractions, but I don't know if we've connected which Celebrite extractions were done to her phone yet. But she can authenticate the photos and be like, these are the photos from your phone. I'm curious if these are like screenshots of the location where they were going.
There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each,
yeah,
is
now
that
there's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And
Right.
Do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving
photo
from Heber
photos.
to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And
Were you sending pictures of the
do you
money?
see the time?
God, it's so helpful when they're
Scott, can you
time
bring
stamped.
one up?
Love that.
Do you see the time
Oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
It's so helpful because I don't know
Your
if
Honor.
this witness would remember. She's like, I remember I did all these things. Honestly, if you asked me 7 days later, what time did you do this at? I'd be like, I don't know. This is the order of things I did. I have no idea what time that is. It makes sense that they are using the photos to give you timeline of things, because when you're taking the photo, your phone's going to timestamp it. Super helpful to build that timeline that she's like, I remember doing these things, but I'm sure she's not going to tell you that this was exactly at this time. Fantastic.
Or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
I bet they also have location data.
Can I get, Scott, 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please? Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
That's a lot of photos.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7
All right.
Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish, Scott, 3-7 D1?
It's going to get to battleship type numbers.
Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. The Lawnards immediately would like to know who is the goodest boy behind you. What's their name? How old? The Lawnards are going to want the doggo deets. I already can tell that is going to be the thing that everyone needs to know immediately.
Who's the dog?
That is.
Keep reading, Emily. Oh my God, Bloodworth. Now you're just pandering to the law nerds. Every law nerd on the internet wants to know who's the pupper. One of us. That's too funny. I rewound it. I needed to know.
Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab, Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that
Wait.
car?
So Hammy or Hemi? I couldn't tell. I'm going to rewind it because I'm curious as to what Silver Lab's name is.
Lab Hemi.
I couldn't tell if she said Hammy or Hemi.
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab, Hemi.
Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
What a
And who's
sweet
driving
pupper.
that car?
Nancy.
Hey, D2, please, Scott.
Love it.
Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
When the things on your phone end up evidence in court, it's going to be a day.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
In Nancy Peterson's car?
Road trip.
Driving to meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper Maverick on February the 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Meeting, Your Honor.
He's already laid foundation. Overruled.
It's just foundational.
On the way down, thanks, Scott. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
Did you send him a
What was
picture
the content? of
so
those
that he
texts?
knew
Just
who you
how
were?
far out are you? How long is it going to take?
What I'm wearing? Because they hadn't met before.
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Sorry, it's taken long. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
The deets.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes.
Oh.
And then he left the Maverick.
Oh, that's why you needed to be close. That's why you needed to be close to his guy, because he's like, give me the money. I'll take it to the guy. I'll come back and bring you the stuff. Right. Fair.
The money that you gave him was the $1,000 you got from that small Midway house?
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear, you could see it through it.
Okay.
Like with a little Ziploc on the top or
Small,
like
big,
ripped off?
Just a small.
She said a small little baggie.
What's small?
Kind of small, like if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it, that kind of size.
Gotcha.
That's actually a really fantastic description, ma'am. That is incredibly helpful. Right. That's very helpful.
Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
Kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had.
Oh, y'all, I think Kouri got taken to the cleaners on these pills. I think there was probably a little bit of a conversation about, does this woman even know? And they're like, Scotty doesn't know. And they're like, all right, it's going to be this much. And they're like, Scotty doesn't know. She just wants the pills. Scotty doesn't know. So yeah, no, Kouri got the, you don't know what you don't know, give us the money treatment on that. Yeah, because this wasn't something Kouri was regularly engaged in, I don't think. Kouri was going to the weed shop to get stuff that was labeled to get gummies. This street transactions are not what Kouri was doing. So somebody was like, this woman got money? And she's like, yeah, she's got money. And they're like, all right, this is how much it's going to be. And she's not going to say shit about it because she wants it. And she doesn't know. Yep.
And what did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take them over to the Midway house, put them in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving them in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick.
Buried them in the fire pit.
Kind of cover it up.
Cool. Okay.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please?
All right.
Miss Lauber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is the house in Midway.
Is it the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-13 into
Is
evidence.
this is not the Midway Mansion? This is the
8-13.
little house, the like cottage house?
Scott, if you could zoom.
What the fuck is happening? We have now slipped officially into the Truman Show because apparently Mr. Bloodworth also wants Zoom room. I told you guys. That's funny. That's just funny. That's funny. I mean, we know Bloodworth is a law nerd. You don't just say it in a hearing that, well, for all of you that are new, we'll have to go back and do the lore some other day. But this doesn't happen in court if you don't know what we're doing over here.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter. Right. That's funny. Of that backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-13 into evidence.
No objection.
That's funny.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom.
Oh boy. If he tries to swoop to something during this trial, I am going to fall out of my chair. Hello, Mr. Bloodworth. We appreciate the Zoom room. We love that our vernacular has now infiltrated. The swoop's infiltrated. The Zoom room is infiltrated. I love it. That's funny. Thank you for zooming, Scott. We love your mustache. God, that's a beautiful view, though. Can we just take a minute and be like, damn, that's a pretty view. That is just a gorgeous view. Love it. All right, so there's the fire pit. Lit in this picture.
Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you, the Draper Maverick, in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire at the time?
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
Obviously. What's going to be real interesting is I'm really interested to see how they tie the location data from Kouri's phone to all of this. It's going to be real interesting to see when Kouri is at this house, right? That's going to be real interesting. Or alternatively, if she's not. Because if you don't have location data on Kouri's phone at this house, it's going to be very interesting. So.
I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we've got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please?
Oh, we've got a split screen. Scott's got it handled, man.
Ms. Lauber, do you
This Scotty does know.
Those two documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Tell me about the letters.
233 and 234 into evidence?
Tell me about the
No
letters.
objection other than previous objection that is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon.
Mm-hmm.
Court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34.
Thank you, Law Nerds, for letting all of our new Law Nerds just watching this trial for the first time who haven't watched some of the pretrial motions. We love letting them be surprised by all of the fun things. So thank you for no spoilers. But for those of you that watch the pretrial motions, you kind of know what's coming. So just hang on. Hang on. We will be revealed. It will be revealed. We will have a reveal. Just hang on.
4 are admitted.
Can we publish those, Scott, please, in split screen?
Okay. So I'm sure we're going to read these letters, but these say at the top community service letter. For everybody listening in the background, there's a giant R with a circle around it that literally looks like someone embiggened the trademark symbol for like registered trademark, not the TM, but like the registered trademark R from their computer and just did that. It looks like the same font to me. That's my opinion. Does it matter? No. Neurospicy brain. The first one says date 2/12/22, 2/24/22. The second one, which is more to the right, the way I'm looking at it on the screen, is 2/12, 2/24, so same dates. So there are two different dates. Two similar letters. So I'm interested to hear about this because the body of the letter has some different information in it, but it says Circle R Ranch and then has a address on it. The letter on the left at the end says Kouri Richins, Circle R Ranch Manager. The other one has a sincerely but no signature line. So I'm going to let them go through this, but very interested to see.
You mentioned, Ms. Lauber, that those are community service.
So those are 2-33 and 2-34.
Perhaps community service.
Yes.
What What's the
I'm
genesis?
so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you mean group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late to court-ordered, they're court-ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late to court-ordered group therapy sessions in drug court, am I right, the judge sanctioned you to community service?
Yes.
All right. And
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with a head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Okay. Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you.
thank you, Scott. All right, I'm just going to read this into the record for the official record of the law nerds, just in case the entire thing isn't read, and to assist our law nerds that listen in the background while their hands are busy doing all of the things that they're doing, emailing, working, doing laundry, crocheting, playing Midas Merge. All right. To whom it may concern, I am hereby... That's a weird... Okay. Emily, don't judge the grammar. It's not your strong suit either. I am hereby writing this letter to verify and confirm the community service undertaken by Carmen Lauber at our rescue ranch in Hennifer, Utah. If I pronounce that wrong, apologies to everyone in Hennifer. Carmen dedicated 2 days to working with primarily our horses, from assisting in cleaning stalls to brushing and walking them in the corrals. She also facilitated the kids' riding lessons in helping the children on and off the horses and teaching them how to saddle their horse. She was a great asset to our team. I hereby confirm that Carmen has put in 10 hours of community service, 5 hours on 2/12/22 from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and 5 hours on 2/14 Valentine's Day, 2022 from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We would be glad to provide any other information. You can reach us at phone number ending 1987. Emily. Emily, why does 1987 look familiar? No, it's not just Swifty shit. It's the last 4 digits of the phone that was extracted that we heard about earlier today. Kouri Richins' phone. So those last 4 digits go to the phone that was extracted that we heard about earlier today. And we'll hear more about the ranch. Also, I want to do community service hours where I get to go play with horses. I volunteer. When I'm not streaming, I volunteer as tribute. I'll go do that. No, your stream didn't freeze. We're just waiting.
Is the other one similar? Maybe you just flip it out. Yep.
All right, we're gonna see the other one. I'll read that out loud since they didn't read it in court. I'm so glad that it was not a waste of time. To whom it may concern, I am hereby writing this letter to verify and confirm the community service undertaken by Carmen Lauber at our rescue ranch in Hennifer, Utah. Carmen dedicated 2 days to working with the following tasks at our ranch. And now this one is bullet pointed out: power washing all horse stalls, chicken coops, and pig pens. You can do that in 10 hours? You can power wash every horse stall, chicken coop, and pig pen in like 10 hours? I mean, I guess it depends how many pens there are. Emily, keep going. Brushing and walking horses to and around the corrals. Supported the crew in saddling and unsaddling horses, following with washing and waxing all saddles. I have questions. Haul hay from the fields and stack it into the barns. First of all, no. Second of all, no. Third, this is not all getting done in 10 hours, ma'am. Chat has also clocked the improper spelling of corral. She was a great asset to our team. I hereby confirm that she has put in 10 total hours of community service, 5 hours on 2/12/22, 5 hours on 2/14. I would be glad to provide other information. You can reach us on, not at, phone number mostly redacted 1987 last 4. There's no way you're doing that in 10 hours. only someone who doesn't know much about horses is saying that you're doing all of this in 10 hours. There's not a fucking chance.
Did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you
Also,
perform that community service?
community service is never giving you two different types of letters. Like valid community service is not giving you two forms of the letter.
Did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and got more community hours.
Yeah, I bet you did. Yeah, I bet you did. I bet you did. I bet you did get in trouble. Yep, because those aren't real community service hours.
Miss Lauber, you were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
And you just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins.
Yes.
Which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
A judge was not happy.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well,
Bloodworth, tell me
honestly
why.
didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie Kazera and picking up pills.
But why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean, you still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
She's like, sir, I still had some addict behavior going on.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
She's like,
yes, I did.
I love that her answer is like, I mean, I wasn't sure if I could get away with it, but I was like, I mean, you're not going to know if you don't try it, right? It's a really honest answer of like, we were still in the like, let's see what we can do phase. Fair.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler, and the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? I'll take a minute.
No.
Yeah. Her talking about the early days of sobriety and going through addiction got her for a minute. Yeah. It's not easy. I saw a few of you in the chat ask, is this appropriate lines of questioning? Yes, because she has been given a deal. You need to make sure the jury understands that this witness has motivations. The defense is going to come up and say, but you're motivated to lie. You have something to gain. You can gain not getting in trouble by turning on Kouri. And so the prosecution needs to explain the journey here to both things are true. Yes, you can have something to gain, but yes, you can also be telling the truth. Yes, you can have dishonesty in your past. And yes, you can still be telling the truth now. Humans are complex. Multiple things can be true at once. And the defense is going to bring up, okay, but you submitted fake community service hours to the court. Why should we believe you? So trying to explain the path of addiction and where she's at and why she did the things the way she did is really laying the foundation before the cross-examination comes up, and they start fighting with her and trying to say that she's just coming in here to lie, and she's just trying to get out of getting in trouble, and the jury shouldn't believe her. So it's interesting, different than some of the other witnesses that we have seen who have taken a deal, or you're welcome, Chad. I'm glad that helps. Because I think they're genuine questions, like, why are we doing this? But different than other witnesses we have seen, and varying levels of accountability, you can see where she is still hurting over past behavior. And she is still like, oh, that you can see it. And I think that makes her testimony ring more true than others. And when I have had a lot of witnesses with a lot of backgrounds, and there are some who will deflect and deny and lie and downplay. And then there are some that just meet it head on and are like, it is what it is. It isn't pretty, but it's real. It just is what it is. And she is definitely falling into the it is what it is category. It is what it is. This is what I did. This is what I said. It is what it is. And I think it's easier for jurors to resonate with it is what it is versus the downplaying and deflect. So we'll see. When I was talking about her lying to the court, I was talking about submitting those fake community service. It's going to come up. But she did. She submitted fake community services to the court in her drug court. She absolutely did. That's going to come up. It just came up. It's going to come up again. It doesn't mean she's lying here today. So that's the difference. And people can downplay their own involvement and still be telling the truth about what they saw. Humans are complex. So, all right. Continuing on.
Did there come a time when...
Oh, and my screen froze. That is, let me fix that real quick. This has happened almost every day. I need to make a note of that and see if I can figure out what is, why that is happening. Give me 1 second because the audio is continuing to move, but the screen is not. There we go. But when I said that one got her answering about the court and the community service and what she was doing and talking about sobriety did spark something.
We've been through the first one with Miss Kohler, and the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? Want to take a minute?
No.
Yeah, I appreciate the it is what it is.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
She didn't go to Kouri and ask if Kouri wanted drugs. Kouri came to her.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
Still in February. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And
she said that
proceeded to tell her
before.
it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. She told her you get what you get.
She said that before this transaction, which I'm going to make a note of because I have a question about that.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson?
So the defense will lean in because she gave that answer before this transaction and then gave it again for this next transaction. And the prosecution is trying to like, we've moved past that. We're getting to the next one. The defense is going to circle back with that quite a lot, for sure. Because they're going to say, oh, well, you're just being corrected by the prosecution. I imagine this is all in her previous interviews because she's been interviewing about this since 2022. But we'll see.
Jackson stuff to me.
I actually wasn't sure I had to Google it.
Interesting. Interesting. She's like, I don't know.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure I had to Google it.
I don't even know if there is street propofol, honestly. Like, ma'am, you should have been Googling like shady doctors for rich people. I mean, if you want to go get, if you're looking for that, you're gonna need to go to a doctor, not the streets. Like, what are we doing?
So you said there was ultimately this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she?
Same little house in Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door of that little
Yes.
house in Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I text Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then of course, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him and he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days, I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those texts?
Same texts. Or how much longer? How far out are you? Because he always had to find a
Are we
ride
there
as
yet?
well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the content of those texts?
Same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you?
And what would you text
I would
Kouri
text
Richins?
Kouri, sorry he's taken longer than I thought.
And you deleted all of those texts?
Of course.
Did you ultimately meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper that second time?
Yes.
What happened when you met up?
Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes, then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it, and then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie, as if you were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last time?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them, but that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
She's
What
not.
color were they?
She's not really worried, chat, about Kouri Richins being like, I give you $1,000. There's only 17 pills in here. She's not worried about Kouri coming back and having a problem with it. She's like, I'm not counting them. I don't care. I don't care. Kouri doesn't care. Like, it's not that deep. Other people would care. But yeah, no, she's not counting them.
a lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
There was a great question in the chat. Thousand Thiessen said, what type of druggie would not count? One that doesn't want to touch this baggie because they do not want to use because they're in drug court. One who doesn't want to look at them. One who doesn't want to touch them. One who doesn't want to open that bag and open that door. One who is like, I'm going to take these, I'm going to put them in the car, and I'm going to get them to Kouri. I am in drug court. I do not want to take these. That's why. She was in drug court. She was trying to stay sober. She's not going to pour them out into her hand. That's just queuing up fire. So, yeah, that's why.
Text Kouri and told her I was headed back up Provo Canyon. And sorry, it was getting late. So what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
I mean, also, if she thinks
When you
they're
got up
fentanyl,
to-
she might not want to
back
touch
up
them
to-
at all.
Heber, what did you do?
So these, she says, are a lighter blue.
Oh, went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with the pills?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a sec.
Take a minute.
This is a lot. Hold on.
Ma'am, yes, it is. It is 100% a lot.
Okay, sorry. You can repeat the question.
So, sure, the second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up Provo Canyon to your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I had given Nancy a couple for taking me because that was her drug of choice at the time.
Uh-huh.
Not very long.
What did you do with
Okay, now I've got more questions about the counting. I gave Nancy a couple because they were her drug of choice. Okay, now I've got more of a question about the counting.
I reached out to Kouri and asked her what she wanted me to do with them because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
I wonder if we're going to see
Yes, she
Nancy
did.
testify.
Where does she pick them up?
In my house, in Heber, in my driveway.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak up.
She picked him up in my house, in my driveway, in Heber.
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, and the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February?
Yes.
I'm not surprised these two are looking at each other.
Before Eric
I'm not
Richins'
surprised
death,
at all.
Did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier
Yes.
before Eric Richins died?
Oh, no. There was just... Wait, now you confused me. Can you
No, I
ask me again?
Ms. Lauber, my apologies. Pause for 1 second.
The thing is, the jury is going to have more of a side view of Kouri, not as much able to see her face as where the cameras are. So it just depends on what the jury is able to see. But yeah, they're going to 100% have looks. I'm not surprised.
Hold that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
That's where we're at. We're at 2.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember
No.
when Eric Richins died?
That's not what he asked.
Early March?
After.
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times?
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of the.
Yeah, I'm
one of
curious
Doreen's
when the
employees
third.
that had told me that Eric had passed away.
I'm curious when the third. She said there were 3 transactions with Crozier. I'm curious when the third one is as well. Yep, I'm with you, chat. Also curious.
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And
That's
do you
the
recall
aunt.
how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
Interesting.
When?
A couple days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick, and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Bon Savage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a year and a half.
All right, we now know who Bon Savage is. So Nick Bon Savage is the friend that was going with her to do a drug test because she was not driving. So you would need a ride. Okay, so after Eric passes, she's with the Bon Savage, and they're going to do a drug test, and that's when she learns that Eric has died. Okay, that was me. Continuing on.
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Oh.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Oh boy.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Interesting.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric...
What's interesting to me about that is that I don't know if this witness would have known that in any other way. Because the EMTs were talking about that day. The EMTs were saying, could it have been an aneurysm? That's what they were talking about in the hallway on the body cam. I don't think there's any way that this witness would have known that. Interesting. Because we saw that on the body cam 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
From those...
Interesting.
Conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills, or you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills. Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Huh.
Scott, can I get 2-44?
Interesting. I'm interested to see, again, there is going to be a lot of tech evidence that goes along with this testimony. So I'm interested to see the tech evidence that goes with all of this testimony, because it's not going to be just her testimony. This is testimony that is going to build on other testimony. So I want to see this plus all of the tech testimony and location data on the phone. But I'm very interested to see why there is another purchase and if we know when this other purchase is.
If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That's a good point.
Is this
MJ,
an accurate
MJ in the chat said if she had stopped asking after he died, then it would have confirmed CL's suspicion. This is also a fair point. Also a fair point.
text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Chatty 911, Kathy in the chat, you were asking what a lot of people are about Kouri's faces. It's mild for some of the defendants I've seen. So it's kind of what I expect from defendants that know witnesses. The jury picks up on it, but it's far from the worst faces I have seen a defendant make. It is actually fairly mild for me, but again, my tolerance is different because this is what I did. So yeah, Kouri's face is facing, but that's going to be something that either the jury will see or we might see the witness saying, can you tell her to stop? I don't think we will with this witness, but yeah, as a prosecutor, you kind of you wait and see what happens. Though if the judge clocks it, he will normally mention it like we saw in the Adelson case. We'll see.
Yes.
And did it occur on March the 7th, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what? March 6th to March 7th? The Crystal Star said, do we think that we'll see GPS data from the phones? Yes, we will. Yeah. Maybe not today, but at some point we will. We're back to 6-7.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, March the 6th and into the 7th?
Back to 6-7.
2022?
Yes, it is.
That's quick. How many times have we gotten to 6-7? 6-7.
Does it accurately show the
Eric died March
type of message and whether
3rd.
it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it accurately show the sending party, the from party and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. The Celebrate extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a Celebrate extraction where it came from.
Please.
the judge is like, can we approach, please? I wonder, I'm curious as to the choice of the ordering of witnesses, because we're going to keep seeing these objections. However, I'm curious to see what the judge does, because they've laid the foundation for a lot of those. So we'll see. They're at sidebar. I'm zooming. And chat, you guys, my feelings about this witness do not have to be your feelings about this witness. I will try to remember to say this in every trial. However, her past does not mean she is not being truthful. I don't think that is a fair ordering of or category. I think there is a totality here for all witnesses, and I will generally flag where I see inconsistencies and wait to see how the other evidence brings that in. So I will make notes on things that might be inconsistent and then wait and see. So that's kind of where I'm at when I evaluate witnesses. But she has, we'll also see how cross goes. They are still at sidebar. Judge is looking at the defense. So, one of you asked in the chat, but what about her pauses? First of all, her pauses don't bother me, because it seems to me that she's trying to remember things, but that's how it seems to me. But then again, I've had a lot of witnesses who have past addictions, are in active addiction, and are very much nervous, scared, and trying to remember, and are struggling to remember and get confused. That doesn't read as evasive to me, but I'm coming from a different life experience with that. I think seeing the digital evidence is something that waiting on is necessary, especially if you're like, I'm not sure where I'm vibing. Wait for the digital evidence. I think that's fair. And then see. And make notes of the things that seem inconsistent to you. And that's fair. She seems genuine to me, but we're also going to have to wait and see. All right. This is a really long sidebar. Like a really long sidebar. And they keep
I
panning.
apologize for that. Please rise.
Oh, they're letting the jury out. She keeps, you can see the emotion with her reads to me as genuine, not manipulative. But that's how it reads to me. This is why there's 12 jurors, because then they can discuss it from their life perspectives and inform one another. It's why, well, there's 8 that deliberate. It's why they have conversations so that everybody can chat about it and see what they think.
Your legs.
I think that's fair. I imagine it also goes against almost everything that she has. I love that the witness also stood up when the court is like, you can stand up. But I think it also probably goes against a lot of her own compass to be in court and talking about this. I think she also probably feels at this point, though not rightly, I think she probably feels a lot of regret. If I had only not. And she seems to carry that pretty heavily.
You folks are taking a break.
The jury's like, what are we doing? It's 8 jurors in Utah that there. I mean, there's 12 in the box because there's alternates, but there's 8 that deliberate. I default to 12 because it's where my brain goes. But that's just my That's just my perception, based on what we're watching.
Everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go wait in the lobby. Okay? Just for a moment, I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way.
Fair.
Mr. Moffat, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Moffat, do you know the Muffin Man? Did you bring muffins? I am just genuinely thrilled that her attorney's last name is Moffat. Misperception said 8 jurors for a capital murder. Technically not a capital case because they are not seeking DP. So this is a aggravated murder case. Yes, it is not a capital case. In Utah, 12 for a capital case if they are seeking the death penalty. But because that is not what's being sought here, it is 8. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you.
That's true. Mr. Moffat would bring curds away. That's accurate. I'm interested to see what legal is going on the record. So right now, where are we? Because we've chatted a lot. There is an issue that the defense has raised regarding the text messages that come from the Celebrite extraction. We have laid foundation for Celebrite extractions, though I don't know if we laid the foundation for her phone's Celebrite extraction. So we might have a witness ordering issue. The defense has raised that objection that she can't authenticate her text messages and the Celebrite extraction. They were at sidebar for quite a long time. The jury has now been excused. The witness has now been excused. And I imagine now we're going to argue over CL's text messages. Fair.
Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit publish to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen?
So now they're going to argue.
So we're all talking about the same
that.
thing at the same time.
So the jury is out.
Your Honor, it is there now.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
All right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Back it up.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
So it did say Celebrate. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to...
There's times where I feel Miss Lewis so much because there's times when I genuinely think that she is just thinking out loud. It does not seem as contrived with Miss Lewis. It really does. There are times that it's just like... which I get it. The judge is like, please pause. Please pause, counsel.
So it did say Celebrate. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Snip.
You want to...
Snip.
I'm sorry. I don't have control yet. State's Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit that says Celebrite Extraction Report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Celebrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content...
the unredacted is going to come in later.
I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs.
Yes.
Not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at sidebar, going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content.
But
without identifying the
I think what part of the issue is that these are not like a screenshot of a text conversation. You've all seen the Celebrate reports that we have seen. We've seen them in many cases that when they have the text bubbles, they have a lot of data under them as well. It's not just the text. Doctor Who asked, why not call that witness first? I don't know if yesterday's half day or less than a half day fucked everything up. I don't know. It might really be scheduling. So I'm not sure. But she can testify to the text messages. I think, well, we'll let him argue, but there's more than just texts on the metadata from the Celebrate report.
source of the content, but Ms. Lauber has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellbrite report that has not been admitted.
Right.
We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in
There's a
through a
foundation
later
issue.
witness. I agree.
Right.
That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting Celebrite, the word Celebrite, solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant.
The judges I said what I said is so much more patient than me.
To use it to refresh her recollection, and you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
well, that's
focused.
what gets me frustrated.
Please.
Oh, damn, ma'am. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Would we like to start with where Emily's frustrated? I would like to pile on to my I would like to pile on with my frustration, ma'am. We're just click. I would like to pile on with the frustration. I can tell you where I'm frustrated. But no. It's only day 4. It's only day fucking 4. Ooh, buddy. We're gonna back all that up because judge is starting to lose his patience. And I understand why. I also understand why the defense is pushing back on this. It's coming in out of order. I understand. And the prosecution has blocked some of their stuff coming in out of order when they've been trying to introduce stuff they want to do direct on in cross. So I understand. The defense isn't wrong to be arguing over this. The defense manner of argument might be the problem. And yes, all of you are like, what is this? I got to click. One of the Lawnards sent me a giant click pen. I talked about it on Instagram. The fact that this happened day 1 of trial and it got here is wild. But anyway, click. So this was a gift from Dakota Dillon. Thank you, Dakota. It's click. It's a pen. It's a prop. It actually does right. All right. I backed this up because I am stunned.
Probably should have been called first, but was not.
I am stunned by the way this has gone off the rails. I'm also going to need this gentleman to make the, ew, David, faces. Excuse me, sir. I'm going to need, we would like your input. All right, let's keep going.
Come in through a later witness. I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting celebrate, the word celebrate solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the tags.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant. To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
well, that's
focused.
what gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
You rule. I think your ruling.
Is Bloodworth trying to change the ruling, or is Bloodworth trying to clarify the ruling because y'all keep misstating it? This is like the fourth time that the judge is like, no, let's rewind, because I want to know if those are change the ruling or clarifications.
Ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. We discussed this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment?
That's fine.
Okay. With any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can
authenticate it.
They can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lauber was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate it. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Not wrong.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text bubbles from a phone and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this,
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time, you would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to admit the bubble. Please admit the bubble, Your Honor. Bring me the bubble.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Celebrate took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight.
Well, that's our word of the day. Your Honor, imprimatur is our word. Your Honor, stop it. The chat's already dehydrated. Stop it. Well, there's our word of the day. We'll get back to that later. I'm going to let him finish his ruling, but we're going to come back to imprimatur. We'll get back to it.
Including all.
I'm just backing up to get the full thrust of the court's sentiment.
Okay, so the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So, State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not
That's
anything
not where we thought
from
that was
that
going, Your
blue
Honor. That's not where we
line
thought
in the
that was
header
going.
or above Scott.
The table is not what we thought.
Through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott.
That's not what we thought was happening.
Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
My notes have frozen, which does not happen with paper, but damn it. All right, we're going to have to come back to Imprimatur.
3/7 by itself didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3.
I know, now Emily's derailing the chat. I know.
But those
100% true.
Nothing further.
Did they? No, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So we have, I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44, understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Katradimos at some point, but
It will probably be mooted at some point. Imprimatur is going to be our word of the day.
Yeah, let's
do
that, Your Honor.
Like an official, it gives it a more official seal of approval, like an official, it gives it more official credibility to not get into the dictionary.com definition, but that is our, Imprimatur is our word of the day. Makes it more official in layman's terms.
Let's
Me
label
being
this
the layman.
2-44 Romeo, R.
Okay.
To denote it as a redacted version of 244.
Got it.
I'll grab the dictionary.com meaning as
Okay,
well.
Brittany, do you need anything else for
Or
the
Merriam-Webster.
record? All right, what I would like to do, counsel, is complete the, well, you know, we've taken want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into
Probably.
cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, listen, nobody can talk to Ms. Lauber out in the lobby, please. No appearances of contact with Ms. Lauber.
No contact with Ms. Lauber. Sanction authority or approval, especially for something to be printed, is coming from our dictionary.com. All right, continuing on. I think taking a bathroom break is a good idea.
Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you.
Today has been clunky. Oh, today has been much. Emily, we're not zooming. No, the judge was still on the screen. That would be rude of us. How rude. We would never. What a wild fucking day. So, Emily, what is the problem? Well, the prosecution wants to bring in text messages that are from a Celebrate report and has not brought in the Celebrate expert to lay the foundation for that particular Celebrate report yet. And having all the Celebrate shit on it makes it seem like more authentic than a screenshot of the texts. But if they are using them to refresh recollection, they might not even get admitted through this witness. And the judge said, and this may all become moot because there is no outside chance that these aren't getting admitted. These will come in. They just haven't come in yet. And so you've got Ms. Dester saying, well, Your Honor, they should have brought that witness first if they wanted to get into all of this. And Mr. Bloodworth was explaining, Your Honor, if a photograph is taken and somebody can come in and say, yes, I was there. That's me in the photograph. This is who these other people are. This was at this event. You don't need all the metadata for it. The person who was a party to that thing can just authenticate it. And that's where the court is like, right, same way you can with a screenshot. But we also don't want the screenshot to have more weight than necessary because it looks officially official from Celebrate. So this is where we're just like going around and round and round with this. They're going to take their break. We're going to zoom past that break. And Ms. Lauber is going to resume on the stand. And we'll see how this sorts out. But when defense was trying to get into some stuff and the prosecution was like, we're not there yet, it's fair for the defense to be like, but also we're not there yet. But also, right, the prosecution was objecting to the 911 call the other day. They can't imagine that the defense isn't going to object to this. So.
I'll give you the early.
All right.
Thank you for the reminder. All right, Ms. Lauber, I'll give you the early warning. Just get close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
Get all up in there.
So
I know.
my face.
You'll get used to it.
Okay.
Mr. Blood. Oh, Ms. Lauber.
You'll get used to it. Your Honor, Your Honor.
Or you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yorkie
hesitated.
Mom.
We don't have to do that.
The jury is back in. Yorkie Mom asked a great question in the chat and said, is this the first time Eric's family members are hearing all of these details or have law enforcement told them these details? Eric's family, it seems, has had numerous meetings with law enforcement. There has also been a very thorough bond hearing. There has been a very extensive multi-day preliminary hearing, among other hearings. And the family is engaged in, I think there are 4 litigations that have been combined, plus there's another criminal case. So I imagine they have heard or at least seen reports of almost everything that's coming in court between they're dealing with the civil litigations and giving information for the additional criminal complaint that is following behind this one. There's quite a lot going on. So yes, I don't think any of this is new. And in the years plus investigation that they had their investigator working on the civil case, a lot of information has come out, and there's more information that they're going to know than comes into this criminal trial. So yes, I don't think this will be new. Mm-hmm.
Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lewis,
Are we
any
disassociating
further
together, Your
record
Honor?
on this?
Nothing more for the record. No.
Okay, let's bring the
Understood.
jury.
Let's publish
I thought that,
244.
okay, the jury's there. Good.
244R. My apologies.
I just wanted to make sure that they were. Okay. We are back from break. The jury is present. Ms. Lauber is back on the
Ms. Lauber,
stand. We are still on
You
direct.
just testified that you had recognized a text exchange between you.
I mean, it still looks like an official report. And we're going to pause to read it, because if all of this doesn't get read into the record, we will lose it. So we're going to use it. These say instant message, incoming, outgoing. This is from March 6th, 2022. They've got the UTC time on there. And then it says, Kouri, it says from, it has a number, mostly redacted, 1987. Kouri D. Nice. No, Emily, D. Niece, because it is D's niece. This makes sense. Thanks, Carmen. Love you, friend. And then source Android call log. And then it's got all the extraction stuff. Outgoing message from 3/6, 7:17:33 p.m. UTC. From, and then it's blank, to 1987, which is Kouri. Seriously, if you need me for anything, all caps, call me. Incoming from Kouri. Still have your hookup. YOUR hookup. There we go. We've got that. This is like 10 minutes later. Outbound. Yes'm. Like literally YES''UM. WTF, you're dealing with enough shit to worry. The next one is from Kouri back to Carmen. I know, actually, I need something to get my mind, and then I don't see the rest of it. So these are all, these started at the beginning of 3/6 at 7:17 p.m. and then the next day. Thank you, chat. The next day it switches to 3/7 in the evening. I didn't care. Thank you. Different day. I'm sure there's going to be another page, but that switches over from, you just wanted me to say it switches over from 3/6 to 3/7. Right. 3/6 to 3/7.
And Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lauber, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I message back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you buy him for? How much?
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So, did Kouri give Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to Midway.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Wait.
hear you.
She said the house in
Sorry,
Midway.
what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's dead.
Oh, no, she gave me, she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her
Okay.
house in Camas.
So, did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Savage
Yes,
that was in the car when you asked her whether the
yes,
pills caused Eric's death?
yes.
So Nick drove you from
Okay.
where?
Nick picked me up in my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Canada.
Yes, Corey and Eric's house in Camas.
Okay.
Did you check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, looked at the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there, so I ran back to the front. And I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Corey a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check.
What? No,
So she
never.
went over
What?
to the
No.
kitchen counter
What?
and
No.
grabbed-
What? Why? No. No. Nope. 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 This is a nope. 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 Mm-mm.
Kind of a book about so big and wrote me a check.
At least checks are easy to track,
She
though.
hand you the check.
Yes.
Checks
Scott,
are-
can we bring up 5-31
Checks are easy to cash.
for the
However,
witness, please?
remember, this witness also did work with Kouri Richins' house flipping business and would occasionally go flip houses, or go clean the houses that Kouri was flipping for her. I just wonder if the check is from the business account, because she did have legitimate work with the business account. So I'm
And
curious.
It's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through so she can view all 3 pages, please.
And I imagine the defense will say, okay, but wasn't this for work that you did, right? What I love about checks is they are dated. Blue Eyes Fairy in the chat said, we love big
Ms.
diction,
Lauber, do you
and
recognize
we cannot
those
lie.
3 pages?
True.
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 531 into evidence.
Let it be a picture of a check.
States 5-31 is admitted. Published.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let
Okay,
it be a
let's
check.
move on to check, please. Ms. Lauber, is that the...
All right, I'm just pausing to see what's on the screen, and lo and behold, This is a check to Carmen for $1,300 from March 6th, 2022. Interesting, because the text messages were from the 7th. And the account is K. Richins Realty. I think that the timing is something that the defense is going to argue about, because the check is dated before the text messages. However, I'm real curious about, well, yes, a lot of you in the chat are like, but the 7th was UTC. That's fair. Very fair. But also, you can write whatever date on a check, can't you? The day that CL is at the house is going to be on her cell phone location data. So it also says memo construction clean midway. So that's exactly what the defense is going to argue. That this was not for narcotics, that this was for legitimate work.
Check that Kouri Richins wrote you that morning?
Yes, it is.
In the memo section, do you see where it says construction clean midway?
Yes, I do.
Did Kouri Richins owe you any money for any cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money for any construction cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money related to Midway?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money that would make construction clean Midway memo make sense?
No, I never cleaned a house ever in my life for $1,300.
Okay. Let's go to second page, please, Scott.
Valid, ma'am. Valid. Absolutely valid.
Is that the back of the check?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Third page, please.
All right, we saw the back of the check just briefly as they were cruising
Yes,
through.
it is.
Third place.
So we saw the back of the check just briefly. I can't. It looks like 3/9/2022 on the back of the check.
Please.
And then
Third.
we've got a receipt. The receipts. Whitney. We've got a receipt from 3/9/2022 from America First Credit Union.
Page, please.
Oh, and they're going to zoom that in. Thank God.
Do you recognize that as a deposit slip where you deposited a portion of that check and took out cash for the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please explain how this came about.
I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance. And then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check.
Yeah, that morning,
Did
yes.
you go straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Okay. Do you see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check, went straight to the bank and deposited it?
Yes.
Deposited 300 of it and took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes,
sound
I
right?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Once you deposited a
Okay, so
portion
this
of
is,
the check.
she says
at
this
the
is
bank,
March 9th. She got the check and
Cashed
then
the
went directly to the
remainder.
deposit and cashed it.
What did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
And you said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick off 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street, but we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him, like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here.
Fair.
Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my checking, my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
You know that math does not add up.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
You got the rest.
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house. Text Kouri, told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes.
Towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes, in the closet on the right above. Like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door, put on top of the closet.
Is that the same closet where you previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you
This
just
is going to go to
testified?
location data.
And the only 3 times you've been at that
I would
Draper
imagine.
Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more.
I mean, of course they're going to hit you up for more. You guys are paying over market value. They're like, hey, that girl that's just throwing down cash, she need anything else? Come on back, guys. Yeah, I'm shocked. Truly shocked. She got another 1,000? Let's go.
My friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will, okay?
Okay.
I wonder if we'll see this witness back on the stand, but let's get to cross-examination. Miguelino, do you mind letting the app know we are getting to the cross-examination of this witness? I am very interested. I'm very interested to see where Cross goes, how Cross goes, and if this witness is on the stand the rest of the day, because there's going to be a lot more information. And this witness gave, I think she said, almost 10 interviews. If she gave 10 statements before testifying in court today, you can imagine how much the defense is going to just, all right, first time you talked to law enforcement was this, then this, then this. So we're going to see, and we're going to see how cross goes. All right, to cross-examination. Some of you in chat are asking, is the investor real? I don't think so. I think that was a ruse, but who knows? Maybe we'll see. All right, Ms. Lewis on the cross-examination.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're going to go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are.
No wonder she said, oh my gosh, hold on. Let me move myself out of let me move my camera out of the way for you law nerds. No wonder she said, oh my gosh. Let's take a look at what counsel's walking up to the witness stand with.
Attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're going to go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are
at least 3 binders. Those look like 3-inch, 4-inch binders. And the witness is like, oh my God, there's at least 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is.
okay. I'm going to ask you to refer to these as we talk.
Oh boy. Well, we thought they were going to go through them. I didn't think she was just going to roll the binders up to the witness stand, but all right. Ma'am, let's prepare. We're going to talk.
These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April.
Counsel, I'm just going to let you know that you have deeply offended my trial lawyer sensibilities by not putting a label on the front nor down the spine of that binder. How are we not just printing out a page that has the binder witness name, number, and tabs? What are we doing? How do you know which binder is which? If they all just have the how do we even know which one's which? Okay. All right.
April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews, and we're tabbed here. Interview 1.
At least they're tabbed.
2. All right.
Okay.
This is interview. We've got the dates: March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. Do you want to just set that aside till we get to that?
Why don't we
And then
just
your
put a
last
piece of paper in the front that says March 10th then? Just saying.
2 interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave,
Also,
when you were arrested in
there might be a reason they chose not to label them. I will leave that as an outside possibility. That might have been a choice. I imagine it's going to get confusing.
April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple, okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes I wasn't charging. Sometimes they swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they, was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together. And
Which is appropriate.
so they came to your house.
It's appropriate. It's like having a nurse in the room when you're doing an evaluation. You have someone else in the room. Always, always, always two people. Especially if it's a witness who may down the road be like, they're lying. Yep, always. Always two.
A couple. Does a
Always
couple
two.
mean two, or does a couple mean five? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on a limb and say maybe 3 to 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up, like, okay, where was you at this time?
I mean, it wasn't really testimony
like
at that
that.
point.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them, with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive
knew
you
where
places?
she was.
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And, okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They transported her to court. Okay.
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was an initial meeting when this case first came appeared with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second, Ms. Lewis. I apologize for the interruption. Hold the mic a
Pause.
little bit to your left.
Ma'am, pause. We can't hear you.
Blinder suggestion.
Okay.
There you go. Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you ask your
Sorry, go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Notice she
Yes.
didn't say.
All right.
Notice she didn't say review your prior statements with you, because her questioning is very intentional to give the opposite impression. Did they review your prior interviews with you? Sounds very different than did they review your answers with you? Did they prepare your answers with you? Did you practice your answers? Right. Right.
So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Would they correct you if they thought you were, and if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you, is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Oh, counsel, danger, danger. They didn't do a mock cross. They said, this is what the defense is going to try to do. Don't let them get to you. They're going to try to make it seem like this. Don't let them get to you. Don't get mad at them. That's not a pretend cross. That is a prepared, right? That's funny.
Okay. That's all?
That's
yes.
Tracks with my experience too. I've never seen.
Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
I've never
Didn't give
seen
you-
law enforcement do a mock cross. I've seen this is what you need to expect.
Any advice on how to answer the questions?
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Did they tell you to take vague
Actually,
notes?
I'm the one that's asked.
Did they say take vague notes so you will remember? Oh, sorry. No, that's your client, Miss Lewis. My apologies.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, like, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together. Can refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're going to get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now...
I imagine she would have talked to the DA
When I was in
at some
jail,
point.
when I was incarcerated.
Okay. And Jill, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
This witness was just like vague
There
as to
was
time.
O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Ms. Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
we'll get back.
The Fed is named Whistler and the local detective is named Woody? What is happening? Okay, sure. Okay, sure.
To that too.
Why not?
We talked to Nick
Whistler and
Bonsavage
Woody, y'all.
that you
Whistler
were
and Woody.
cooperating in this case during the time
Oh.
you were in jail.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay.
Whistler only talks to snitches, by the way. She's like, look, we're going to sing like a canary or nothing.
We'll get back to that too. Well, you talked to Nick Bonsavage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where, in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you
I mean, it's fair that she's also looked at like the digital evidence. Oh, the date on this picture is this. Okay, then it's that.
couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that.
Are we going to get back to everything or are we going to
Crozier,
ask
do you have
anything
mental
now?
health, diagnoses?
Oh, I don't like that.
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any.
Counsel. Tread carefully, counsel. Tread carefully.
Any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right.
Really? You're going to try to flame her over being on anxiety meds in the past? Okay.
Let's talk about drug court. So
It would matter, Chad, if she was on medication before she testified. That would matter if she was, though there's nothing in her testimony that is indicating that question needs to be asked. However, you can ask, are you on any prescription medications before you're testifying here today. Do they impact your memory in any way? Fair. There's ways to do it that are way less yuck that are still appropriate.
2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes,
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
She's just flipping through
Yes.
paper. Just
It
flip.
was, let me grab some papers.
You've got plenty of papers. How do you not have them all? Well, how do you not have all the papers? You're just like, flip, flip, flip. Do we have the papers yet, Miss Lewis, or no? How are they not in one of your binders? How do your binders not have
And
her?
you were
You know
arrested
you're
for
gonna
how many
ask.
first-degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first-degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that
Are any of those felonies murder? No? Okay.
right?
Yes,
A 3rd-degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
yes.
Right. And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances.
You're telling me
paraphernalia.
that someone who has been using substances and has talked about a almost lifelong struggle with addiction has possession arrests? Well, I am shocked. Just stunned.
Or driving under the influence.
Yes, is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes, yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes,
All right, so you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands.
I
When
think
you
we
go to drug
understand.
court, you get what is typically what you do.
I mean-
is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
yes,
She said
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that
Okay.
you're charged with, correct?
yes,
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
correct.
And then if you successfully
Held
complete drug court,
in
those will be
abeyance.
dismissed. Correct?
Yes,
All right. So, and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well
Yes,
and you're clean.
yes,
And congratulations, by the way.
thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Ma'am,
And drug court's really hard.
ma'am, you're in here being like, are you sure you don't have any mental health diagnoses? And then you're turning around like, congratulations, that's really hard. Can we pick a lane?
Right?
It is, yes.
I mean, I was an
They,
attorney in
they
drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity. But you're expected to do a lot.
A lot, yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh, yes, sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry, yes.
Sorry, I'll try. You're
Right.
expected. You get very.
The witness, I thought you were just going to keep going. Ma'am, you continue to read the situation correctly. Correct.
Regular UAs to make sure that you're clean,
Every day you call in, yes.
and then so it's random. You call in every day.
It's,
And
yes,
then,
it's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
all right. And there's how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing. Do you have to work?
Yes,
Okay, so you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
I think it was September.
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
Does it matter?
I think you might be right. Let's just.
A lot of you are talking about drug court in the tense, being intense. Drug court has a lot of components. Finishing drug court is not easy. And I think one of the things that's hard for people in drug court is occasionally in some of the programs you're with people in all different phases of drug court. So you've got people who are not quite ready to be in drug court but don't want to go to jail. You've got people who are really ready for sobriety. So you've got the whole gamut. And drug court is onerous. It's meant to be. It's meant to be an intense program to keep people, A, out of coming back to drug court, and B, from going to prison. The goal is to really get people the help that they need with their addiction so that they are not back in court. But it is hard. And the judges in drug court are pretty strict with it because it is the only way it works. You have to be held accountable. So yes, drug court is busy. And all states have different types of drug courts, but drug courts are busy. Yeah.
Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now,
she just said that.
Is it fair to say that between September of 2021
she said that,
and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 26th or 22nd or something like that?
Not quite.
I mean the date.
April
The date.
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's
of
what it was, yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court, fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time, until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So,
I think where the defense is going with this is building up
recall
to
that?
this plea deal was an out. That this plea deal, she would do anything for this plea deal. I think that's where the defense is probably going with this. It's depending on the jury, it's going to, well, we'll see. We'll see how that lands.
Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier.
But I think that's the foundation that she is laying. Not that everything was good and gravy with drug court, but that she was going to go to jail if she didn't get this plea deal. I think that's where the defense is going.
Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber?
So we'll see.
And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21.
How is she supposed to know what the fuck you're talking about if things aren't tabbed? Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, that's easier. All right, while they're going through the screen, I'm going to thank all of you that have gifted memberships since Ms. Lewis is not asking a question.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right, so let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right? About what happened in court that day.
We're well familiar with
drug
dockets.
court team members' notes.
Understood. So you started
Jess,
drug
thank you for
court
the gift of
September
memberships.
15th, September 22nd,
JM, thank
you
you
missed
for
your
the
group therapy and your individual therapy.
thank you for the gift of
I
memberships.
mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yeah.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Yes, you're supposed to go to all your treatments. Pause,
See
Ms.
that there?
Lewis. I love how many of you asked is, Scott, can you zoom on the
Yes.
soundboard?
Okay.
I
And you
think
had to pay a $40
the law nerds want the zoom on there.
fee or You had to pay for your mistreatment.
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court, yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that.
No, if you missed it, they considered that waste of the therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
That is
Okay.
fair.
So the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page,
I mean, that is fair.
you failed to appear at drug court.
Your stream didn't freeze. I know that's been an issue today. I am not buffering. I'm just trying to figure out where we're at with the questioning here, because she talked about this in direct.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive.
I also wonder if, as this witness seems saddened by going through this, all of this, it's not going to land with the jury the way the defense might think.
Positive for benzos.
So you had a dirty test?
Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know, well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
She was taking benzos.
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium, all right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
This is going to take forever. This is going to take forever.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy, true?
I have a question,
Look at November.
chat. Has anyone, let me know. Has anyone in the chat see recovery be just exactly linear? Because that has just not been my experiences. So I don't know why we're doing this with this witness, but apparently we are.
November 3rd?
Because what are we doing? I just think there's a faster way to do this. Then again, it's not my choice. I am not the defense attorney here. Some of this is very human.
It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I don't know, you guys are moving them all over, so.
She's trying to look at the docket and she's saying that what's on the screen on the docket is moving. That would be so hard. Can you all stop moving it? Because them moving what she's trying to look at makes it even harder for her to answer.
You asked the question again, Ms. Lewis.
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Courtney in the chat said if they have transcripts, wouldn't they have been recorded based on how many binders there are? Yep. They would be recorded based on how many.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the...
It might be faster if you just cross-examine her, but you don't want to seem like an asshole because you're going to seem like an asshole if you sit there and go, and then you tested dirty on these dates, correct? Correct. And then you did this on these dates, correct? Correct. This is just either do the thing and ask the questions in cross-examination format, or don't do the thing and leave the line of questioning alone. But having her try to read while you're jumping around on the docket is just going to be frustrating.
Witness,
Of course.
thank you.
It's direct. It's cross-examination. Sorry, it's not direct. You can just ask. And on this date, you were sanctioned for missing treatment. And on this date, this. And on this date, that. Fine.
All right, let's see.
Ms. Lauber, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thank you very much.
To the microphone, ma'am.
November 3rd, drug court, you missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug tests that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me, now in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens, but as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work, can I do it next day?
And
With
they
approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because you didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that, but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests.
Is there a question?
You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. And she still got sober. Okay.
Now that's good. You got a negative drug test, it looks like in.
What's the year on that?
There, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February. It was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Right.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then, on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it, that's not true. I didn't use.
Yeah.
But then the next week, you came back and you said, well, actually, I did use. You don't need to retest it, I relapsed. Which happens.
So she
Well, yes,
took
working with
responsibility
active
for it.
users, once again, with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
And
but
then
it was your choice to use.
Absolutely, but if you keep getting offered and as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going to
All right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
And then
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true, addicts lie.
oh, Miss Lewis. She lied, and then she went to court and said no. Oh, Miss Lewis.
Offered and as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going to
All right.
fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true, addicts lie. All right.
Active addicts.
And then in.
Well, Miss Lauber, you absolutely clocked her on that. Did you notice that the witness said addicts lie when they're using? And then Miss Lewis said addicts lie, and then she reiterated when they're using. Right.
February. Now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group,
And
your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Chad, I'm not speeding it up.
Yes.
Because I think, this is one of the prosecution's more critical witnesses, and I want to see the pacing of the cross-examination. So I know you guys can speed me up. I mean, not right now if you're caught up in real time, but I'm curious to see how this cross unfolds in real time, because the pacing of it is part of the cross and part of the strategy of the cross.
February
100%.
11th, you tested positive for amphetamines.
Same with the tone.
Tested positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
That's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, it's just, yes,
Okay.
I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again.
This is part of the point, though. And this is a fair point for the defense. I think they probably could have skipped to this point. Where is the overlap in what's going on in drug court and what's going on with Kouri Richins? It's fair if she's having, dirty tests for meth the same day she's saying that she's going and buying stuff for Kouri. Sure. It's fair to question it. And that's what the defense is going to do. So that's where we're at. I think the dates around when she was doing things with Kouri are much more relevant. For sure.
When you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And
Ma'am, the dismissiveness, though, Miss Lewis, is just.
let's see.
But
As we
Miss
move into March.
I do not like Miss Lewis's tone. But Miss Lewis's tone to the jury is going to indicate to the jury that they should also dismiss this witness, right? So that's part of what Miss Lewis is doing, is indicating to the jury, you should not listen to this woman. Not all the jurors are going to like that. Some might if they don't like this witness, but not all the jurors are going to like that.
Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't
No,
mean to
you're good.
poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in there, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right, so this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text
Right, this is
messages,
going to go to
you were
memory.
high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified, that you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022, you were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
Yes, well, yes.
Okay.
Right, and that goes to memory.
Now,
I think
this continues.
For me, I think the point would have landed better if she had just started there. Instead of going back for all of the rest of it, just start there. Hey, you started interacting with Kouri about the drugs on February 11th. Just start there. Just start there.
All through.
Ms. Lewis, may we pause for a minute? May we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I love that the judge is like, can we
All right.
pause?
So this continues. The missing drug tests, the positive tests. Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were
I don't know what we're
using
talking about,
all
Ms.
through
Lewis.
February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, were sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023.
This
Correct?
is all going to go to this
Yes.
deal.
All right.
Yeah, this is all going to go to drug court wasn't going great. You weren't, I imagine the defense will start going down the route or argue later that you weren't going to get your convictions set aside. You were going to catch those because you were failing out of drug court. You needed this deal. You are incentivized to lie. And that's why you're lying on Kouri Richins. That's where she's trying to get. I don't think she needed the entire backstory to get there, though.
In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before you were arrested in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're
Okay.
arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license, and then you were, there was an order to show cause issued in drug court,
Yes.
right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show
An
cause.
OSC.
Can you pull that up, please, just for me and the witness? So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court, or probation, on probation.
Excuse me, Miss Lewis, who's testifying? Why don't you ask her what the order to show cause is? Because now you're just testifying.
And you're accused of
She would
committing a
know.
crime. They say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing.
Is there a question?
And you need to come into
Or
drug
a
court
soliloquy.
and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court.
Why are we not just
If you're going to
objecting?
be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is.
And
Yes.
you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued?
Why is the state
in
not
May
objecting?
of
Probably because they can
2020.
see what the jury is looking like.
You were ordered to,
If the jury is as annoyed as the chat, I would let them go too. It just depends on how it's landing in court, right? And if everybody's also zoned out, objecting might wake them back up. Like if the jury is already like wah 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 wah, you might just not object because it will be a change of pace and it will regain their focus. So you just let it go. Because again, this is a really damaging witness for the defense. The defense very much wants to damage this witness to undo that. And so they're going after, you shouldn't believe her for this. And hey, she said she was doing well in drug court. That's not actually the truth. She wasn't doing well in drug court. And I imagine they're going to go to. And in fact, if she hadn't gotten this deal, she probably would have caught that charge and landed in jail or prison. So that's where we're at with the defense.
April 26th, the day of your arrest.
Oh, I stepped right in the middle of that date.
In May of 2020.
I'm gonna let that go.
I'm looking at the You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest.
Is that 22 or 23? Okay, 23. Thank you.
Would you restate the question?
Yeah, there wasn't a question, Your
Is that the
Honor.
order
Thank you.
to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
Okay.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation,
They put up on the screen the order to show cause docketed item from this item's from April 26, 2023. It's an OSC in her case, and she's ordered to go to court on May 3rd, 2023. Remember, Kouri Richins is arrested May 8th, 2023.
you're found to have committed new crimes. What happens is your plea in abeyance goes away, and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your third-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay.
Can we-
Trying to
Fair.
explain so they all understand how this works.
You don't get to explain. You get to ask questions. You're not
If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter.
Your plea in
Correct?
abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 2 third-degree. I'm sorry.
This goes to benefit. So you've got an order to show cause pending. You've got this order to show cause hanging. And if that's found, you have your plea in abeyance revoked, and you're going to probably prison, jail or prison. But you catch all those felonies on your record. But then this deal swoops in and saves you. So there's a lot of motivation. However, the Facebook Messenger messages say what they say, but there are a lot of text messages that are deleted. Fair. So we're getting there.
1 third-degree felony.
Yes.
And
Oh, hey, Fred.
in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm
Ew.
found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
You can't have it
is
in
a
your
crime
house.
if you're a felon.
Yeah, you can't have it in your house even if it belongs to somebody
Serious
else.
crime.
Yes,
Potentially a federal crime.
yes.
All right. So, we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't
Where do
know
you wanna
yet
go?
about the firearm. You said you forgot.
The chat is running to their gummies to get through the rest of this cross, but I don't know where you want to go.
Forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard
Where are you
show up
trying
to
to
talk
go?
to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there,
No, I had no idea.
but they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
Right?
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony,
Fred is sitting on the arm of my chair,
you are looking at
taking over the chair.
2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
5 to life on what?
And the court could
On the firearm? Huh? I mean, okay. What they're getting at is what she was facing, which is fair. She should have started her cross like right into the thick of this, but this goes, again, it goes to the deal. Why are we taking this deal? What do we stand to benefit? What do we stand to lose? Who stands to lose?
choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 5 to life, then you do a second 5 to life, and then you do your 0 to 5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
Can I just get a, not.
What are we asking next? Like, what are we doing? Your feed didn't freeze. I'm not buffering. This is just...
But in that very first meeting,
much.
Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact.
And how, oh how, did O'Driscoll and Maynard know to talk to her? How would they have known? How would they have ever known to talk to her? I ask you, chat, how did they know? They're going to know. They're not going to know. They're going to know. How did they know? Because she hasn't talked to them yet. Kouri hasn't mentioned her name. She just got arrested. She hasn't had a single conversation with them. Right. It would have come from the phones. So if it's coming from the phones, it's because there's digital evidence there, not because she's just making all of this up out of whole cloth. Right. They knew to go talk to her for a reason. She didn't go find them. She didn't get arrested and be like, hey, do you need some information about Kouri Richins? And there's a lot of cases where that's the way things go down. That somebody gets popped and they're like, great, but can I tell you about? That's how the whole college admission scandal started. Somebody got popped for something else and they're like, okay, but would you like to form an alliance? I would like to make a trade. Can I make a trade? I would like to make a trade. I would like to not go to prison. I would like to give you information. That's not what's happening here. So, interesting that. Just a note of what I've noticed.
Doors, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
They were there to talk to you. Mm-hmm.
But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
Well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose.
No.
Where did you hear that
One
before?
of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
What?
You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys.
I mean, if you've got 3 binders of her dirty drug tests, none of them said fentanyl. Not a single one said that.
Here and there.
So.
But I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter, I'm sorry. It's not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes, and
I'm glad you clarified that, Miss Lewis, because otherwise the chat's going to start asking if people are deceased again, and I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. I don't have patience today. So thank you for clarifying that no one is deceased. I appreciate it, because that was going to sticking to the facts. Just sticking to the facts. Just the facts.
I'm happy to hear that.
But I'm going to back that up and let her ask the rest of the question.
Daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter, I'm sorry. It's not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear that, but she had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin, and it turned into fentanyl, yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you?
Terrifying.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, that must have been terrifying.
But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't
Excuse me, Honor Foundation? Where's there a button? How are we pushing the button? I think Mr. Bloodworth is just trying to let the witness know, hey, I got you, but also what the fuck is this? I don't think I've ever heard objection foundation, what's the button? It was kind of like objection, what is gravity? That was funny.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
That's funny.
Sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book,
Or
yes.
You're going to pull it up?
No, we're going to use the book. So we're going to go old school on these interviews. There's too many pages to ask
The
for.
Boston
Where do I gotta go
Crusaders.
to?
The Boston Crusaders would like a word about their button for boom. Didn't they have a button?
5:30, right?
It's the boom. It's the boom button. Oh, Chad is saying the button actually might send the Lexus into space. What I need right now is a champagne button.
No, interview one.
Like Heather
Let's go
Dubrow.
page 98.
I mean, I've got a lot of buttons. They do all different kinds of things. Is that the button we wanted, or like that button? Which button are we? Maybe it was that button. Is it that button? This button. This button?
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Remember that now?
Maybe it's this button.
Why is no one ready?
Not that
So
button.
they tell you in that interview, these new
Docket
charges,
214,
none of them are
but
going to go
every law
through
nerd on the
until we
internet
push the
calls it the
button
walk the dog
to
ladder.
make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Those buttons.
Yes.
And they say,
She went to the transcript and law enforcement said to her, we won't make the charges go through until we push the button. It's actually what law enforcement said. To be fair to Miss Lewis, a megapint. A megapint? Didn't you say a megapint? Law enforcement actually did say, you will not catch charges until we push the button. That's fair. It's in the interview.
okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but
You got real close
We're
to
gonna
the
help
mic
you
there,
out.
Miss Lewis.
Yes.
all right.
So there is a button,
And you know,
apparently.
because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug
I've
court,
got
you're
to
looking
stand
at
up.
potentially a
I'm-
lot of time.
Ugh, I'm moving
And you do
I
not
gotta move
want
the
that
chair.
to happen.
I gotta get,
No.
we gotta stand.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
Can't go to Vegas while you're on drug court, though.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him. But I had to let her know when and what time and the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find.
Is the judge's name really Maybe? Is it, you guys, is the drug court named Judge really Judge Maybe? Okay. Sure. Why not?
On the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please?
Rude.
All right.
Katie, can we
So
check into that? That's not accurate.
They say,
Yes, call me Judge Maybe. All right, we gotta
but we
stand
think
up.
you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, you know, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything.
It's fair
I
that
do
you
believe
need
I told him
time.
It's a
Why don't
lot
you
to
take a look?
process.
It's fair that you need
Over
time.
back up
Yes,
to what page?
the end.
The end? The end?
No, this section. Let's see, I don't think.
I have a feeling we're not even close to the end, ma'am. All right. I needed my squishy mat for the up desk. We needed to go up. Literally, we're going up. Yep. Hold on. There we go. Emily was getting tired sitting.
Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they're telling you you could be in trouble in drug court and you say that's going to fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're going to give you some time to think about this. We'll come back.
Shit.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days,
Yes.
and you don't know what's going on, but you know you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair, but it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter,
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time. right?
Not the
Agent
FBI.
Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
Not
So
the FBI.
this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5 to lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone
And they died.
and someone died from that drug,
Yeah.
that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding is, I think we can get past
Boy.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Oh
Yes.
boy.
Distribution
That was
resulting in a death.
spicy.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out. Right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, which you also said here today.
I think the issue with the law is that it's a mandatory sentence. And when she rephrased it, she left out the mandatory part. So I think the disagreement was not maybe about the amount of time, but the mandatory amount of time, or at least that's what it seems to me. But I am still so shocked at the way that she is clapping back in front of the jury because all of this is just wild. I am surprised.
Okay, yes. Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay.
It sounds like
But
she didn't ask
couldn't
for fentanyl.
remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I couldn't remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
Wait. Was it enough to track a cat by? Inquiring law nerds would like to know if it was enough snow to track a cat by.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you say, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl,
No.
because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills.
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you.
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it
Why?
is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize.
Oh my goodness. Why is Miss Lewis laughing at this witness? And the judge is jumping in. Okay, I'm going to just let this play with with trying to mitigate my own rage, the jury is going to have their own feelings about this. I know y'all will too. Why is she asking these questions? Because her client is charged with aggravated murder. And if this witness is incentivized to get a deal, doesn't have a good memory, and is making stuff up, she wants to point that out to the jury. So she is allowed to ask these questions. She has to navigate the questions, the tone, and the jury. But oh, this is going to go south real quick. Yeah.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lauber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what
is it?
It's not the highest education of, it's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
Gee, Miss Lewis. Emily, you said you weren't going to crash out. I'm trying really hard. Gee, Miss Lewis, I wonder why she might feel put on the spot, embarrassed, ashamed, shamed. I wonder why this line of questioning might make her feel some kind of way. Also, what she has shared is that she did not complete advanced schooling. Because whatever happened in her life, she started using in 6th grade. So I can imagine that her life was not the easiest, Miss Lewis. And I wonder why this is a difficult thing for her to discuss. You are trying to embarrass her and then saying, well, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm not surprised she feels some kind of a way.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your...
I'm going to just let her continue answering. It's the jury will take away from it what they will. There are ways to evaluate somebody's memory and ability to remember that are not this. There are ways.
It's not the highest education of, it's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
Okay, Miss Lewis, sure. I
right, so you
agree
go
it's
to
nothing to be
Susan.
embarrassed about. I do not agree that this witness's feelings are wrong based on the line of this questioning.
And did you ask her for Roxy's, or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they... And I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need some, you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question.
Maybe
again.
just give her a
And if you
minute.
need Ms. Lewis to
Yeah,
restate
what was
it,
the
that's
question
okay.
again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get from her friend.
Okay. And what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is
It's
it
an opiate.
oxy? I'm sorry, say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's not bad. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
Your Honor, we've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no, Your
witness,
Honor.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury.
All right. They're letting the jury out. I'm going to wait and see if they put anything on the record. And then we will fast forward.
Ms. Lauber, we're going to take a break.
Past this.
You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you.
Okay. So the witness is taking a break, which is fair to give her a minute. The court is taking a break. We are in the cross-examination of Carmen Lauber. The cross-examination, though, getting into a lot of valid questions and valid topics of exploration, there are multiple ways to get to a question. And I think that the way the defense is going about this could very much have the jury feeling bad for this witness rather than distrusting this witness. But also, it depends on this jury's experience, this jury's life, and how they perceive these attorneys questioning and how they perceive this witness. It might make this witness much more sympathetic. The defense has a right to evaluate her areas of memory, any challenges to memory, the same way you can evaluate somebody's eyesight. Hey, I see that you're wearing glasses. How far can you see? But the way to go about it is going to rub people the wrong way. And I'm not surprised that it's going to rub people the wrong way. But these are areas of cross that are valid areas of cross. When you see witnesses or you see people that are in civil litigation who are like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to court. You can understand why. And I think that as we see this witness going through like all of the feels, I don't think that is inauthentic. I don't think her responses to questioning are inauthentic. I don't think her responses are inauthentic. And we will see how this goes at the end. There are definitely questions that I think the prosecution's going to come back to. The area of the prosecution, or the area that the defense, I think, probably should have started with, is during the period of time that the witness was conversing with Kouri Richins, she was using. It's fair to ask about that. It's fair to ask about what she stood to lose, especially in way of her freedom, what she could lose if she did not get this deal. It's fair. So it's, I am not surprised that it's a vigorous cross-examination, but I think you can get into those areas differently. But then again, you know that this defense style is not always my favorite. So I don't think that's any secret that a lot of the style choices rub me the wrong way. So it's tough. But this is not uncommon of cross-examination. So I know the frustration y'all feel. I see it, but this is not uncommon for a cross-examination of a percipient witness. And I think this witness has held her ground.
One's patience.
All right. I want to hear what the judge says as he puts it on the record.
I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions.
Who is disappointing him? Who is disappointing him? What have you done to Judge M? Chat? Not chat. You're not you. Audience. Chat's been lovely. Audience. What have you done to Judge M?
That there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the.
I wonder if this cross-examination elicited some audible reactions to the questioning because it elicited some chat reactions. I wonder if somebody in the audience was also stunned by some of that questioning. I'm curious. That is speculation on my part. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was like, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
Courtroom.
This is why chat stays home.
Sit
That's why we don't go to court, Your Honor, because we can
listen,
gasp
no
and
audible
yell.
reactions to anything.
Right, this is why we're not in
If
court.
anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it.
That is
Okay.
fair for the court. You cannot
Mr. Bloodworth,
influence.
are we ready for the jury?
You cannot influence
Yes,
the
sir.
jury.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
But
And
I-
is Ms. Lauber
Sitting in court would be
in
hard.
the wings? Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay.
I'm not
I'm going to let her
surprised.
take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you.
I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Molly in the chat said, will Judge M escort me out personally? Yeah, I'm not surprised. All right. We're going to zoom or try to zoom.
You take the
As the witness comes back in to take the stand.
Take the stand again. Please watch your step.
I'm glad the witness is coming in with people who are with her. I'm glad that she has people who
Please
are with
rise
her.
for the jury.
One is probably her attorney. The jury is coming in. I'm gonna zoom. Hopefully everybody like
Ms. Lauber, same warnings regarding the
You know,
microphone. And please
got
remember, you
a
are still
Snickers
under oath.
so that they're feeling a little bit better.
Very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again?
So we are resuming cross-examination.
And Ms. Lauber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from during court, correct?
You already didn't you admit it?
No, I moved to admit.
I thought that you
Exhibit
did.
1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
What are okay?
Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill. Hydrocodone, I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now,
Okay.
but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41?
I recall she testified about it here. The buffeting that you're hearing is the background noise in court just because of how gained up the microphones are in court. Fred, really?
See that?
You stole my chair. Were you thinking I wasn't going to notice when I turned around? Fred. Hi, buddy. I've got to take
Yes,
a picture of the law nerds because they're going to want to see
So
what
at
you were doing.
that time you said, I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway.
I'll show you what
And
Fred
the
is doing.
money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct,
Fred
right?
is curled up on the chair when I moved the chair to stand up. He's like, it's mine now. It is mine.
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong? So now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right, we'll get back to that. Now,
Would it concern you, Chad, and I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious. We have 4 different transactions. If those transactions got muddled, in this first transaction, I dropped it here. That second transaction, it was into the fire pit. The third transaction, it was here. Would that concern you? Or if when they go to the digital evidence and are like, on this day you drove here and on this day you drove there, if the locations were the same but in a different order, would that be concerning to you or not? Is my question. So we're going to continue.
in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says, you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one, no.
did that.
This is
Not
the
a
one
very
with
good
Susan.
drug dealer, correct?
Right.
She's
All right,
not.
so you just took the money, got the.
That's an icky question. In this scenario, she's acting as a go-between, and she's in drug court, so she's really trying not to deal. But she also got the community service letters, right? We'll see.
Pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just, I thought she was a friend.
All right.
And that was the first time she was asked, right?
So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You
I'm
bought
waiting
pills
for this
once from
witness to just
Susan,
be like,
twice
well, if
from
that's what it
Rob.
says. If that's what it says, sure. If that's what it says, that's what I said.
One's from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just to be sure.
Oh, boy.
Next one might start here. Let's see.
We are going to be here for 10 forevers. And part of my criticism of this cross is that it's just not organized. Other crosses we have seen, even if the defense has an aggressive style, other crosses we have seen, it is boom, 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 boom. And then they immediately have the page. Okay, no, can you flip to page this, line this? Great. Can you flip to page this, line this? Great. It is slogging. For sure. just.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to start zooming these long breaks
So looking right here and right here. Okay.
because it's tough.
All right, so when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of '23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit, I got the pills from Susan, I left the pills in the fire pit. Detectives told you that it was really important you had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened.
Okay.
No, I'm just asking you if you were
What
trying
are you
your
asking?
hardest to tell them what you remembered.
Yes, there was a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And why don't you turn to page 62? But you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Why don't we just play the interviews? Can we just play all the interviews? Just play the interviews. Just roll them. Just play all the interviews. If you want to see everything she said before she testified, just play all her interviews. Why not?
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
Is that the point you wanted to get to?
You tell them throughout this interview and really throughout the next 6, 7 interviews that you have a lot of memory problems.
There's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them, though, that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know if those exact orders, but
Look to page 64.
Sorry, Chad. I did not. I was being 6-7 baited. 6-7. I was being 6-7 baited. I know. Oh my God, these breaks
Yes.
are just
Okay. And you
rough.
told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
yeah, my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick
I mean,
Von
man,
Savage
mine's
when you
still
spoke
not.
with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
We've
And by helping them
covered
out,
this.
they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't think they said that.
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032?
I mean, if it's their exact words, I would love to know.
Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness, or can we, I'm not to admit it, it's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
At least kind of give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Your Honor, how do you want to do
chance to
this?
review
The proper way, please. We would like to do it the proper way, please.
It should be up for counsel. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Yes. Where's the transcript?
Is there a date
Oh,
that
boy.
you can identify
Do you
for us?
have the transcript from the interviews, or do you want me to pull
Oh,
it?
we're playing an interview.
There it is. It's
Wonderful.
Thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
Yeah, just take me to the point in the transcript.
Take me to the river.
Tap it up on the back. So what are you talking about?
Yep, Zoom. I've got
See
it.
the next page.
I'm sorry.
I want to know what's happening in court, but also I want to fucking scream.
He wants to see the next page.
I'm sorry.
I am just. Just play it. If law enforcement said that, I would love to know.
So you want to use the transcript?
Small portion. Can we play that for the jury now?
How does she hear it and not?
I don't know how you would show it to this witness to authenticate it and not have the jury hear it. The shit's kind of out of the horse at that point.
I'm sorry. I might not be following.
Please approach. My apologies.
And they're going to approach. All right. Are we done approaching?
You would pay attention to the screen
We've
for
unapproached.
a moment. Katie, if you'd cue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever timestamp.
Just the clip that we have.
Yeah.
Clip. So I think they're going to show her the clip without the audio to authenticate it because it does need to be authenticated.
Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with McKay
Wrong.
and your drug.
Incorrect, Emily. They're just going to fucking show it. Great. It looks like this is a clip of her interview with law enforcement.
Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Also, bro, can we not sit like this in an interview room? Can we not? We're just like, why are we just kicked back all the way? What are we doing?
1 second. That's all right. This happens.
The
If
court
you would,
is so patient.
Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in.
Sandra, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Every time the court's like unplug, plug back in, it makes me feel so seen when like my monitor freezes or something. I'm like, yep, me too, Your Honor. Yep, me too. Can we unplug it and plug it back in? Thank you, chat, for not name calling Miss Nestor. I am sure many of you are reliving parts of your life where people have judged, belittled. You have grown past it. Not name calling her is thank you for adhering to the rules of the chat. Yes, it is distasteful. Yes, it is also part of court. And yes, I think it is important to remember that court has a cost beyond just the parties. And I am sure it is incredibly difficult. On top of how disorganized and slogging this is. You guys have done a great job. I'm very proud of you. Stay hydrated. You all have done well. And we're going to just...
And press play, please.
It is distasteful. I agree. It is distasteful. And if they don't know the background closely of all the jurors, there are going to be some jurors that are probably also screaming in their head about this. Did I say Nestor? Did I say Lewis? I don't know who I said. Her, she, the one doing the questioning. Her who shall be questioning. Yeah, it's rough.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court. Okay. They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40%.
I'm sorry. I thought that counsel was saying that she was getting 5 to life plus 5 to life plus 5 to life plus 5 to life. Okay, so they're not saying 5 to life. They're saying 7 on those two. 7? Counsel, if you are going to represent the weight of what she is facing, and then you are going to play clips from the interviews, those two things need to line up.
They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years.
Okay.
The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh, he does say that. He absolutely does say that. Well, there's that.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Absolutely said that.
So that's what they said to you.
Give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted
Yes.
of murder.
Let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
I'm curious if we're going to hear the rest of that interview.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
He said we can help you
And
out
by
if you
helping
help
him
us
out,
out.
that means you need to give us.
He said we can help you out if you help us out. This is what they're asking for, but we can help you out. He doesn't say you're not going to get it. But he did say we want details. And we want the details that ensure that Kouri gets convicted of murder.
The details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
Is Mr. going to argue that this is a rush to judgment a year later?
It takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court.
That's the question she wants to get to. But are we going to argue that this is a rush to judgment? This is May? End of April, beginning of May 2023? Okay.
Will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes. That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
Interesting.
I just needed, I guess if you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint, you need, lay it out for me. Correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said,
I need the context of that,
I'll do whatever, because you struggled really hard to get where it is, I'll do whatever it takes.
I'm at this point, if we're going to play the interview, can we just play the interview? Because I really am curious what the context is of, I'll do whatever it takes. Okay, I need you guys to tell me what I need to do. Give me a blueprint of what I need to do. Well, you need to testify in court. you need to tell us what happened. You need to give us your phone. Like, what do I need to do is not necessarily the same as tell me what to say. But I'm curious. But again, we're in the middle of cross. We're going to have a redirect. I'm curious. Also, not doing the digital evidence first might be an issue here, because with the digital evidence, you would see what she was doing before you hear from her. They're doing it the other way around, which we'll see how that lands. All right, continuing on.
Correct?
The defendant has thoughts.
However, because you struggled really hard to get where it is, I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay, you did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting,
At least it's not 6-7 this
Detective
time.
O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened.
And?
All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up Exhibit 1030?
The pacing is just so slow.
Can you see that, Ms. Lauber?
Yes, I do.
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are darker green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she
Huh?
says the pills were lighter than the pills in those pictures.
No. Why would you do that? What's the foundation for whatever the fuck you're looking at? Yeah, what are they looking
blow
at?
it up bigger, it's just a picture of the pills.
What pills?
Just the picture.
The pills from
If
where?
it's just the picture of the two pills.
Tablets, yeah, that's fine.
But there's a whole lot of.
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
If we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about
Okay.
here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting it in real time.
Okay.
Is there a second page? No, I'm sorry, is there a second?
No. Oh.
What is
Yeah,
happening?
Should we?
Okay, I'm gonna try to zoom through them figuring out how to make this
Then
picture.
redact it later and.
Understood.
It's
Let's publish
just
just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Disorganized.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
So your memory is the
I
first
wanna
pills
pause.
you
Okay.
got from Mr. Crow.
I don't know where these photos are from. I don't know what date these photos are from. I have no idea. We have no foundation for these. But we have heard her testify about green pills and blue pills. I don't know where these are from.
Were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I mean, they don't say
recall.
something.
Like I said,
They're
they were in a little
stamped.
plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They are asking you, you asked for, what are M30s? You remember they were asking you about M30s and Roxys or Oxys.
Who? On what
Why don't you
date?
turn to page 90?
Where in the
90
world
and
is Carmen
91.
Sandiego, counsel? What are we doing?
Whoops.
And they're asking you about M30s.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Guys, I don't think I can do this at regular speed for the rest of the day. I'm going to put us at 1.25 because if we're going to stop and read the transcript every single time, we're going to be here all night. Because it is just so slow. So I'm at 1.25. I think we have a.
I am on 90.
I think we have a good sense of the pacing. I think we have a good sense of the organization of this cross. But the defense is building towards these are all the inconsistencies because what the defense wants to do is say you can't rely on this witness. That's the goal for the defense.
What's the question?
Yeah, what's
The question is,
The court coming
they
out with
ask
the
you
assist.
what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys, correct?
correct? I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
No,
Well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them
No.
that M30s are Roxys or Oxys.
No, Miss Lewis. No, you're saying they're asking you this. You cited her to a page. If it's not on that page, of course she's going to be like, I don't see that. Did you see where Miss Lewis went, well, maybe you just remember. She's like, I don't remember. That's why I'm looking at the page.
Which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lauber, I'm sorry, we're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific
Yes.
about when you're asking her to
Yes.
write something in the transcript if you're asking something based on her memory.
Yes.
Okay.
The court is
You
trying
remember
to
that they asked you what
direct the
M30s
questioning.
were, or they asked you about M30s,
Yes, that's right here.
and you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone.
Yes.
Oxys.
Yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what did you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you say, oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them.
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, because you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
No, when I had told her what Robbie had, she said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask.
She said
when I
that.
told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
She said that on direct.
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
That's different things.
In jail or, now I'm confused.
The point is that she's trying to confuse you. But you said Kouri never asked for fentanyl. You said that she asked for the Michael Jackson stuff and she asked for something stronger. And you reach out to the other person and he said, I don't have that. All I have is fent. And you said, okay, I'll ask Kouri. And then you asked Kouri and then Kouri said, yeah, I get that. So she accepted that that is what was offered, but she didn't ask for it. Why are we going around and around on this?
Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Right.
Yes.
And that's what she
And
just
you
said.
kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxy's.
The ones from Susan Kohler, yes.
Different transactions. Okay.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I had reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can give fentanyl.
That's what the defense.
That's your recollection today.
The defense is
Yes.
going to, I think, lean in very much to that, which is law enforcement told you that you got fent, not the other way around. she's getting to, law enforcement's planting that information with you. That's what she's getting to.
That wasn't your recollection.
When I reached out to Nicole Cummings, she reached out to Robbie. Robbie's one that told me that he can get fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No. Like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that. And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it.
Yes.
And you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, it's
correct.
It's used in anesthesia, but okay.
All right. But then they keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124.
I guess it's fair. Sleeping
And while you're
is
looking,
kind
let me
of
just- so, up to
anesthesia.
this
I mean,
point,
fair.
You
It's
told
a-
them you got Oxycontin,
Fair.
Roxy's from, I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, you didn't know what that was, and then they tell you it's fentanyl, and you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl, and you said, well, I didn't know that. Just to recap. And now at this point,
I don't think this is
you
an
say,
accurate
well,
recap.
I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Huh?
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak louder.
Correct, sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lauber, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lauber, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones.
We know she's on the stand. Miss Lewis is getting very dramatic. I got to slow it back down to normal speed.
Ms. Lauber, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay.
It's a fair argument.
But during this interview, you're
Oh, I'm gonna
very
sneeze. It's a
confused
fair
about
argument.
what happened. Because first you told them...
Because they are going to go with, she never talked about fentanyl. It was all law enforcement. She's just telling them what they want to hear. That's exactly what they're going to argue. And it depends on the jury. I mean, it's also going to depend on the digital evidence. It will also depend on that. But this is a key witness for them to undermine. So it is a fair argument that law enforcement put that in your head. Fair.
That you dropped the oxy.
I mean, she's standing her ground and
from
saying, no,
Susan in
that's
the
not
fire.
true.
Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's see. Let's go to page 135 of that interview.
I immediately regret slowing down, especially if we're going to be going page by page by page. So I'm going back to 1.25.
Where did you tell them you left the pills?
On which day are we talking about? The questions are just, we are jumping around a bit, and it is, I am not sure at this point which day she's asking about where she left the pills.
Oh, okay.
Really not sure what she's asking.
I'll just show.
Oh, I heard my door.
Thank you, Dr. B.
I've got a Fred.
So there's 3 different ones.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's 3 different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Oh, wait, you brought George with you.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
actually, she
know
was
what.
explaining it.
Hold
I'll ask the
on,
question.
Dr. B. What are
On
you
that.
giving me hand motions for? Give what? No, it's. I got it. We're good. I'm good. I'm not gonna open it yet. Thank you. We've got George and Fred, and we got. I don't know what we fucking have going on up here at the stand, where everybody's just like chitty chatting. Also, I can't move the camera so you can see George. He's down on the chair. George, there's nonsense happening, George. We got to get back to the nonsense. Right as Dr. B came in, we've got all kinds of nonsense happening. There has to be a record being made. Gosh, we're gonna have to go back to normal. Damn it! What is happening?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
I'll just show her. You can't just. I'll just show her.
So there's 3 different ones.
And then there's no Q&A. There has to be questions. You can't just. No.
Yeah, there's 3 different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Oh, and then Miss Lewis moves the microphone. The witness is saying there are 3. She's like, there are 3 different ones right here. It sounds like the witness is saying, this is what I'm saying. There's 3. This is the one in the driveway. This is the other one. This is the other one. And she just pushes the mic out of the way.
Folks, we can't have a
What is happening? I don't even know what level of fuckery this is.
private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone.
I love that the judge is like,
Oh,
you
I'm sorry,
can't.
She was explaining, and I'll ask the question.
She can't explain. There's no side convos during testimony. Yes, chat, the audacity. Yes, chat, the audacity. There are no side convos. Oh, she was just explaining it to me. No. It's completely improper. What? We're in the middle of a jury trial. Oh, code audacity granted, chat. What are we doing? Look, I've got a green pen for the audacity. Counsel! We don't just have like private convos. It's a question and answer process. Code green. Good Lord. This is why the judge took away the Fridays off. It was going to be every Friday off. And then the judge was like, no, we're not going to be able to do every Friday off. We're never going to get done. Yeah.
Based on that, okay.
Yeah.
I love that the court was like, you can't do this. This is actually not proper at all.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back over.
Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll ask
know
the
that
question
may be,
based
but-
on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's not on the witness. That's on the defense attorney who's just going to do what she wants.
Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
So weird.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says
This
that
is
right here.
combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But
She said in the context, this is combined. In the context, this is combined. Fair. This is a combined yes because of the context of the conversation.
you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them.
Notice that defense is just moving
That-
on because she's like, no, that's not right. And
Let's go to
defense is like,
page
okay, well, let's just jump over that. Whoopsie doodle.
You change your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159, then I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know.
This is a lot.
Yes, ma'am, it is a lot.
You would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay,
159.
then listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page,
Okay.
okay? So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
Okay. I slowed down to hear the judge chastise counsel for the weirdest interaction I think I've seen. Other than, was it Murdaugh where Mr. Metters was like sidling up to the witness on the witness stand, like they were just having a chitty chat, and then the judge was like, Miss Metters, you have to go back to, you can't just stand there hovering over the witness, like get back to your side of the courtroom. So uncomfortable.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right.
Right.
fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the?
The witness has clocked on to the defense adding in words to the answers, which also makes the impeachment muddy. You've noticed that we've had really good impeachments from some defense attorneys. Really good impeachments. You said this, now you're saying this. This one is getting muddy because the defense keeps adding in words and she's like, no, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. And so it doesn't make the impeachment as clean, where it's like, where did the story change? Because of how muddy the questions are getting. Which doesn't make it feel like this witness is getting clocked. It makes it feel more like the defense is getting clocked with, oh no, you just added this in. But also, there are things that I think the defense should keep highlighting. We have moved on from those things very quickly. So we'll see.
Closet.
Would have been the third one.
You think it was the
I
third
think
one?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the third one, which the
I
original
sped this
third one
back
or the
up to
new third one?
1.25.
Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions. 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4. 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation, the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She
There'd
said
be
there
the
were.
third one, no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third, no matter what you do.
The third is the third.
Yeah, so it's sustained. It's the fourth that was added.
All right, well, no, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the.
And now the court has clocked the defense in front of the jury. The third is the third, no matter what you do. The fourth was added. Right. But we'll get back to that.
Last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the three from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's?
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
No.
I don't recall that.
Which time is this time?
All right. We'll get back to that in another interview. We'll talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
We'll get back to that as the new what if any, isn't it? We'll get back to that. Just lingers like something's wrong, but we never circle back. So it leaves the impression that something is incorrect, but then we never circle back to it. So then the impression's never cleared up. It just leaves the lingering impression that like, oh, I'll come back and clock it. If you could come back and clock it, why aren't we clocking it now? We're just leaving it linger.
Was it after February 11th?
If you're going to impeach the witness, just impeach the witness.
You testified on direct, you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been at the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it and in the closet. She told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house?
Wait a second. She did testify that she went to get the money out of the box with the cups in the closet. So when Lewis is talking about, oh, but you said there were the cups in the box in the closet, she is talking about the cups in the box in the closet as where she got the money from. And then she left the narcotics. Right. So for all of you in the chat that are confused, right, because Lewis is moving the marks. And I can't tell, because Lewis has gotten clocked in adding things into the transcript a couple times, I can't tell if Lewis is misstating things or if the witness is misstating things, which is not great for the defense attorney. And different than when we've seen other impeachments. When you've seen other impeachments and the defense starts going, you're like, oh shit, here it comes. Like, here comes the boom. And in this one, I'm like, who's on first? Right.
Or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No.
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up?
I don't recall.
We'll turn to page 213.
What was your question?
You told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
That's not a question. That's not a question.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. 213.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet
Correct.
calls it the walk
Okay.
the dog letter.
And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, that's, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it, yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before
Before.
Eric died.
That's what she said.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come?
we're still at 3 purchases happened before Eric died and 1 after. That was the testimony today. 3 before Eric died. That's still accurate. She's like, and they came back and told you that's not correct. No. That's not correct.
Back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died.
Counsel, I know you're not confused about this. You're trying to make something confusing that's not confusing. You have good points with this witness to argue, and you are going to lose them in stepping on your own questioning by saying, oh, you changed your mind that there were not 3 purchases before Eric died. No, they've always been. It sounds like consistent that there were 3 before. Okay. You were doing better when you were back in the conversation about what law enforcement told her, because that's a mic drop. Lean into that. And did law enforcement tell you it was fentanyl and say that you had to say it was fentanyl? Go back. That's a better line of questioning.
Fourth one?
The new fourth one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right.
So the witness said there were 3 before Eric died, and Lewis is like, and now you've changed your story. She's like,
Finally, at the end of this interview, where you
3
said,
before.
and I'm not going to go through it all again. We've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them,
1 after.
just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
He did. He said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you.
Miss Lewis, maybe I am going to be too hard on this point. Perhaps I am, perhaps I'm not. But it's my reaction and it's where I'm at. You have asked this woman about her memory, her drug use since she was in 6th grade, and about any learning disabilities, and about her highest grade level completed. And law enforcement wanted her to write it down, and she said, I don't want to write it down. Can we see why there might be a reason that writing it is uncomfortable for her? This isn't shady. This isn't, oh, you just want law enforcement to write it so you can agree with whatever they say. This is, I am not comfortable writing it. And she is beginning to explain, I asked them to write it. I didn't want to write it down. Weird that she didn't want to handwrite her entire statement that's going to go to court and go to other attorneys and then end up back here doing this. I bet if they had let her voice to text it, she would have been fine. But when you're giving a proffer in jail, it's kind of hard to ask for voice to text accommodations, isn't it? So she did ask for voice to text accommodations, saying, I'll tell you, and you can write it down. But trying to twist what we know about this witness and why this witness didn't want to write it down to, oh, law enforcement's just telling you what to say, is not a serve for me. And it's frankly just pissing me the fuck off. And I can't distance myself from that because it just pisses me off too much. And if there are any jurors who have dealt with IEPs in any way, 504s or what have you, if there are any jurors that have dealt with it at all, this is where they are going to be out. If they weren't already. I'm going to let her get through the whole questioning, but Why are you going to ask her the questions earlier and say it's nothing to be embarrassed about, and then try to say that she's being shady because she wanted law enforcement to be the ones that wrote it? Come on. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. I hate it.
Interview where you've said,
Mm.
didn't remember that.
I'm going to back this up and let her just run the gamut on herself. Go score on your own goal, Miss Lewis.
Died.
I know. Chat, we still can't name call. It's okay if you're disgusted. It's okay if you're mad. It's okay if you hate this. None of those things are name calling. It's just how you're feeling.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
I backed up a little too far.
The new fourth one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
It's because the insinuation is not accurate to what actually transpired. And that's why she's like, I don't remember
yes.
that.
He did. He
There's
said, write it
different
all down and I'll
context.
sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor,
To what?
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? You've gone full Erica Girardi. Full EJ. And you're not even filming a reality show. Did you hear what Miss Lewis said? Oh my God. I'm going to break my comfort pen. I'm rewinding it. For all of you in the chat that did not hear what just transpired, I'm going to play it again. Then I'm going to grant your motion for code red, because what the fuck? What the fuck? You can hear it after the objection. I think I probably rewound a bit too far. Oh, I hate it. And Miss Lewis is trying to say, no, law enforcement didn't ask you to write down your statement. That's not what's happening. You wanted them to just write down whatever you were supposed to say. Oh boy.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor,
To what?
I peep a little bit.
Bloodworth says, Your Honor, objection. And she says, to what? Or what? Your Honor, objection. To what? Ma'am, to what is what she said.
Sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor,
To what?
I peep a little bit more specific.
To what? Code red is granted. To what? Well, ma'am, it's argumentative. It's compound. It lacks foundation. Shall we go on? I can probably pick a few more if I rewind it one more time. Chat, if you're new here, welcome. I don't know if I crash out every day of trial, but it seems that I do. We're going to go to Code Red. Code Red is, it's flashy. But yeah, it's so rude. It's just so crazy. If you are new here, Code Red does flash. The flashing ends when the music ends. I will see if my lights will go code red by the time that we are done before I completely just 404. All right, here we go. This whole thing is so appalling. It's just so appalling. The insinuations are appalling. And yes, the prosecution can circle back on that. You weren't comfortable handwriting your entire statement. I hate it so much. All right, Bloodworth objects. I think I backed up. Bloodworth objects. Lewis is insinuating that the reason this witness didn't want to handwrite her statement is because she just wanted to be spoon-fed the narrative from law enforcement.
To write it. You asked them to write.
I'll let her get her whole point in before we scream at her again.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them
also
to write
argumentative.
it all down for you, and you'll sign it. Because to
Compound.
their credit, they said, well, no,
Hearsay.
that's not how this works.
Speculation.
Your Honor,
What?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a nicer tone.
No, the tone's not the problem, ma'am. The words are a problem. The tone is also a problem, but the words are a problem.
What?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
cannot-
nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you.
The judge, no, you have to ask a question. I'll say it in a nicer tone. No, ma'am, you're not being scolded for your tone. I mean, I'm scolding you for your tone because I think it's rude as fuck. But no, the court and counsel are not scolding you for your tone. You are not being tone policed doing your job in court. You have to ask a question. And the court is right. You need to ask a question. And if you're listening in the background, now's the time to come on back and watch Kouri Richins' face when her attorney gets fucking clocked by the court. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
cannot-
nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them.
Even Corey's like, damn, bitch. Corey's trying to not laugh at her attorney getting clocked by the judge. Okay, that's kind of funny. We're going to watch it one more time. Why? Because we've been streaming for 9 hours. Why wouldn't we at this point?
Be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a
cannot-
nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you.
Corey
or I'm
laughed
sorry, you
and then
told
tried to
them,
swallow that laugh
write
real
it all
quick.
down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement, yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
No. No, Miss Lewis. No. You're being completely disingenuous in this. She said, please write down my statement. And you keep saying, oh, you wanted them to write it all down for you so you could just read from the script. She's like, no, I asked them to write down my statement. For everyone, Emily, what are you drinking? Fizzy water. Just fizzy water.
To write my statement, yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes.
Miss Lewis is trying to take this, write the statement down, and turn it into a script. And this witness is saying, no, I'm not going to handwrite it. And this witness previously said, oh, law enforcement asked me to write things down and get back to them, and I didn't. Why could that be, Miss Lewis? Do you want to continue to embarrass her? Why might it be that she didn't feel comfortable handwriting it?
Write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement, yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement, yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to You would just sign whatever they wrote.
No.
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My
She asked for a scribe, counsel. She asked for a scribe. Stop it.
statement.
That they were going to write for you.
No.
Correct?
I
No.
asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here.
I believe her. Counsel, she was asking for voice to text. Voice to text. I voice, you text. That's it. Can you write it for me? Not tell me what to say. I do not believe that this lawyer is confused. I do not believe she is confused at all. And given what she asked of this witness earlier, I am disgusted and pissed off. There are valid reasons to question this witness's memory, motivation, her understanding of things, what deal she was going to get, if she was using during the time that this was going on, and if that impacted her memory. There are valid areas to explore. This is going well beyond that to try to make fetch happen. And I appreciate the witness at the end of a very long day of cross saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. Does anyone think Attorney Lewis is confused? Am I being disingenuous in that? Am I just too mad? I don't think that's what I don't think Miss Lewis, I think she very much wants to say, no, law enforcement wrote you a script because they said that they were going to do anything to convict Kouri Richins, and you said, I'll do anything I need to do. And so they wrote you a script. She wants to make that narrative happen. And this witness is like, that's not what I said.
Correct?
To write my statement, yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to You would just sign whatever they wrote.
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
That they were going to write for you. Correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it. Correct?
She's telling
Your
you
Honor,
what she
objection has been answered.
and misstates.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lauber, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you.
The transcript shows she said, can you guys write it and I will sign it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd.
And then Miss Lewis just moves on because it clocked it.
If you recall, according to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know
And then she
Maynard
just
came
moved on.
Monday, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm exhausted.
You're having a very, I mean, and I understand, it was just 3
Just-
years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now.
I think she's doing her
Right?
best.
Yes.
Okay.
I think she's
But-
trying to.
4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it again, okay? Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years
Well,
ago.
3
but
years
yes.
ago, yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Let's look at page 3 of the interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. It might be in the next book, book 2.
Maybe you should put the dates on the books. If you put the dates on the books, that would help.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Honestly, I really think that that focusing on the tighter points of cross would have served a lot better. I think some of the better points are going to be lost with some of the, well, nonsense. But we'll see.
Up with
Has she found the
yesterday,
page yet?
starts out.
All right.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Trying to make fetch happen is hard, counsel.
They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yep. They're going to have to corroborate your story.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
All right. We're going back to 1.25.
Oh, it's wrong page.
Until shit pops off again. But we're almost done with court for the
They tell
day.
you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right.
Nikki said
Now
these
they
court
start to
days
ask
feel
about
longer
Nicole Cummings. You brought her up
than
a couple
Karen
of
Reed.
times, but this is really the first time during the.
They are longer than Karen Reed. The breaks are shorter and the court days are longer. They are objectively more court hours in this case than in Reed.
Interviews that
They
you
start
tell the
earlier and end
detectives
later
about
as well.
Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you
Skipped right over. Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe that Michael Jackson drug. Skipped right over that.
knew. Were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
the bedroom I rented, it wasn't my house, I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there and his girlfriend would,
okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry, okay, are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the three. So if we're eliminating Susan's, are you talking about Robbie's?
No, we're
Or are you
still-
talking about Susan's.
We're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
I think
But you
she
don't know what
said
that is.
stuff,
No.
but okay.
It's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her,
I know what you're going to say, because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30s.
I just asked her if she had if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory, is, so you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s, or
I think I named off a variety. If she
I'm
could
sorry,
get me,
what?
I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl. On the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I mean, aren't most street pain pills just fentanyl at some point?
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right, okay. And she told you, you need to talk to my friend, Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like gave you
She gave me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it was
said
just
they,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
We'll look at page 87.
When was this?
Okay, what was your question?
We're sped up. We're on 1.25, and
They're
these
trying to help you
breaks
figure
are
out the
still
dates.
this long.
And they tell you they find two
What dates are we talking about, Miss Lewis?
dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, what you're telling me, Miss Lewis, is that she went to her phone and was like, these are the dates I made the phone calls. Okay.
You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or
Yeah.
something like that, right?
Somewhere, yeah, the Ogden guy.
And they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could link them together.
Okay. And that, I mean, they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it
And
said
that's how
Robbie Nicole.
So it's like the things she said were in her phone?
All right. So
It's like,
they say you contacted him twice.
she was like,
for
if I had
pills,
my phone, I could look at the
and
dates in
you
my
said,
phone.
yes, that's probably right.
Okay.
I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I
Rocked
hope that
popcorn.
helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So you're going back
it's
over
a
again
long day.
About the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And
Melanie, thank you for the gift of membership.
today, or not today, I'm sorry, that
Welcome
day,
to all our
May
new
3rd,
members. Thank you.
is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right?
On
Correct?
May
For
3rd,
Susan, yes.
they
Okay. But
told.
the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before.
Can we
May
not? That
2nd.
sounds like a
Go
threat.
to the other binder with the May 2nd interview.
What page?
What page?
Might have to help here. Go to page 40.
So we're going
Should be able
back
keep
to the
going
May
40.
2nd
I
interview.
don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there.
Okay, we're going back to the May 2nd interview. Yes, we are at 1.25 speed. Yes,
Actually, would you take that off that?
this is disorganized. Yes, this is frustrating.
All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen.
M Day in the chat said, why does defense have a problem with chronological order? I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a feature, not a bug. What has the defense told us about this witness? She has pestered this witness about having memory issues. She has pestered this witness about her drug use and how long she used drugs. And then she continues to jump around all over the place, which makes it very confusing. It's much easier to look at the jury and say, see, she couldn't keep any of her story straight when the questioning is incredibly scattered. Because it makes it all feel scattered. And the jury might perceive it that way, different than I perceive it, just because lawyer. But we'll see.
That somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom.
I mean, if you could give her the line, then that would help.
Go to the next page.
I mean, if you gave her the line, like what line are you on the transcript?
So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
Which time?
Okay, what was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay.
There is
On
no
that day,
question,
you
ma'am.
said the money was in the fire pit, and you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
I don't think this witness agrees.
Correct.
Okay. And you
She
said,
was like,
I
huh?
never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, because Kouri
Now,
left
the
the money.
next day, you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan, and then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Page 108, going over to 109.
Which binder?
The May 3rd interview binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109.
Okay. There is so much dead air in court today, which is why we're at 1.25. But even then,
You fronted the money to Susan, correct?
we're not getting very far.
I'm on page 108.
Over to 109.
Hey, counsel, if she needs time to read it, she needs time to read it. She is not, counsel is not asking very clear questions, which is why the impeachment is so clunky, because she's not really pinning down the witness's statements and prior statements cleanly. And then she's like, okay, well, let's go back. Okay, well, let's go here. Okay, well, it's here. Okay, well, it's there. It's hard to follow.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Needs help?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be using the binders.
Hey, ma'am, if Miss Lewis had labeled the binders with the date on the front of the binder, it wouldn't be so hard to find the right binder.
Binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
They're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not confusing. She said, you're confusing me. Accurate.
So that's where you're telling them I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending, Ms.
Yes.
Lewis.
There is no pending question, Your Honor.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You
Let's
said you didn't
not.
get any money from Kouri ever, and then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you told them on this interview.
Correct. I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. You're saying that's not what you told them, correct? You told them it was the Susan, the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
I mean, were those the exact words? They might have been.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
This is why a lot of areas have the attorneys have conversations around
Correct.
immunity deals
Okay, you're getting a big.
and plea deals. This is why lawyers are often involved in those conversations, because you're getting a big fat get out of jail free card does not go over well in court at all. That's why you have lawyers there. Ugh.
Giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
All right. Because go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
See, this is the first I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
You remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet.
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems, the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 130.
What are we talking about? Where are we going?
131?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you see? I'm not sure which page. Right. Okay, do you see down towards the bottom of the page?
Lewis's just comments constantly are.
So I know for a
No,
fact
I'm
the
going to
first
explain. No, just ask questions.
doesn't help when you blow it up here.
Just ask the questions. Find a question, ask a question. I don't remember. You didn't say
And then
this,
let's
this,
go
that.
to- You see that? I'm sorry.
And then read it correctly and don't
And-
misstate it and then move on to the next one.
Let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, what was the question you
There
were asking?
wasn't a question.
On this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said correct. Right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you was asking the question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134?
The judge has clocked the is there a question pending quite a lot. I'm sure the judge is frustrated. I am frustrated. I'm sure you are frustrated. This witness has to be exhausted. And I think the good points that have been made so far are going to continue to get lost.
Okay. I'm going to look at, I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now, so I'm going to go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
At the bench?
Are we almost done? Can we not go back to it?
Please, just briefly.
They've got to be almost done for the day. A lot of you in the chat are asking the very fair question of why is the prosecution not objecting more? It's a strategy call. Why? They'll get to do redirect. And there are some of these questions where Miss Lewis is looking just like a right prick in the way she's asking some of these questions. She's just, the questions are not all coming across well. She has made some good points. They get lost in some of this fuckery that is just fairly appalling. Then you have the insinuation that law enforcement is feeding this witness information. You're saying fentanyl because law enforcement said fentanyl. You just want them to write down what you're going to say and you'll just sign whatever. You'll do anything. They need you to paint the picture. So if the prosecution keeps jumping in, it's going to look like the prosecution's trying to bail her out and that there's something wrong there. The prosecution's like, say what you say. You said what you said. So the prosecution is not going to help because then it will get commented on in argument. The prosecution didn't even want you to hear her answer our questions. So it is a strategy call. The prosecution did object a few times when it got out of hand, but you can't object too much or it looks like you're trying to, or you don't trust that the witness can just answer or that you're trying to protect them more than they need to be. And that can play awful for the jury too. So it's a lot of strategy.
I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
we're done
jury,
for the day.
We're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning. Please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case.
Exhausting
Do not let
day.
anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening
End
to,
of day.
reading, or watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at
Trying to go
8:30
just
a.m.
bang your head onto
Please
a
rise
desk.
for the jury.
All right, the jury is going out. We'll see if they put anything on the record when the jury is out.
Have a seat.
I'm going to slow this down to normal because the judge does tend, to speak a little bit faster. The jury is out. He's going to excuse the witness, right?
Ms. Lauber,
We'll see if they
I
put anything
appreciate
else
your
on the
patience
record.
today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning. Okay. I need you to be here, ready to go again at 8:30 a.m. All right? An important instruction. Between now and then, you cannot
not
talk to
discuss your
anyone
testimony.
about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done. But the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? Yes. All right. You can step down.
All right, the witness is being ordered back.
Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury and the action we took. Any objection?
No objection.
Huh?
The note regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand, thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
Oh, I had understood.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror.
What?
So, during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, Judge, I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury, question mark?
Oh.
Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In
Oh, boy.
response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay. Mr.
Your Honor?
Bloodworth, anything further on that?
Yes, throw someone in jail. I'm tired of the fuck. Just throw somebody in jail. Throw somebody in jail. I don't give a fuck who it was. Throw him in jail. Throw him in jail. I am. What? What? What is happening? Emily, you can't just throw somebody in jail. I know. I am. It's day 4. It's day 4. It's day 4. It's day 4. we're going to roll that back again. What just happened? Well, a juror absolutely clocked what was going on, and it sounds like accurately. I love the way the court handled it. I think the court handled it really well. When there are courtroom sketch artists, which is allowed, courtroom sketch artists know the rule of the courtroom. You can sketch the judge, the parties, but there is a standing order for this courtroom. There's a decorum order, and you can't sketch the jurors. Who thinks that this is okay? And I appreciate that the jurors asked and said, hey, this seems concerning, and brought it to the court's attention. Good on you, juror. Good on you. On it. And was like, hey, Your Honor, this is making me a little uncomfortable. Good job. Good job, juror. Way to advocate for yourself. This is a mindful jury, or at least that is a mindful juror. I like it. And then the court staff went and confirmed that the person in the courtroom was in fact sketching, confiscated the sketchbook, and yeeted the person out of the courtroom. So that person has been yeeted. Great. Great. But damn it, why? This is a great question. A few of you are like, how would the jurors even see it? Jurors are a bit elevated. And I imagine that this person was not discreet and kept looking up at them while drawing. Like, instead of looking at the witness, was looking at the jurors, and that the jurors are like, that person's looking at us and drawing. The jurors are a little bit elevated in the jury box, so they can see who's in the audience because they're to the side. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Jurors do pick up on stuff. You will see jurors report things that are happening, but the notebook was identifying the jurors by jury number connected with their sketches. Ooh, I hate it. I hate it. All right, let's watch that one more time. We're going to roll that back. We're almost done at the end of the day. We're rolling that back one more time because I wanted to hear it again.
Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from
Auntie Candy in the chat said, what in the Bob Ross is happening? Bob Ross would never. Happy little jurors. No, Bob Ross would never. Bob Ross would be sketching the view from the backyard with the happy little mountain and the happy little fire pit.
the jury the action we took. Any objection?
No objection.
And the lawyers didn't think that that was a note from the jurors. So the lawyers are also like, what the fuck?
The note regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand, thank you.
not from the jury.
No, from the jury.
I think this was written by a juror.
The lawyers were confused.
Oh, I did understand.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So, during an afternoon
All right,
recess,
we're rewatching the
a
record.
juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, Judge, I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury, question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number.
I hate it.
That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so
Right,
they do
to
not
close
have
the
to
loop.
speculate about whether that's continuing.
That's
Okay.
good.
Mr.
I think it was
Bloodworth,
handled
anything
well.
further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Holy shit.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll recess
The
for
fuck?
the evening. Please travel safely. Take care.
All right.
Court's in recess. Thank you.
It's only day 4. Y'all, it's only day 4. It's day 4. This has been a wild day in court. First of all, the cross-examination of Carmen Lauber is a lot. The disorganization makes it difficult to keep up. There are times when the defense says, oh, but you said this in the transcript. And then when it's read out, the words do not match one-to-one, which is confusing and frustrating. So the witness is very hesitant to answer anything because now it's clocked over and over again that what Ms. Lewis is saying and what is written on the page are not the same thing. And then we have insinuations that are not the same. But then we also have some very good questions buried in the middle of what the fuck is happening. So I'm going to get to the good points first that I can remember before I get to the rage points of what the fuck is happening. So good points that were made. 1, law enforcement in the interview said essentially, you know, we're going to need you to give us all this information so we can convict Kouri Richins of murder. We're going to need you to ensure that we can pin her for murder. I'm summarizing a bit, but the word ensure was absolutely in there. It's been a very long day. That was what are we doing? I think the arguments, well, I say arguments because a lot of the questioning was argumentative, but the defense was building on, you witness never said fentanyl. Law enforcement said that to you first, and then you agreed with them. So you weren't the one bringing up fentanyl, they were. And the witness stood her ground and said, no, I asked the contact, Robbie, if he had pain pills. He came back to me and said he had fentanyl, which I don't think is what he's going to testify to, but we will see. He came back to me and said he had fentanyl. I went to Kouri Richins and asked if that was okay, and she said yes, and then I told him yes, and then I went and got it. But it was clear that Kouri never asked for fentanyl. Kouri asked for that Michael Jackson stuff. Kouri asked for something stronger. Kouri never said, get me fentanyl. So there was much confusion about that. She also talked about the fact that this witness was facing years to life and years to life. And then when we saw the interview, they were saying, okay, look, I need you to stay with me. They're talking about 7 years. Defense counsel was like, it's going to be 5 to life plus 5 to life plus 5 to life plus. And the law enforcement gets in there and is like, I need you to listen to us. They're looking at 7 years. And I'm like, those two things aren't the same at all. And that's where parts of this cross were really difficult for me, because trying to be shady makes me question everything that you're asking, even when making a good point, because there's no trust there. When a lawyer has a really well-prepared and really good impeachment, you believe the lawyer's questions more than you believe the witness's answers. And for me, that's not what's happening in this cross. For me, I don't understand the questions. I don't trust that the questions are representing things accurately. And then I'm confused. And then the witness seems confused. And so I'm not thinking that the witness is misstating. I'm thinking that the witness is confused as fuck because I'm confused as fuck. So I'm not looking at the witness going, sure, Jan. I'm looking at the lawyer going, is that correct? Because I don't trust that that's correct. And the judge clocked Miss Lewis several times during cross and said, is there a question? What is the question? Is there a question? And there were times that the line of questioning is a good line of questioning. If the witness has a lot to lose and law enforcement is coming to her and is like, we're going to just lock the door and throw away the key unless you say everything we want to say, that is a good line of questioning. Bring that up. But if you're saying, ma'am, you're facing all of the years in the world, and then law enforcement comes in and says, look, so it's 7. Those are not the same. And then you go into this witness's background with addiction and use and arrests for drug possession and dealing and the rest of it. And then are like, oh, you weren't doing well in drug court, so you were going to lose your drug court. And the witness is saying, I would do anything to not lose my drug court. And then Miss Lewis starts saying, oh, but you would do anything to convict Kouri Richins. Those two things also aren't the same. And then there's times when it seemed that what the witness was explaining was, tell me what you need me to do, not tell me what you need me to say. Do you need me to agree to a statement? Do you need me to go to court? What do I need to do? Practical, not, well, what should I say? That's how it came off to me. I don't know if that's how it's going to come off to anyone else, because I'm following this cross-examination from a lawyer perspective, and others might be following it differently. I think that those areas of argument will be good. Okay, you kind of said you weren't using, but during this time that these things were going on, you were using. Does that impact your memory? Fair. But the way that she then went about it was wild. And then she asked the witness about any mental health concerns. When the witness is like, no, she's like, but haven't you been on medication for anxiety? She goes, yeah, but I'm not anymore. Aren't you on medication today? No. Okay. Do you have any learning disabilities? And the witness is like, yes. She asked her what they were, and she said no. And then they started getting into it a little bit more, which lays the groundwork for later on in the questioning when it seems that the witness is telling law enforcement, will you write my statement? And the witness's answer in that line of questioning was, I wanted them to write my statement down and I would sign it. They wanted me to write it down. And I didn't want to write it down. And Miss Lewis kept trying to say, no, you said just write it and I'll sign whatever, insinuating, tell me what to say, I'll sign it. Whatever you want me to say, name on the dotted line. And the witness was trying to clarify, no, I wanted them to write my statement. I did not want to handwrite it. She's in custody when this is happening. Gee, I wonder why. And then, as we're getting into very argumentative questions around that line of questioning, the prosecution objects, and Miss Lewis, you can hear her on the mic, goes, to what? Pardon me. And the court's like, well, it's argumentative. And then she claps back at the court with, I'll adjust my tone. And the court claps back with, you should ask a question. And then the camera pans to Kouri Richins, and Kouri Richins is trying to swallow a laugh at the judge clocking her lawyer. Absolutely wild choices made in cross, where there are areas of cross that would be incredibly valid. But I feel that the defense has flamed out in so many different areas in this cross that those points might get lost. They might not. But it was disorganized. There were questioning in it that was not like, I mean, that's a rough line of questioning. That's tough, but I see why you're going there. There were points that felt needlessly pointed, personal, shaming and blaming, versus raising incredibly valid points, testing memory and testing motivation. Whenever somebody has an immunity deal, you absolutely have to test their motivation. Sure. But there's ways to do it. And some of the things that were done in that cross don't sit well with me. I'm sure they don't sit well with many of you. And I don't think they're going to sit well with the jury, but we're going to have to wait and see. And we're resuming with cross tomorrow, but that wasn't it at the end of the day, which is why we're still, I think we went code red. Did we go code red to the to what? To what? The like, or what? Is that when we got red? I don't remember. It was such an afternoon. And then the jury goes out for the day. The witness goes out for the day. And the judge has to let the lawyers know that the jury sent a note because they clocked somebody in the audience sketching them. A juror wrote a note saying someone was sketching us. Is that allowed? That seems concerning. And the judge said, this is what we did. We confiscated the sketchbook, and in fact, jurors were being sketched and identified by number. We confiscated the sketchbook and we removed the person from the courtroom, and they will be barred from coming back. So I guess day 4 was a sketchy day in court. I apologize for nothing. No, I would not like to take that back. I apologize for nothing. I'm standing by it. Half of you that listen to K-Rock are going to be going, would you like to take that back? No, I would not. I stand by my joke. I am just... Today was so wild. And I am so frustrated. And we will see. I just am very interested in what happens in cross tomorrow, if the demeanor shifts, if it's more organized. If you're going to impeach a witness, you need to be prepared to impeach that witness. And the problem I'm having with Miss Lewis is that in the impeachment, the statement to what's in the transcript is not clean. And that is where it gets really hard to follow. Because the witness is like, no, that's not what I said. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. And just some of it was not it. Just not it. We're going to do a few super chats. I'm going to have to go eat dinner and take a breath. I can't imagine how frustrated Judge M must be with the fucking shenanigans happening in court. So tomorrow we're going to resume with Miss Lewis, which is going to be interested. I cannot wait. So Ona May said, I'm a PI. My firm is interested in collectively watching the PI's testimony. Is there a way to estimate what day that would be in court? No, the witness lists are sealed and the order of witnesses is being disclosed between the prosecution and the defense, but we do not know. We'll send a Law and Order app notification, but we do not know. Matt Bond, good to see you in the chat. It is nice to see you. Thank you so much, everybody, for the kind super chats. I am so frustrated at the end of today. I'm just so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. What a wild day. And I'm not sure how the jury's going to take it. I'm really not sure. I guess we'll see. I know how the law nerds took it. But two things can be true, right? There can still be good points from cross where you're like, interesting. And then there are times where you're just like, I don't think I trust the questions. Like, I don't trust the insinuations because they've been wrong so many times. And there's been a lot of misstatements. There's been a lot of misstatements by the defense. And it started in opening. And it's hard to regain that trust when it's like, this is the expiration date. Ma'am, it clearly says the expiration date's on the bottom, and I don't think you misread that. So it feels more manipulative, and it is very hard for me to get over that. Misstatements happen. Confusions happen. But it is quite a pattern at this point, and I find that very frustrating, that we now have a consistent pattern, even in argument with the judge. And that started with, we need to exclude the family. They're on our witness list. Oh, but they weren't though. Oh, but they weren't though. So if we can't trust that the things you say are true, I have a really hard time following it. That really made me mad. Like, if they're not on the witness list, they're not on the witness list. A lot of you are saying like Brennan. Yeah, a lot like Brennan. Brennan would say stuff and I'm like, I'm going to want to fact check on that. I just don't. I just don't follow. So let me just try to get to everyone who gifted memberships. Thank you. So many new Law Nerd members in the chat who are going to love not having slow mode. Ty Logan asked in the chat, does Robbie have immunity? Robbie has a deal predicated on cooperation and honesty. So we'll see. Dale asked, after this case, you should see if Mr. Bloodworth would come on. I will reach out and ask after trial for sure. We will see. But we will definitely wait till after the sentencing. Because there will still be things happening in court until sentencing. If there is a conviction, if there's not a conviction, then no sentencing. But we will wait until then. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Merylda asked, why is the psychic case in federal court? That's where it was filed. I have a whole playlist on the channel about that case that is now in trial. So if you want to watch I can't imagine after all of today, you'd want to watch any more of me. But if you do, the TikTok psychic case is there. That's where it was filed. And she represents herself and did not move to remove it from federal court. I don't think she knew how to. Can we get a code Plum Wild? I am very much more on the cursey end of the spectrum, so I'm going to leave the Plum Wilds to Ryan Hall, y'all. I'm gonna keep us with code what the fuck, code 404. We might need a code click at the end of this trial. I dropped something. We might need a code click by the time we're done with this. But no, I will. If I have a weather-related emergency, maybe we could do a code Plum Wild. If EDB has to leave stream to take shelter, it's happened once or twice. So maybe that would be our code Plum Wild is like, sorry, y'all. EDB has to leave stream to take cover. Happened maybe twice. Some of you were reminding me in the chat that the code said, don't do that. I had forgotten about that. But when we talk about witnesses being prepped for what cross is going to be like, not necessarily what the questions are, this is part of it. Oh yeah, and Miss Lewis moving the microphone away. That felt yucky too. It really did. I've never seen anything. I have not seen some of the things that keep popping off in court. And today was just another day of don't do that, 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 don't do that. However, I think that just observing what's happening in court is helpful to understand the things that happen in court. Even on wild days, this is what's happening in court. And it's at least normal enough that nobody's losing their mind. Though the judge stepped in a lot today and said, you're going to need to ask a question. That was a lot of sua sponte. Can we ask a question, please? So, y'all get some rest. I know I did not get to all of the questions and super chats. I appreciate you. It's been a very long stream. I need to get some rest. I don't know, man. Today was wild. Today was absolutely wild. And the roller coaster of Miss Lewis being like, it's okay. It's okay. We don't judge, and it's okay. And it's this and that. And then to switch it up with the like wild questioning is just the roller coaster of today was a lot too for me. But at the end of the day, I think the witness stood her ground. I think that the witness was very transparent when she was getting confused and said she was getting confused. She was saying, I'm confused. I think she did a good job of being incredibly transparent with when she was getting confused. Some will believe her, some will not. I found the things she was saying, though she did get confused, to be largely authentic. I am very curious to see what the tech evidence is on the other side of that. Also, I know some of that tech evidence from the, pretrial motions, the detention hearing, and the preliminary hearing. So my view on that is skewed by the other things that I know. And so it makes it hard for me to step back from that, which is why going into this case, I said, look, there's a lot that I know. But her demeanor was much more open than we have seen from some witnesses. The weight of sorrow and I guess regret came across fairly clearly to me, different than in other witnesses we have seen. Like Juliana Magalhaes is like, it is what it is. This witness seemed weighted down by the reality of the things that she had done in her own past, the things she had done in this case. There seemed to be a deep amount of regret and sorrow there. So it came across much more authentic to me. And I did not get the sense that she was trying to downplay the things she did as much as Juliana did, to call back to our most recent trial. And I appreciated that in her testimony, when she was saying, I'll do whatever, she clarified, I think at least twice, I'll do whatever. That means if I'm responsible too, something to that effect. And she said it more than once, like, I'll do whatever, but that also means if I'm responsible. Like I'll take that. Like if I'm responsible for some of this, I'll take it. Obviously I don't want that to happen, but I'll take accountability. If I'm a part of this, I'll take that. And so she clarified that a couple times. And I think that is truly what it is. So we'll see. But just a different type of testimony than we've seen with some other witnesses, and a tough cross for her. So hopefully she is able to get a good night's sleep and know that all you can do when you testify is tell the truth, explain what you can, admit if you're wrong when you're wrong, and it is what it is. And I think many on the jury will see that. I really do. So we'll see. The thing that weighs heavy on me is that the things that she discussed are not easy. It's not easy to kind of bear your past, and the things that you aren't proud of publicly. And when that's just a jury or a full courtroom, that's one thing. When it is streamed, it is another thing. And I hope that, I worry, but I hope that she is able to just turn that off, and that those who are supportive of like, hey, stick to your sobriety. You came forward and told your story. You reminded everyone how dangerous these drugs are and how horribly this can go wrong. And I hope that there is more support there than there is derision, judgment, shaming. Because at the end of the day, law enforcement came to her because they knew she existed. And they knew she existed because of the tech evidence. She did not seek them out and ask for a deal. They went to her. They got that information from somewhere. We're not there in the trial yet. So, being candid and authentic, I hope allows her to feel like she has at least spoken into the world the things that she did. And hopefully she can start to move on from that after going to trial and giving her testimony, and that this chapter can start to be closed for her as well. Because you can tell how much it weighs on her. So, we have another day of cross tomorrow. I just want to go watch Traders and eat dinner. Law Nerds, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being compassionate. Remember, both things can exist. You can have questions about this witness's testimony, memory, and the things she said, and still have compassion for her as a human, both things can exist. They don't knock each other out. And you can have questions and still be kind. And I appreciate that about this chat so much, that both things can be true. And you can have respect for her coming forward and testifying and still not believe everything that is said and still have questions about it. Absolutely fair. You can also think the defense made fair points and that parts of the cross were disgusting. Also fair. Multiple things can be true at once. So thank you, chat. I know it's not easy to watch it. And I know a lot of you are like, no, fuck this, shut it down. This woman shouldn't have to sit there and go through that. I understand. It is not an easy part of the court process. It's not. But it is what happens in courtrooms and cases all the time. All the time. And I think that's important to remember too, when people don't want to go to court. This is part of why. And the thing that we can do is not make it worse for them. And that's the thing I love about this community so much, because you guys have questions, but you don't need to tear apart the person. And I appreciate that, because both things can be true. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Big deep breath, everybody. We've got this. Law nerds, we've got this. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself. And as a reminder, if you would like to opt back in after this witness is done, after cross-examination, we will send a notification when we move back to redirect. Things will be in the case briefs. If you don't want to watch all of it, it's okay. Take care of yourself first. And if Miss Lewis's fuckery is dredging stuff up for you, it's okay to take a step back. It'll be in the case briefs. It's all right. And we'll timestamp the wild moments and you can go back and watch them later. We've got you. We've absolutely got you. Take care of yourselves. I will see you tomorrow. We will keep you posted. It's all right. Take care of yourself first. Who is meowing at me? Fred says, good night, law nerds. Fred said, Mom, we're done streaming. Good night. I will see you guys back in court tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court. And of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.